Chapter 6. In his dream he was crying. As always in Evan's dreams, there was a very little coherent detail, just a mass of unrelated happenings, a series of vivid but nonsensical images. What he always got from his dreams was a powerful feeling of atmosphere, and this one was sad. He wept and wept trains of ethereal tears. It was almost like reading a comic. The pictures came thick and fast. Langham Pond, talking to Warren, ordering a pint at the BB Arms. Michaela, she was smiling at him, as in the way that she used to. Now they were walking hand in hand through Hominster Road Gardens. Behind them walked Warren, Alan, Charles, Ricky and his other friends. Just over his left shoulder walked Uncle Lewis. He could hear music now, one of his favourite dance tracks. He woke suddenly. The dream faded and he sat up, sleep gone from his head, but he could still hear the music, every note and beat, as if it were on a radio. The music continued as he gazed around the bedroom in wonder. It took over 20 seconds for it to fade away. Evan looked at the clock. 9:14. He was late. Adrenaline surged. Then he remembered it was Saturday. His head swam with relief. He ran a hand through his ruffled hair and opened the curtains of his false window. It was raining again. The peaks of Islwyn were hidden in writhing murk, and below in Pontypridd cars still drove with their headlights on. He angrily switched off the window and plunged the room into subterranean darkness. He lay back on his bed and breathed deeply. Never mind the weather. At least today and tomorrow he was free. He had the feeling he wouldn't get back to sleep, so he got up, wandered through to the kitchen and spooned out a strong cup of coffee. As he was doing so, he felt a twinge in the back of his hand. "Oh no, not again," he groaned. It was his right hand this time. As usual, it was a continuous sharp cramp that started in his fingers and spread up his forearm. He flexed his hand gingerly, and with the other he groped in the drawer where he kept the cream that he bought from the chemist's. He rubbed it on and felt the hot glowing, tingling sensation spread through his flesh, slowly melting the pain. He thought about it as he sipped his coffee. If it were still there next week, he decided he'd go to the base medical officer. The cramps baffled him. They never struck in an observable pattern and had no obvious cause. Sometimes they happened at work, sometimes at home, sometimes they woke him up in the middle of the night. It was different with the headaches. The phone rang. Evan's hopes ignited. Could it be Warren? No, it was Elaine. "Good morning, Evan. How are you?" That over-cheerful voice could only mean one thing. "I'm afraid I need you to come in today. Just for a while. Something's come up, an urgent job that needs to be done tonight. Is that all right?" Evan felt his spirit burn with resentment, but he stamped down his anger and kept his voice calm and melodious. Despite the diplomatic way in which Evan spoke to him, he knew that it was an order and that there was no question of refusal. "I see. Very well. What time do you need me?" "Don't break any speed records, Evan. Have breakfast and everything. Can you get in here for, say, 11? 11? Yep, should be all right. It won't take long, just a few hours. You should be off by 4 at the latest." "Good. I'll see you in a bit." "See you, Evan." He threw the receiver down, cursing. His precious free time had been taken for him for the second weekend in a row. He went into the kitchen and poured out a bowl of shreddies. He was just about to add milk and sugar when he paused. The little square lattices of wheat suddenly looked most unpalatable. He tipped them back into the packet, had a quick shower and a shave, then left his flat and headed for the underground car park. The forest that surrounded Cwmgyfart had turned from green to brown, and the branches that arched over the drive began to show their spiky fingers. It was possible to see the rolling pewter sky between them. The force of autumn was now in full spate. Trees sloughed their epidermis of leaves and stood in their hard winter nakedness. Foliage lay on the ground like tawny, decomposing snow. It mixed with rainwater to form a fibrous mud, which stuck to the wheels of Evan's Saab, giving the tyres a thick tread appearance of a moon buggy. He slowed down for a sharp bend in the road. The day before he'd almost skidded into the bushes on the slippery fall. Now that the trees had shed their canopy, the contours of the vale were much more visible. The road ran along the edge of a precarious slope that fell down to the rooftops of Mysacoid. Between the boughs it was possible to see all the way to the railway line and the main road through Pontypridd. Evan was glad when he reached the road and could rise up through the gearbox and really use his 2-litre engine for what it was meant for, gunning along in a fast lane. As a zone driver, he could break the speed limit without being stopped. Utility zone vehicles in Wales had been fitted with civilian number plates for some time to make it harder for guerrillas to identify off-duty zone men and their families. but any zone patrol would check his number on the register before trying to stop him. The power and grace of the big Saab thrilled Evan. He never dreamed he would ever drive one while he was on a porter's wage at Langham Pond. Certainly this car wasn't his own, but on what he was earning, he'd soon be able to afford one just like it. By comparison, his old Vauxhall Samantha was a lawnmower. He lay back in the soft velvet seat, steering wheel in one hand, at a speed that would make his old car cylinders red hot, yet this engine seemed hardly to tick over. The interior was big and plush, the dashboard was like something out of a space movie, and even the rain was of little inconvenience. He felt such control with his Saab that he imagined the car running on rails. He hit a jam by the M4 junction at Pantmawr, and his gloom descended again as he crawled along behind a juggernaut, raindrops coursing down his windscreen like tears. He longed to have a chat with Warren, but he knew that probably wouldn't be possible. Elaine's vivaciousness was almost unbearable. "Hello, Evan," she sang out as he walked in. "I've already booted up your console and loaded your section. You can start right away. I'll make you a cup of coffee." Evan sat down and stared at the display. What is this, Elaine?" He couldn't hold back the question. Even by the usual standards, this document was total hogwash. It consisted of 3 columns of apparently random words. "Warden told me about it," called the old woman from the other side of the room. "It's a coded radio message that came in at 0600. 2 sugars, is it?" "Yes, please. Where did it come from?" "I don't know, and I don't think Warden does either. All he told me is that it's extremely important and needs to be done today." Evan had been at it for half an hour when the headache struck. It was thumping, pounding pain that made him feel that his brain would burst. Its epicenter was in his forehead, but tremors spread out all over his skull, as far down as his ears and nape. It always happened whenever he just started or just finished work. The console screen pulsated before his eyes in time with his throbbing cranium. The light from it suddenly seemed unbearable and strange. Square zigzag lines dissected his vision. He had been to the BMO about this. He left his seat and went to the toilet, where he downed 2 of the pills that the doctor had given him and then washed his face in the sink. "Sounds like migraine," the BMO had said matter-of-factly. "Take 2 or 3 of these every time you get it. If you can, lie down in a dark, quiet room for a bit." "You've never had it before, you say? Could be something you're eating. Well, take the pills and see how you get on." The pain began to ease gradually. Migraine? Susie had worked that out when Evan told her about it, and she was no doctor. But why have I started to get migraine all of a sudden? And cramp, too. He stumbled back to the office and carried on with his trivial assignment, deliberately averting his eyes from the clock to make it move faster. Elaine had been telling the truth. Evan finished at 7 minutes to 4. He'd had a half-hour dinner break at 2 o'clock, in which he'd consumed a packet of crisps. He blinked as he stood in the lift, and rows of text flashed on the inside of his eyelids. He knew that Warren wouldn't be there, but he felt that he had to try. Every day after work, he stuck his head into the 6D office, and every day the big Scot was out on a job. He wasn't in his flat either, or at least he wouldn't answer his phone or door. The last time he'd seen his friend was Tuesday, and that was only for 5 minutes while they stood in the queue for the checkout at the Cumgavath Zone Exchange. Maybe he was busy like he says he was, or... Evan felt a chill come over him. Or maybe he's avoiding me on purpose. But why? The door to the 6D office was jammed. Evan tried it 3 times before it opened. Connie and Susie were the room's sole occupants. "All right, mate, how's tricks?" Connie was standing by the window, smoothing down his hair with his palms. "Hello, Evan." Susie smiled, getting up from her desk and pulling at her skirt. "I'm afraid he's out again, I'm sorry." "Oh, well, I should have guessed," said Evan. "We passed on your message," said Connie, coming over. "What did he say?" Just okay, thanks. Hasn't he been in touch?" "No." Evan didn't bother to ask where Warren was. He doubted if they knew, and if they did, they probably wouldn't tell him. Susie put a hand on Evan's shoulder. "He'll turn up, don't worry." Of all his new acquaintances, Evan was closest to Susie. She was a warm and friendly girl of about his own age, the only woman on Team 6D. She always took the time to talk to him and be nice to him. She was very attractive, with streaky blonde hair and beautiful sea-blue cow eyes. He enjoyed her attention, but accepted that it could go no further. He wasn't her type, and he knew it. Besides, he'd picked up the fairly blatant nuances in her manner that floated around whenever Connie was in the vicinity. Today's visit confirmed it. The door getting jammed at the same time that the 2 of them happened to be alone in the room? No coincidence? No chance. They were on together. A secret office romance. "How's your headaches?" she asked. Still there, said Evan. I had another one earlier. Maybe your blood started pooling, Evan. Connie was sitting on a swivel chair, turning himself back and forth with his heel. A lot of specs get that, it's caused by inactivity. Shut up, Connie, said Susie. She raised her eyebrows to Evan and shook her head, grinning. Do the pills work? Yeah, but they take a few minutes. I have to go to the bog or Elaine will notice. Elaine's all right, Evan. Why don't you just tell her you've got a problem? She'll be very sympathetic. It could be just that your console screen needs adjusting. Susie was a former AD nurse from the Channel Islands. Like Evan, she'd originally turned down the offer of a job at the business, changing her mind later on. I really don't want to exhibit my health problems in front of the whole translation lab. Are you still not getting on with them? I don't even know them, Susie. It's like sitting with a bunch of Trappists. It's not just me. They hardly even speak to each other. They give me the creeps. These WL types are all a bit weird, I must say. I often see them around the base. They do socialise. I've seen them in the mess, chatting to their friends, but I've never seen them together, not once. I don't envy you, Evan. I really don't. Take no notice of Connie. He's full of shit. I reckon you've got a tougher job than we have. Connie stuck his tongue out with her. Anyway, go back to the BMO if your head doesn't get any better. I will, Susie, thanks. At least I've got Susie, thought Evan as he took the lift down to the car park. He was leading a very lonely life at the business. Not only were the people he worked with in the lab unapproachable, but the members of Team 6D were at best grudgingly polite, at worst openly hostile. Only Esau, Connie and Susie were prepared to accept him. Connie's jokes were a bit needling, but not malicious as the others were. There was a barrier of malevolent rivalry between specialists and operations. It was aggravated by the secretive nature of the business. For security reasons, the organisation was artificially compartmentalised. No one appeared to have anything to do with anyone else, unless it was necessary for work. Susie said that it was unlikely that there was a single individual within the unit who knew or even met everybody else. Yo, Evan, wait up! The voice came from behind just as he was unlocking his car. Evan turned round and saw Connie jogging towards him. Hiya, Connie, what are you doing down here? Just come off duty, and you? The same. They called me in this morning, worse luck. Where are you going now? What are you doing now? I'm going back to quarters. I'm going back to quarters and crashing down in front of the TV before I forget it's the weekend. I'm off for a pint. Do you want to join me? Connie smiled genially. Evan had been about to say no thanks when he hesitated. Connie sensed his indecision and followed through. Come on, mate. You look like you could do with one. Do I? Yeah, when you stuck your head round the door just now. Everything about you said, I'm pissed off. How long have you been with us now? A month. Have you been to the mess yet? No. No? He smiled. Well, I'm senior op and I outrank you, so get your ass down that mess now. That's an order. Evan shrugged and smiled back. Yes, sir. The mess was on the ground floor in the recreation area. They had to stop off at the bank so that Evan could get some money from the cash point. Connie read his balance over his shoulder. Fucking hell, man. The bank manager must throw darts at your photo. What are you saving up for? Nothing in particular. So what do you spend all that money on? Just bills and food. My God, no wonder you're so filthy rich. Come on, mate. He pointed in the direction of the mess. Let's go and liquidise some of your assets. Connie hung his tan leather jacket on a coat stand in the corner. Underneath he wore an expensive designer sweatshirt and black cords. At first the bar appeared to be unattended, but as they moved closer, Evan saw a barmaid bending over to restock the fridge with the bottles. All that was visible of her was a short, lycra-skirted bottom and a pair of legs in black stockings. Connie leaned over the bar with a sly look on his face and whistled. Dash, but what a splendid sight. The girl stood up quickly. Connie, you horrible little sod. Sorry, Nicky, I couldn't resist that. I should have kept my mouth shut, really. We were enjoying the view. Trust you, you dirty bugger. She turned to Evan and smiled a greeting. You can't take him anywhere, can you? What can I get you, lads? Introductions first. Nicole, this is Evan, a good friend and colleague of mine. Evan, this is Nicole, who pulls the best points west of Offa's Dyke, and other things as well. Nicole giggled. Pleased to meet you, Evan. Pleased to meet you too, Evan replied, and shook her hand. Nicole was a sleek young brunette with eyes as dark as apple concentrate. Well, Evan, I'm glad to see you've got better manners than this old letcher. What would you like? Pint of Kronenberg top, please, Nicky, said Connie. Evan, pint of cider, please. Cider, who are? Evan's eyes panned around the mess. It was almost empty. Just 2 other people sat alone on the lime green leather chairs, both zone men in black tunics. The walls were plaster and painted the same colour as the furniture and carpet. It seemed that the place was brand new and designed in one go from the floorboards up. All the same, all the wood fittings, including the bar top, were made of the same dark timber. Everything was metal. The pumps, everything metal. The pumps, the handles, the toilet door, and the lights were shiny copper. On the walls were prints of historical military scenes, rows of horses ridden by red-coated cavalrymen, battlefield cannon with huge wooden spoked wheels. But there was a special shallow alcove reserved for the most important picture of all, a gilt-framed portrait of Roland Cooper. It was a rare pose. The glorious one was sitting on a high seat, one hand stretched out to his knee, taking some of his weight. The other was resting in his lap. His head was tilted slightly up, as in all his portraits, and there was the familiar, powerful, imperious expression on his face. The glint on his steel-framed glasses had been skillfully captured by the artist, as well as the sheen on his short, greased hair. The picture was placed so it could be seen from every part of the run. "So you work in the box too, do you, Evan?" Evan turned to the bar. Nicole was looking down as she poured the drinks. "The box? That's what HQ call our annex. That's what the HQ staff call our annex," said Connie, giving him a hard look. But Evan already knew not to volunteer any information. He still remembered the warning issued to him by Grayson on his first day in the business. "You know," she continued, "top secret, keep out." Connie gave him a clandestine nod of reassurance. Yes, I do." "Don't worry," she read the uneasy tone in his voice. "I'm not going to ask you any questions. I know better than that. I've worked here long enough to know you only get blank stares and no comments." She placed the drinks on the bar. "1 star ray, please, Connie." "How much?" gaped Evan. "Cheap, isn't it?" said Nicole proudly. "Every pint's only 5 points in here. In my local at Langham Pond, you don't get anything for less than 7. "Langham Pond? Where's that?" "Far side of nowhere, eh, Evan?" said Connie. He took a sip of his pint and handed Nicole a 5 card, getting 4 silver coins as changed. "And you could say that," said Evan with a half smile. "Actually, it's in Bedfordshire." "Never heard of it," says Nicole. "I'm not surprised. It's got nothing to make it famous, just some steelworks and a few houses round it. Where are you from, Nicole?" "France. Paris, actually." "You don't sound French." "I know. I can't speak French either, but these days no one does." "What? No one speaks French in France?" "Oh, yeah, in the countryside, especially in the south and the east, just not in the big cities. In Paris, Calais, Rouen, and all over the north, everyone just speaks English. French has kind of died out." Said Evan. "Reminds me of another country not too far from here." Connie sat up on the bar stool. "So you're telling me that no one in Paris goes around saying, 'Ooh la la, that snail was very tasty, monsieur le chef. I will have another portion, please.'" "No, they don't," said Nicole. "They go around saying, 'Oi, mate, gives another snail, there's a good fella.'" "So what are you doing here?" asked Evan. "Got transferred to the auxiliaries. I used to be in the constituency, but made a real cock-up of it. Had a fling with a married man when I was on Nosneerbu Prime." "That's hardly a court-martial offence," noted Connie. "Not usually, no, but this married man happened to be a senior sheriff." "Whoa, I see what you mean. Anyway, he got court-martialed and was made to pay a little fine. I got booted out of the cons and kicked off the planet." "I'm sorry, Nicole," said Evan. "That's really unfair." "Yeah, got demoted too from corporal to servicewoman. I'm 23 now and I'm still only a lance corporal. My service sergeant is a year younger than me. God, it's like being back at school." She laid her arms flat on the bar and began fiddling with the corner of a towel. "So sorry to hear that," said Evan. "So was I, especially when his missus came home to their married quarters and caught us red-handed." "Oh," Connie winced. I've been in a few scrapes like that myself. I usually just do a bunk out of the bedroom window." "How long are you here for?" Evan tried to change the subject in case Connie started making jokes that might hurt Nicole's feelings. "I'm 5 months into a 1-year tour. Oh, my mum. She had kittens when I told her. 'Hey, mum, I've got a posting to Wales.' 'Oh, God, no, not Wales, not you. They can't send a young girl like you to a place like that.' Anyway, she phones me every day to check I haven't been murdered or kidnapped by undesirables." "You'd scare the shit out of them, Nicky," said Connie. They chatted together while they finished their pints, and Evan brought her round, insisting on treating Nicole to a vodka and tonic. I didn't know our place was called the Box, said Evan. It's not, said the barmaid. That's just our nickname for it. Everyone talks about it. You lot are the greatest mystery in the complex. Whatever you do in there, you've given everyone out here no end of intrigue. Everyone's got their own theories about what lies inside that blank square on the floor plan. I know you won't tell anyone, and in a way I'm glad. It would be a pity to destroy such a wonderful mystery. It would be like if it would be as if somebody found the Loch Ness monster. Know what I mean? Evan nodded. What are the theories? Oh, you wouldn't believe it, chuckled Nicole. They range from a laboratory developing a special virus that kills only Welsh people, to a secret prison for Clint Jones's brother. Look, I know you can't comment, but just tell me, am I hot or cold? Evan and Connie looked at each other for a second. Cold, they both said in chorus, and dissolved into laughter. It was the first alcohol that Evan had drunk in for a long time, and so it went straight to his head. He was only halfway through his second pint, but he already felt the usual beginnings of intoxication. The sharp edges of reality becoming dulled, so that the problems of his life seeming to take some blissful time off. So, Nicole, you've been into space. Yeah, that's the good thing about being in the BPZ. You get to travel more than any other force. What about you, Connie? Yeah, I've had a few postings off-world. Haven't you ever been up there? No, never. I've travelled quite a bit, but only on Earth. Oh, you're really missing something, mate. It's fascinating. Other planets, other worlds. I'd like to see other planets for myself, continued Evan. I've watched TV programmes about them, and that's not the same. What was Nosniabu Prime like, Nicky? Very nice, to be honest, replied the barmaid. A hot, poisonous atmosphere with lots of radiation makes it impossible to go outside the shelter domes without spacesuits on. Gravity's only 0.5 of a G, so you've got to be careful walking or running. It makes it hard to sleep, too. Some of the native wildlife is very hostile, and the people aren't much nicer. In fact, they're the biggest bunch of miserable gits you could wish to meet. The population is quite small. Most of them live in the mining colonies. They've still got a wild frontier mentality about them, even though they're almost on our doorstep in cosmic terms. Is Nosniabu Prime in our galaxy? No, but it's in the one next door, the large Magellanic Cloud. She returned to the original subject. I can't understand why they grow up the way they do. Mean, tight-fisted, argumentative, narrow-minded, petty. God, they got on my tits. I think the place drove me up the wall in the end, which is why I committed that little indiscretion. Oh, I've been to some pretty shitty planets myself, said Connie. Bevelan, Pamcone, but the worst posting I've ever had was New Siberia. It's a horrible little chunk of rock, that one. The atmosphere is only just breathable. It's freezing cold all the year round, except for 3 weeks when it gets warm enough for some of the snow to melt. And then their year is twice as long as ours. There's nothing to do, nothing to see. It's just a wasteland. The work's incredibly boring. The people are as docile as bollocated sheep. Whenever you go off duty, the best thing you do is head for the bar and get sozzled. After that, you just go straight to bed, and then you're on again. It's the only way to survive psychologically. There must be some pleasant planets, though, out there, said Evan. Oh, there are, said Connie. There are some very nice ones. If you're in the BPZ, or even in the Galactic Force, you'll be moved around quite a bit. You have to take the rough with the smooth. Which was your favourite billet? Asked Nicole. Cap, replied Connie. Definitely Cap. Nice country, nice climate, interesting places. We did a lot of fun stuff there too. Exercises, mock battles, that sort of thing. The planet's got an intelligent native species as well. Wow, said Evan. What are they like? The Cappy? Freaky looking bastards. They're like little horses about waist height, but they're bright gold and have little arms coming out of their shoulders with four-fingered hands. A bit like those Greek things. What are they called? Centaurs. Can you talk to them? A few of them learnt English to please their new ruler, Roland Cooper, but they were never terribly coherent. Their minds work differently to ours. Their own language is unpronounceable and very complicated. Human mouths and vocal cords are simply incapable of handling its phonetics. So you can imagine, the Cappy don't have much to do with the human colonists. There was a pause. What about you, Nicole? Asked Evan, enthralled by the conversation. What's your favourite planet? Probably Wyeth, she replied. Her eyes took on a dreamy, wistful expression. It's lovely, very similar to Earth. In fact, it was one of the first extrasolar planets to be landed on. It's very close, only a few light years away. You can see its sun with the naked eye. Omicron Ceti, it's called, or Mira. I often look up at the sky at night time and pick it out. It reminds me of the wonderful days I spent there. The original colonists are a bit crazy. They live in underground cities. The planetary capital, Pergamon, It's the size of London, almost entirely enclosed. The Wyathians have a sort of phobia about being under the open sky. It's a pity because their planet's so beautiful. There are mountains and lakes, rivers, forests and oceans. And none of them have ever seen it. I used to go on long hikes during my leaves and hardly meet anyone. There are a few towns and villages belonging to some of the more recent settlers who don't mind living outdoors, but otherwise it's a wilderness. What's it like to travel in space? Asked Evan. Fantastic, said Connie. Starships are big and comfortable with all sorts of entertainment and activities to while away the journey. It's almost a shame when you reach your destination and have to get off. Nicole reached behind her and pulled herself a packet of crisps from a box. I might apply for a transfer to the Auxiliary Space Service. It's not interdivisional, so there shouldn't be a problem. I'd like to work on one of those starships. Go for it, Nicky, said Evan. It was nearly 5:30 when Evan and Connie finished their second pints and said goodbye to Nicole, promising to call in again. Do you fancy another one, Evan? Asked Connie when they got outside the bar. We could stop off downtown. Yeah, why not? It was the same old story, a quick afternoon pint that turns into an all-evening session. The drink was going down well. Everyone was in the mood and it felt right. What are the boozers like round here? Well, I've got a couple of decent ones on my list. We'll take my car. Evan's jaw dropped when he saw Connie's car. What? This is your motor? Yeah, he replied, unlocking the doors of his black Ferrari. Its body was so smooth and shiny that it could have been made out of glass, and was as gracefully shaped as a garnet pebble. The lights, tyres and door handles were flawlessly clean. The car's number plate was brand new and read Connie 1. Gee, it's incredible. It gets me from A to B. Where did you find it? London. I picked it up on my last leave. It must have set you back 20 grand. 22. Come on, jump in. We're wasting valuable drinking time. Evan had scarcely closed the door when he was pushed back into his bucket seat as Connie jabbed the accelerator. The Ferrari leapt out of its space. Hey, take it easy. He hastily buckled his seatbelt. The tyres shrilled as Connie wrenched the car into a tight turn and sped for the exit. They hit the bottom of the ramp with a bump that almost forced Evan down onto the floor. His colleague's face was totally impassive. Connie, what's the rush? They reached the top of the ramp and arrived in the floodlit forecourt of the multi-force complex. Once past the gate, Connie turned onto the road, onto the city centre and headed for the railway station. He parked in the no parking area and led Evan to a pub that was attached to the station building called the Red Dragon. Evan got the drinks in. They both lit cigarettes and Connie reclined back on his seat, resting his feet on the chair beside him. The barman glared disapprovingly, but Connie appeared not to notice. Connie, whispered Evan. Yeah? I don't think the chief likes you putting your feet up on his chairs. Connie shrugged. So what? That's his problem. Don't you think you should put them down on the floor? No. Evan left it at that. He deeply disliked the idea of purposefully antagonising the barman, but also felt that he couldn't afford to get into a dispute with Connie. Apart from the senior operative, almost everyone else in the business either ignored him or disparaged him. Evan was deeply grateful for Connie's friendship. He was also 23 years old. Their same age was about the only thing the two of them had in common, but somehow Connie had seen something in Evan that made him desire his company. You were saying you've never been to space, said Connie after he'd drawn his pint. Well, we should do something about that. Have you taken any leave yet? No, none at all. Good, then you've still got your full 6 weeks. We could get a few of us together and take a trip to the moon. The moon? How much will that cost? Oh, it's quite cheap these days. You can get a bargain. You can get bargain breaks. We could all go, say, 4 or 5 weeks after Christmas. Esau would be in. So would Susie, Paul and Stu. I've got a mate in Statio Copernicus who owes me a favour. He could put us up. What, all of us? Yeah, we could doss down in his front room. Several more drinks followed, and they discussed the proposed lunar excursion, and Evan felt his head start to spin. Well, I don't know. I'd like to come. Then come, said Connie. Look, it'd be easy to organise, and it'd give us the chance to get away from this place for a bit. Have you been there? Me? Why, yeah, of course I have, loads of times. I went a couple of years ago with a crowd from Team 5A. We got the train to John Edward Williams, jumped straight onto a rocket. It's a one-stage journey, the orbital craft. The orbital craft flies all the way there and lands. There's no quarantine or anything, only the low gravity takes a bit of getting used to. Have you been to Mars? Yeah, twice. In fact, I've been to every planet in the solar system except Neptune. Yeah, Neptune and its moons, but I intend to go there very soon. Blimey, you've been about quite a bit, haven't you? Exclaimed Evan a little drunkenly. Yes, said Connie, sipping his pint. I have. There was a long silence. Have you ever been to Austria, Connie? No. Connie smiled slightly, not looking at Evan, but at a pair of young women who'd just come into the pub and were ordering drinks at the bar. Well, it's great, you know. I went there with the Independent Youth Scheme a few years ago. We hired some skis and went up to the mountains. We took a cable car. Evan, he interrupted, how about clubbing it tonight? Tonight? Yeah, why not? We'll hit the club and see if we can pull some skirts. Are there any decent nightclubs in Cardiff? A few. We could drive down to the bay, but there's a good one just around the corner. It's one of my haunts. Drink up. No rush, Connie. They don't open for an hour yet. I know, but I'm hungry. Let's go get some grub first. He threw back his head and swallowed the dregs of his glass. The centre of Cardiff was already ridden with loud Saturday night carousers. McDonald's was packed. Evan and Connie had to queue at the food counter and wait for a space at one of the semicircular benches. What's up with you? Connie lowered his second cheeseburger and picked a shred of lettuce from the corner of his mouth. Are you on a diet or something? No, I just don't feel hungry at all. That's all. Evan nibbled uncertainly at his fries. He'd only had one regular portion. When they left the burger bar, Evan lurched a little as he walked, still affected by the evening's alcohol intake. Connie walked patiently beside him. They reached St Mary's Road and approached a tight-packed column of people stretching up the pavements. Is this the nightclub? Asked Evan. Yeah, this is Munro's. It's a good joint. But look at the queue, Connie. Let's go somewhere else. We'll have to wait hours to get in there. You think so? He said. No way. Follow me and watch this. They crossed over the road and walked up the pavement alongside the queue. People stared at them as they passed, wondering what they were about to do. The two of them walked straight up to the door, and the bouncer stepped aside, nodding a greeting to Connie as he and Evan passed directly through the entrance. Someone at the front of the queue swore at them, and Connie laughed cockily. Jealous. How the hell did you jump the queue like that? Asked his colleague. It's where you've been and what you know, Evan, he answered. Even though it had just opened, Munro's was full. It was small compared to Starlight City, with just one bar and a few chairs and a corner dance floor. The music was soft house and was played at a medium volume, loud enough to dance to, quiet enough to allow conversation. The seats were all taken, so Connie and Evan stood in the corner with their drinks. The former with his shoulder blades pressed against the wall and a thumb thrust confidently into the pocket of his cords. Yes, a good joint, he said half to himself. Do you know the bouncers here? Queried Evan. Yeah, I know most of the bouncers in Cardiff. I'm experienced in the club scene. I know my way round this dump. He smoothed his blonde hair with his hand. There was a nice pub I used to go to back in Lancan Pond. It was called the Burnwood Bridge Arms. You'd have liked it. Connie didn't reply. He was looking straight ahead at the crowded bar as if he were in some kind of trance. What do you think of the women in here? He asked eventually. Evan had to follow his gaze and study them for a moment because he hadn't really noticed. They were a little older than the ones he used to see in Starlight City, but otherwise comparable. All legs, arms, jewellery and styled hair. Not a lot. Some of them are passable, but most of them I wouldn't go for. Why? Because you know you couldn't pull them? He grinned. Evan felt a touch of alarm. He had detected a slightly jeering note in Connie's voice. No, because they're just not my type, that's all. Pull the other one, Evan. That's just an excuse. The same one most blokes make just to save face. Evan paused. What's that supposed to mean? That their type is always the kind of woman who's as ugly, sad and desperate as they are. Evan felt flickers of shock and anger pass through him as he met Connie's gaze. There was a moment's silence. Evan bit back his affront, and when he spoke next, his voice was as relaxed and innocuous as normal. So, what's your type, Connie? Oh, most of the girls in here would do, but that's not important. It's whose type I am that counts. Whose? Everyone's. There's not one woman alive today who would turn me down unless she was a lesbian or frigid. You see the birds in this room? I could have anyone I wanted. There's a few already giving me the eye. Look at that one over there. Her tongue's hanging out. So it's not serious between you and Susie, then? Said Evan. He spoke the words as soon as she thought them. I wonder what she'd say if she found out how you felt. He meant it to sound like a threat, but it didn't come out right. Connie laughed. Susie knows very well she can't possibly be the only one. You remember Nicole in the mess? Well, I shag her too, you know, and her service sergeant. I have a different woman every night, and they just keep queuing up. You know, Evan, you should be a bit more like me. What? Well, look at you. You're shy, you're awkward, you're naive, and you can't dress properly. You may not have instantaneous sex appeal, but with some smart clothes and the new hairstyle, you could perhaps get your leg over once in a while. Of course, you need a bit of chat-up technique as well. Tell you what, I'll give you a free lesson. I'm going in. Watch and learn from the expert. He patted Evan's head and strode across the bar to the crowd of girls. Evan felt his head shaking on his shoulders. He swung his back on Connie and headed for the bar, where he ordered a double scotch. Surely the words he'd just heard from Connie had to be part of a drunken nightmare. Connie was different from the others. Connie was his friend, wasn't he? Evan lost count of how many drinks he'd had and how long he stood at the bar. He only looked up when the music stopped and everyone started walking towards the exit. It's time to go, Evan. He jumped when he heard the voice in his ear and felt the hand on his shoulder. He shrugged the hand off without a word and pushed himself away from the bar. He walked to the door, sensing Connie behind him. Evan staggered down the dark, quiet street beside his colleague, listening to his one-sided narrative about the time he was on exercise in Alaska with the infantry. They were all waiting for us as we drove up the last hill and reached the village. Rows and rows of them, waving and smiling, all drop-dead gorgeous. I was sitting on top of the first tank to arrive. We parked on the outskirts of the settlement, and as all the lads climbed out to stretch our legs, the women mobbed us. We all knew we wouldn't be sleeping in our bivvy bags that night. There were 46 in our company, and anything up to 300 women. I got 6 of them all to myself. I spent the night in a king-size bed in one of their houses, me and 6 girls. They were doing it to me and doing it to each other. Oh, Evan, I wish you could have seen it. The next night I have 7 more. That's a platoon record. The other lads had never had more than 2 or 3 at a time. God, the looks on their faces were pure hate. He laughed. They reached the railway station and got into Connie's car. Did you have a good night, Evan? 'Cause I did. He took a pocketbook out of his jacket and opened it. 4 phone numbers. Not a bad night's trawl. Should keep me going for a few days. Connie, said Evan quietly. It was the first time he'd spoken since leaving Monroe's. Yeah? Why did you invite me out with you tonight? I wanted to teach you, Evan. Teach me? Yeah, teach you how to make something of your life. Give you an example of how you can enjoy yourself, how you can be somebody. I wanted to show you that there's an alternative to the boring, vegetable, outcast existence that you're stuck in right now. He looked at him with what appeared to be genuinely benevolent expression. I felt sorry for you, Evan, because I'm shy, awkward, naive and ugly. Precisely. Evan paused. What makes you think I'm shy, awkward, naive and ugly? And why do I have to be like you? Connie guffawed as if he found the question stupid. Evan, I only have to look at you and listen to you, the way you act, the way you talk. It's obvious. You're a walking radish, mate, a complete loser. You should be like me because I'm a winner. I've taken life by the horns and now I've got it eating out of my hands. I mean, look at me. I have looked at you, Connie, and you have taught me something tonight. Evan said softly. He felt the beginnings of tears welling up in his eyes. He blinked them away, deciding that Connie must not see them. I've seen another side of you, and I don't like what I see. Connie's face warped into a triumphant sneer. And I know why. Because you're jealous. You're consumed with envy, aren't you? Come on, admit it. His voice rose to a shout. You hate me! Evan looked down at the glove compartment. You hate me, don't you? You hate me because you know I'm better than you. Better in every single way. You're nothing and I'm everything. I'm better than you! This last sentence was a demented shriek that was deafening within the confines of the car. Evan reached up and opened the door. With an explosion of violence, Connie threw himself over Evan's lap and grabbed the door to force it shut. He thrashed and panted like a rabid dog, as Evan struggled. The door flew open and Evan rolled out onto the pavement, picked himself up and ran towards the station entrance, not daring to look back. Come here! The voice behind him hardly sounded human. It was the scream of a werewolf. "Come here!" As Evan got inside the entrance, he heard the Ferrari's door slam and its powerful engine roar. It screeched away out of the car park. Evan waited for 2 hours on a platform, deserted except for a cleaner, until the first train for Pontypridd left at 5:30. It was daylight when Evan arrived back in the warmth and safety of his flat. He made straight for the phone and dialed a number. "Warren!" he hissed. "Answer! Please, please answer!" The phone rang on deaf ears for several minutes. "Bastard!" He threw the receiver with all his strength. It swung round on its cord like a slingshot and struck him sharply on the temple. He held his stinging head. "Warren, you bastard! Why don't you talk to me any more?" He broke down in the armchair and cried for hours. Evan groped blindly to silence the alarm clock and forced his sticky eyelids apart. He put the clock on snooze and lay back in the warm bed, his limbs heavy and his head dull. He wished that he could lie there all day, like he had the day before, but he knew that he had to get up. After half an hour, he slowly dragged his limp body out of bed and into the bathroom. He skipped breakfast again and switched on the TV with a cup of tea and watched the breakfast news on Cambodge, a 24-hour Welsh language channel. It helped to ease his mind into his other tongue and prepare him for the work. At 8 o'clock, Evan put on his jacket and plodded slowly to the car park. Tiredness filled every cell. Even pressing the buttons in the lift was a major effort, and the short walk from the lift to his parking space felt like a 5-mile run. His head was so floaty that he walked right up to his space before he realised that his car was missing. Stolen? Impossible, the security was too tight. Had the mechanics come and taken it away? No, they would have told him and they would have asked for the keys. Back. Oh shit, he remembered. He'd driven to work on Saturday, gone out with Connie afterwards. He'd been so upset on Sunday morning, he'd forgotten about it. His car was where he'd left it, in the garage at Multiforce. Evan ran back to his flat and used his console to remotely control the car's auto-cruise system. He would now have to wait 3/4 of an hour for the Saab to drive itself home, with another 3/4 of an hour for him to drive back into Cardiff. There was no way he'd get to work on time. He phoned Elaine and let her know that he'd be late. It was 10:15 when Evan finally walked into the translation lab. Elaine was waiting for him. "Good morning, Evan." The smile was as broad as always. "Elaine, I'm really sorry." All the way down the North Road he'd been preparing himself for the reprimand he was sure to receive. It was something of an anticlimax to hear Elaine's usual cheery greeting instead. "I can't believe I could be so absent-minded. I promise it will never happen again." "It's okay, Evan. You've already explained. It was a silly mistake that happens to everyone one time or another. I just wanted to have a word with you anyway. Come into my office." They both sat down at Elaine's desk. The chief specialist took off her glasses and leaned forward in a concerned posture. "This isn't about you being late, Evan. I'm speaking to you because I'm bothered about the standard of your work. It's been deteriorating significantly over the last few weeks." Evan said nothing. "To begin with, you were fine. Then about a fortnight after you started, things began to go downhill. And they still are. You're too slow. At present, you complete just 6 or 7 documents a day, less than half that of the others. You've also become unacceptably inaccurate. Some of your translations are even sent back. One of the pieces you did last week reads as complete rubbish, but it makes perfect sense in its original text. Precision is essential in this kind of work, Evan. Lives may depend on it. You have to be able to concentrate and remember to read through every job you do when it's finished. You're a native Cambraphone, one of only 4 on the team. You should be making fewer mistakes than the others, not more. I know you can do it right now because you've done so in the past. You have to regain your former glory." Evan didn't answer. He sat with his hands folded on his lap and his ankles crossed. Elaine sighed and then switched to Welsh. "Is there anything you'd like to talk to me about, Evan? Any problems you're having?" Evan shook his head. "Nag oes." "Are you sure? You can talk to me confidentially, you know. Anything you say will go no further. I'd like to be able to help you, not just for the reasons of work, but because I'm worried about you." "I'm all right, thanks, Elaine." "And are you poorly at all?" "Poorly?" "Yes, when I first met you a month ago, you looked a happy, healthy young man. Now I can't believe you're that same person. You look as white as a sheet. You walk around like an old man and act like a zombie. Whenever I come up and speak to you, you always jump out of your skin. You've lost quite a bit of weight, too." Evan looked down at the floor. "I feel fine," he said. "Evan, I want to put you down for a medical checkup with the Garrison BMO. But Elaine, you don't need to. I'm perfectly fine. No buts, Evan. You're seeing a doctor and that's final. Look at yourself. You're ill. Now go back to the lab and start your work and try to do it properly. Evan wearily stood up. All right, Elaine. The words on the screen kept shooting in and out of focus. Even with the marker icon, Evan couldn't steady his eyes on the one that he wanted. It was no use. He sat back with a groan and rubbed his forehead. The continuous clicking of fingers on keys was a background noise that he had stopped noticing after a while, like the wind in the trees or the rumble of traffic on a street. Now Evan could hear it loudly and abrasively, like an itch or a stone in his shoe. It bugged him and tensed him up. He looked around himself at the rows of napes that was the translation team bent over in avid concentration. His gaze settled on the redhead sitting next to him, the one who'd refused to help him on his first day as a WL spec. She sat straight upright, her back barely touching the chair, her head stooping slightly, her red lips were pressed together, and she stared at her display, and her hands danced on top of her keyboard, like a pair of courting spiders. Hello. She stopped what she was doing and looked at him with a curious frown. The expression lasted half a second, after which she continued typing, her face extra prim. Hello, she eventually yielded. What's your name? He spoke the question like a young child. Rachel, she said without looking up. I'm Evan. She ignored him. Do you come from round here, Rachel? Yes. Whereabouts? Radia. Oh, yes, I know Radia. It's a nice part of town. I'm from Lampeter. Have you ever been there before? Rachel sighed and closed her eyes. Yes. Do you like it there? Look, Evan, I'm very busy right now, as should you be. I haven't got time to chat, so if you don't mind... She shifted her seat a little to turn away from him. Her manner burned Evan like a flame. I do beg your pardon, he said in a louder voice. I was just trying to be friendly. I'm sorry, I won't bother you any more. We have a job to do, hissed Rachel over her shoulder. We don't have time to be friendly. The floodgates burst. What? You mean you enjoy working like this? Acting like a bunch of dumb turds? He stood up and began raving at the whole office. What's the matter with you people? They all looked up at him in horror, as if he were committing an act of sacrilege in church. Why won't you talk to me? Why won't you talk to each other? Are you happy being like this? Well, I'm not. I'm bloody pissed off with it. Evan! He stopped and turned. Evan stood in the doorway with her arms folded and her eyes blazing. Get in here now. She marched back into her office and Evan followed shakily. As soon as he'd shut the door, she handed him a paper chit. I've made an appointment for you at the Cumgavath Medical Centre. It's 11:30 tomorrow. She paused. Now I suggest that you go home and stay there until I consider that you are until then I consider you are unfit to carry out your duties. All right, Elaine. And Evan, if you ever make a disruptive outburst like that in the translation lab again, I'll see that you are charged. Do you understand? Yes, Elaine. Now return to your quarters. As he walked through the lab on his way out, he saw that the WL specs had returned to their normal behaviour. The incident of only a few minutes before had apparently been forgotten. Evan left the car on auto-cruise for the journey back to Cumgavath. He didn't feel particularly sleepy, only totally drained. He felt no humiliation at Elaine's rebuke, nor any pleasure at having been given the day off, just a craving for the safety and security of his bedroom. When he got to his front door, he found an envelope lying on the doormat. He picked it up and saw his handwritten Christian name on the front. He opened it up. He opened it. Evan, when you get home, please come up and see me. Connie. Connie's flat was on the floor above. He took a long time to answer the door. Oh, hello, Evan. Hello, Connie. He looked crestfallen. Come in. Connie was dressed only in a pair of black silk boxer shorts. He had a slim, well-toned physique, with a small tattoo on his hairless chest. His light suntan looked strange for the time of year. Evan wondered how he got it until he spotted the portable solarium in the corner of the lounge. Do you want a beer? Evan nodded, and Connie fetched 2 bottles from the kitchen. The senior op had customised his flat away from the regular zone decor. The wallpaper and suite were black with red stripes. The table and sideboard were chrome and glass, and pictures of cars, motorcycles, and sparingly dressed women adorned the walls. By the door to the kitchen was a set of exercise weights and an electric guitar. Connie handed Evan his beer. Thanks. I thought I'd invite you up here, but I never imagined you'd come, Evan. He paused and walked nervously across the carpet facing the wall. He took a swig of his beer. I couldn't blame you if you didn't after the way I treated you the other night. Look, Evan, I'm not very good at saying things like this, but I'm sorry. Things have been getting to me lately. I took it out on you, and I shouldn't have. I didn't mean the things I said. He slowly turned and looked at Evan. I'm really sorry. That's all right, Connie, said Evan softly. Connie's face showed genuine relief. No hard feelings? He came back into the middle of the room where Evan stood. Water under the bridge. Connie held out his hand and Evan took it immediately. Thank God, thought Evan thought later as he made himself a peanut butter sandwich for dinner. One little glimmer of brightness, the first one he'd felt for a long time. Connie and he were friends again, and now he could put that horrible evening out of his mind. After apologising, Connie invited him out again that night. This time a whole group of them would be going. Evan had accepted and was currently enjoying the newly recovered feeling of actually looking forward to something. The Aspen Ski Lodge was buried deep in the bowels of Cardiff Bay. It was the first time that Evan had entered the underground part of the city and was bowled over by the scale and splendour of it. They left the barracks at 7 o'clock in the pouring rain, taking Paul's Range Rover. Evan had expected them to cross over the bridge of the docks and use one of the lifts, but instead they took an entrance on Adam Street. It made him realise that the subterranean part of Cardiff Bay must extend far beyond the surface buildings and right under some of the city centre. At first he thought that the entrance was just an underpass, the street inclined down into a yawning tunnel. He expected it to come up again further along the road, but it kept on descending. The passage was narrow but well lit. There were signposts almost every 100 yards, and the walls were decorated in abstract art. They parked in an underground garage, like the one at Multiforce, and took a lift. The tall, narrow gallery that they emerged into was most impressive. It was about 100 feet high, so its ceiling must have been nearly up at street level. The floor was covered in multicoloured tiles, and there was a garden with a fountain, and even some small trees. How do the plants grow down here? Paul answered Evan's question. Even though he was English, he was a native of Cardiff and knew the bay well. See these strip lights on the ceiling? During the day they produce artificial sunlight. Amazing, eh? Remarked Susie. I think it's quite nice to look at too, said Paul. It's based on the postmodern architecture of Los Angeles in Nags. That's the North American governing states. 60,000 people live underground, said Susie. More than 3/4 of the Cardiff Bay population. And where do the rest of them live? Asked Evan. In the towers. It must be strange living down a hole in the ground like a badger, said Connie. Well, we do it anyway, Evan reminded him. Our quarters at Cumgavarth are underground. He noticed that Connie and Susie stayed close together as they walked along. Nothing so overt as holding hands, but the signs were definitely there. The architects of Cardiff Bay seemed to have anticipated the problems that people would face living far from the open sky. The decoration and murals combated claustrophobia, and there were many signposts and lines on the floor to follow, that it was almost impossible to get lost. Evan's crowd took a little electric train downhill along another tunnel until they got to their destination. The Aspen Ski Lodge had walls that were done up like a log cabin with tree trunks stuck together in horizontal strips. Skis and rifles were placed above the bar, and the area was decorated with mountain photographs that looked North American. The furniture was made up roughly finished wood, and the bar staff uniforms were cowboy in style, complete with the hats. Stu bought the first round, and the second followed just 20 minutes later. The drinks rolled in at an amazing rate, and clusters of empties built up on their table. Talk flowed easily, lubricated with alcohol, and jokes were exchanged. The whole party got up to dance together. They jived in a group for a while, and then decanted into separate units. Paul and Stu went off to watch a live country and western band who were playing in another room. Connie disappeared, and Susie went back to the main bar, where she'd spotted someone she knew. Andy followed her. Despite the fact he was married with 3 children, he seemed to be attempting a takeover bid on Connie, and saw the latter's absence as an opportunity. Pretty soon Evan was on his own, so he bought a bottle of cider and went to explore. It was the biggest nightclub that Evan had ever been in. There were 6 separate bars, 3 dance floors, 2 back rooms, and an amusement arcade that overlooked a real ski slope, or real in the sense that it had real snow. It was a huge refrigerated chamber that ran from about 30 feet below street level to the bottom of Cardiff Bay. It had a chairlift and everything else to make it seem authentic, down to pine trees. During the day, huge false windows on the walls and ceilings displayed mountain winter scenes. The club itself was, as Paul had told him, almost on the deepest level of Cardiff Bay. Only a ventilation plant lay below it. Above it was a theatre, which had a DIY store built on top of it. Above that was a swimming pool and a few sets of flats, on top of which lay a supermarket, whose ceiling was at ground level, and was the pitch of a brand new rugby stadium, on which one could at last walk under the open sky. Evan climbed a short flight of tiled steps into another bar. It was different, but still retained the Wild West theme. It was sloping and semicircular, with a flat space in the middle like a Greek amphitheatre. There was no dance floor, and the music that played was light and slow. He spotted Connie at a table on the far side of the room. He was talking to a young woman whom Evan had never seen before. He didn't feel that there was any harm in walking over to join them. "Hi, Connie." He looked up and smiled. "All right, Evan, how's tricks?" "Pretty good. I'm getting to like this place. Bloody posh, ain't it?" "Yeah. By the way, this is Kira." Evan turned to Connie's companion. "Hello, Kira." He was about to offer his hand when something stopped him. She nodded her head and smiled thinly. "Good evening." Without knowing why, Evan felt his hackles go up as he looked at Kira. Even at first sight, there was something dark and repulsive about her. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he couldn't put his finger on. He couldn't put his finger on. She was otherwise fairly nondescript, if not manifestly well off. Her straight black hair was tied in a gold clasp, and her earrings looked expensive. She was quite pretty, apart from having a long, sharp nose, but her smile made his flesh crawl. Her mouth moved, but her eyes remained fixed as waxworks. They hardly seemed to look at him, as if she were blind, and they were of the deepest dark brown, almost black. For a painful second they reminded Evan of Michaela, but when he looked again, he saw that there was no real similarity. Michaela's eyes were dark and shiny, like ripe chestnuts. They were warm and loving, sparkling like pools filled with life. Kira's eyes were empty, black pits, inhuman and cold like a shark's. "Sit down, Evan," offered Connie. "What are you drinking?" "Pint of Ulster, please, Kira." "Vodka and tonic, please." There was a tense silence when Connie left, and Kira left Evan and Kira alone. She turned her head to one side and brushed the shoulder of her blue crepe dress. "So, do you come here often, Kira?" asked Evan. She snapped her head around and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Yes, all the time." Her accent was slightly northern, probably Manchester. Her voice carried the same annoyance as Rachel's had that morning, but there was something more to it, a positive note of contempt. Evan's heart squirmed with a sense of terrible unfairness. Most people in his position would have either retorted angrily or walked off, but Evan did neither. He hung on, hiding his abashment and remaining friendly. "Do you live round here, then?" "What do you think?" she snorted. "I don't know," responded Evan, in the same sociable tone that he'd used before. "That's why I asked." She hesitated. "I live in Neil Jenkins Tower, Roath Docks sector." "I live in Pontypridd. I'm in the zone." "You're a zoneman?" She sniggered incredulously. "Yes, BPZ. What do you do for a living?" You've got a gun, have you, and a uniform?" She taunted him like a schoolgirl. "No?" "If you're a zoneman," she interrupted, "I'm a sumo wrestler." She stood up and glared at him. "Excuse me." Evan looked down at the table as she strutted away. The black tide of sadness returned as if it had never been away. He didn't raise his head until a pint glass of Auburn liquid appeared on the surface in front of him. "There you go, mate." "Cheers, Connie," he mumbled. "Guess how much?" Connie pointed at his pint. Evan shrugged. "1 Can you believe it? Robbery. We're going to have to save up for a month if we're ever going to have a night out here again." He seemed oblivious to Evan's sudden loss of mood. "Where's Kira?" "Gone for the loo, I think." "She'll be ages." He put on a crafty grin and leaned forward conspiratorially. "You know something? I reckon I'm in there." Evan looked at him blankly. "Oh yeah, she's mine all right. I've seen the way she looks at me. And she's no cheap slapper either. You can tell she's got class." He shook his head and chuckled. "She could be the catch of the year." When Kira returned to the table, she neither looked nor spoke to Evan once. There was no longer any vexation in her manner. She just acted as if he wasn't there. Evan couldn't decide if that was better or worse. He finished his drink and got up. Neither of them said a word as he left. He headed to the toilets and took solace in a cubicle where he shed a few tears as quietly as possible. Kira's antipathy cut him like a blade. What's wrong with me, he thought. Perhaps it's just the way he was. There was something pathetic and ignominious about him that made people treat him like that. It explained why Connie had attacked him the other night. Evan pulled 6 sheets of toilet paper off the roll and blew his nose. He pushed the screwed-up wad between his thighs into the toilet bowl and left the gents. Susie had taken his place at the table. He could only see the back of her head, but could guess at how Connie's flirting was affecting her. Machines stood like sentries around the wall of the amusement arcade. The carpeted floor was dotted with all sorts of games and virtual reality simulators. His ears rang with chimes, and a galaxy of multicoloured lights crowded his eyes. In the corner, a tired-looking woman sat at a change booth as a queue of clubbers turned their cards into silver and copper to pour into the slots. Evan climbed up a short flight of stairs to the balcony bar, where he ordered himself a pint and sat at an empty table next to the windows overlooking the underground ski slope. The enormous frozen gallery was deserted and floodlit. Only one man walked beneath the vaulted steel ceiling, looking strange in his winter clothes. Rhythmic swirls of steam issued from his lungs. Evan looked up the steep incline to where red and blue slalom sticks scaled the piste, getting smaller and smaller as they receded into the distance. A yellow dispersion machine was tacking its way downhill towards him, the emblem of Cardiff Bay embossed on its fluted sides. A plume of snow shot up from its spout, glittering in the lights as it erased all the footprints and ski tracks from the day before, so that the next morning the skiers would find a slope of evenly spread virgin fall. Evan turned his attention back to the arcade floor. People were moving about in packed knots like crowds at a market. Each fruit machine was addressed by a man and as focused in what he was doing as an air traffic controller. A row of backs with hands reaching into pockets for money. Half-full pint glasses were placed casually on top of flashing displays. Hands were raised to cheers or curses, indicators of profit or loss. Looking at these men in a line made Evan notice more about them than he would have normally. Differences in height were evident. There was one man in the last machine but one who towered over the others. Warren! Evan involuntarily spoke the name out loud. Was it him? Evan stood up and walked over to the rail for a better look. It was his stature, certainly, and his mop of white hair, but the omnipresent sheepskin had been replaced by a tracksuit. There was also something a little odd about his left shoulder. Evan had trotted down the stairs and over to the figure before he'd even thought what he was doing. Warren! The figure turned. Hello, Evan! Hello, Evan! The white stubbled chin parted into a smile. Warren! Evan burst into ecstatic laughter. He embraced his friend, slapping his back and jumping up and down like an excited child. I can't believe it, it's you! Warren laughed. Steady on, it's good to see you too. Wait a second, will you? I've got 6 nudges. Besides, people are staring. As Warren looked back at the machine, Evan saw what was wrong with his shoulder. His left arm was in a sling and his fingers stuck out of the end of a plaster cast. What happened to your arm? Oh, it's all right, Warren reassured him. It's not broken, just a wee sprain. Evan's emotions suddenly swung back the other way like a pendulum. Where the hell have you been all week? He shouted. I'm going out of my head with worry. Warren looked at him in surprise. Shh, don't you shh me. I've been phoning you non-stop. Why have you been avoiding me? I want to know. He realised that he was making a scene. The whole room had stopped what it was doing and had turned 100 pairs of eyes in his direction. A pair of bouncers appeared at the door, waited, poised for action. Evan's ire waned to embarrassment. Warren stepped in to his rescue. What are you lot gawping at? Mind your own business. He put his good hand on Evan's shoulder and guided him out of the bar. Come on, pal, let's go somewhere a bit quieter and have a chat. They took a lift to the surface and walked through a parquet hall with large windows until they came to a double set of automatic doors. As the outside pair slid apart, a cold, fresh wind almost blew Evan back into the building. It rushed through his hair and penetrated his thin shirt. They were on the wall of the old Queen Alexandra docks, and Evan could hear the glorious sound of waves pounding against the sea wall ahead of them. The air was thick with the tangy scent of brine, and he felt cool spray on his cheek. He blinked to clear the slight stinging as it settled in his eyes. He shivered. Let's go for a walk, this way. bellowed Warren above the noise. The wind was coming in from behind them, propelling them as they paced side by side along the concrete promenade. The walkway was lit by a dim bulb every 100 feet or so. The light show of Cardiff Bay dominated their left quadrant. Shuttered ice cream bars and deserted cafes opposed the gale. Benches stood at regular intervals, seats to the sea. They eventually stopped at a place where the walls bulged out on top of a buttress. Warren turned to face the sea and stood still for a moment, his white mane whipping around in the wind, his tracksuit top rippling like a silk sheet. "Got a fag?" he asked eventually. "Yeah." Evan fished out a cigarette for both of them. Warren lit his with difficulty, turning his back to the breeze and cupping the lighter with his plastered hand. Evan helped him. "Thanks, Evan. You know, it's a real bummer having only one good arm. It's bad enough having to play those machines, but now I'd have trouble even having a smoke." "How long till it's better?" "I've got to wear the cast till Friday. Then I should be back at work the week after." Evan stood beside him and stared out to sea. He couldn't see anything of the waves. There was pitch darkness below, and thick cloud hid the moon and stars. "Does it hurt?" "Not much, but it did when I first got it." "How did you get it?" Warren paused. "Evan, you should know better than to ask me that." "Shut up," he snapped. "I've been trying to get hold of you for ages. I went to your office every day last week. You've been given messages from people asking you to get in contact with me, and you haven't. I know, because Susie told me. What's going on, Warren? I feel like I'm losing you." "I haven't been avoiding you, Evan. I've simply been too busy to talk to you." "What, all week?" "Yes, that's my job. I have to go away occasionally." "It's not occasionally, Warren. This is the third time you've disappeared like this. And when you're here, you're not much different. If I'm with you, you can't wait to get away. I know for a fact you've got free time. Why is it that whenever I asked if you feel like going out for a beer or something, you suddenly have other plans?" He hesitated. "Warren, you are avoiding me, aren't you?" "No." "So what's going on? Where have you been this past week?" Warren shuffled his feet and turned towards the far wall. "Tell me," commanded Evan. "You're the one who said let's go and have a chat, so don't clam up on me now." Warren stomped his feet. "Gower," he said quietly. "You never heard that, right?" "Gower?" "Yes, the Gower Peninsula, West Glamorgan." "I know where Gower is, thank you, Warren." He shrugged. "Well, that's what I've been." "Why?" "No, I can't tell you that." "But you're on a home tour. You're supposed to be based in Cardiff." I am, but the home region covers a much bigger area than just this city. We can be called into districts as far away as Llanelli, and far west as Llanelli, and as far east as Newport, as far north as Merthyr Tydfil. "So how did you do your arm in?" "I'm not saying." "Warren." Okay. I crashed my car in Llanmorlais." "Oh no, you're normally such a careful driver." "It was a chase." "What, you were chasing 1282? "Suspected 1282, said Warren. "We've heard that there's an active cell operating in Gower at the moment. They've carried out several hits in the past few weeks. A local English businessman, an anti-nationalist politician, and a bomb was found and defused outside the Asian Cultural Centre in Swansea. We thought a vehicle was heading out of the city at high speed. Could be them." "Did you catch them?" "No, the infantry did. Turned out it was just a couple of kids in a van. Transit van, joyriders. I don't remember hearing on the news about any shooting or bombing." "Come on, Evan, you know the answer to that. And while we're on the subject..." I know, this conversation never took place." They said nothing for a few minutes. The wind moaned and the sea roared. A huge wave exploded against the edge of the dock, sending a nebula of fine spray across the promenade, giving their clothes an oily dampness. "You look a bit peaky," noted Warren, examining his friend. "You got the flu or something?" "No, I'm fine," replied Evan evasively. "I'm not getting at you, Warren," he said, changing the subject. "Things just aren't what they used to be." "That's your Hiraeth showing." "Don't take the piss, I'm serious. Remember when we were in Lancan Pond? We do a shift, then go out for a pint, maybe meet up downtown with the lads and have a kebab. We used to have fun. We actually took the time to be together and enjoy each other's company. And now what? Everyone in the place either ignores me or shits on me." "Oh, don't talk such... I'm not. It isn't just in WL, it's everywhere. What happened to the great zone social life I heard about?" "The business isn't like the rest of the zone," said Warren. Evan only caught the words above the rush of the breeze. "Roland Cooper's zone has always been an overt force rather than a covert one. We are the exception. Even special outfits like Extreme Combat have official recognition and status. We have nothing. We live in a twilight world between what is real and what is seen to be real." He turned to Evan and began to speak again, then broke off as a young couple walked past. He watched their heels and only resumed when he was sure they were out of earshot. If a pair of infantry troopers gets into an accidental firefight and one kills the other, then it's a blue-on-blue incident and there's an inquest. If a trooper kills one of our lads in the same circumstances, it's an accidental attack on a bystander. We carry no ID in the field. We don't even wear zone-issue briefs. If we're mistaken for civilians by local cons, no one's going to come and vouch for us. We're lost. Can you imagine how that feels? Everyone is an enemy. 1282 on one side and your zone comrades on the other. You wonder why we're all a bit weird? How can you expect us to switch off at the end of the day and club together like the LPGH porters? Being in the business means being on your own. It's a habit you can't shake off. Being on my own, echoed Evan. That's what I've got to get used to learn to do, is it? Yes, you have to close yourself off from those around you. A true zone man is totally self-sufficient. And that includes you, doesn't it? Said Evan bitterly. You've been closing yourself off from me. After all we've been through, after all the time we looked after each other back at home, that counts for nothing. The fact we can't be mates anymore because, whoa, everyone's an enemy. Evan, we can be mates, but you're a Welsh language specialist and I'm a chief operative. We do totally different jobs. Evan gaped. You what? You've been sucked into this specs versus ops rivalry crap, have you? The same stupid game the others are wasting their lives playing. Well, I never thought you would stoop down to that level. What do you expect? I have to fit in with the others, you know. All this stuff just comes naturally. It's pathetic, it's childish, and I hate it. It's a part of life throughout the zone, Warren reasoned. We're a competitive profession. Does that have to come between friendships? Warren held up his hands. Evan, you must understand that to a certain extent, you and I have to live separate lives from now on. It's got nothing to do with inter-service rivalry. It's because of the constraints of our work. A memory suddenly leapt to the front of Evan's mind. The next time he spoke, his voice was laced with anger and resentment. You lied. He pointed an accusing finger at Warren. Eh? You lied. Remember that time you took me to see Colonel Kester? Aye. Remember what you told me when he tried to recruit me to the business? You said that one good reason to do it was that we would be working together. That's what you said. Those very words. It was a lie, Warren. It was not, retorted the Scot. It was. You said we'd be together when you knew we wouldn't be. What I meant was that we'd be together in the same unit, not living in each other's pockets, which is what you seem to want. Well, it was a half-truth then. One which you used with the intent to mislead me. Bullshit! Warren was shouting now. I have not misled you. I told you from the start what the arrangement was. Do you remember? You asked if you were going to be a secret agent, and I told you that you wouldn't be. I said you'd be a WL spec. No, you conned me into joining the business. I did not. I explained everything. You didn't explain it clearly enough, though, and you never meant to. I did, but maybe you didn't want to listen. Maybe you only heard what you wanted to hear because you were a lovelorn twat who was desperate for a way out. His furious eyes bored into Evan. Evan took a step back, stunned and speechless. There was a long and terrible silence. I may as well tell you now, said Warren eventually in a calmer voice. I'm not going to be around for much longer. I see. Evan licked his lips and tasted salt spray. I've got a new posting. All of 60 are going on it. Connie, Paul, Stu, Susie, Crystal. Where? The new year. When? The new year, when our home tour comes to an end. We're going to be away for 10 months. 10 months? Evan repeated almost in a whisper. Whereabouts? I can't... Gwynedd, Powys, Dyfed, Gwent, Evan. All right, north, south, east or west? Warren sighed. North. Northeast. In the meantime, I'll be stuck here in Cardiff. He nodded. Evan laughed ruefully. Well, I suppose I'll have to forget about dragging you out for a pint after work then. Evan, it's 3 months yet. Between now and then, I'll make a special effort to find time to see you. Evan smiled. Thanks, Warren, he said genuinely. But I'll need those 3 months to come to terms with saying goodbye to you. It won't be goodbye, Evan. It's only a 10-month tour, for God's sake. I can see you on my leaves. But before he had finished speaking, Evan had turned around and walked off back up the windswept prom. Private Hughes, called the receptionist. Yes? Dr. Courts will see you now. Thank you. Evan left the waiting room and headed for the indicated office. Surgeon Captain Courts was a tall, fit-looking mid-40s with the meagre physique of a marathon runner. He had a learned mien, with little half-moon glasses and a goatee. His eyes darted around like a bird's, as if he were trying to look everywhere at once. "Hello again, Hughes," he said in his musical voice. "Come in, take a seat." He fiddled with his stethoscope for a few seconds, then looked up at his patient and blinked, as if seeing him for the first time. "Right." He rummaged among the notes on his desk and rustled up an A5 flimsy. "I've got the results of last week's checkup. Your chest x-ray was normal, no pathology to be seen. Your blood test was free of any bacterial or viral infections. You've got no tumour or nasty bug, but..." He gave a very medical pause. Evan just looked at him unconcerned, waiting for him to continue. "Your blood count is a little worrying. You're somewhat anemic. In fact, all your cells are below normal level. You're also borderline diabetic." "Oh?" said Evan. "Oh?" Court raised his bushy eyebrows. Is that all you have to say? Doesn't this news bother you? I've just informed you that you're ill." "I don't know, sir. You're the doctor. Are you bothered?" Court sighed and ran a hand over his brushed-back, brill-creamed hair. "Tell me, Private Hughes, how do you feel?" "Fine, thank you, sir. And yourself?" The doctor stared at him. Evan could almost hear the cogs of his mind turning. "Sit down on the couch, Hughes. I want to take your blood pressure again." He frowned as he inflated the cuff around Evan's arm. I am bothered. Your blood pressure is very low. Stand on the scales." Evan mounted the scales and watched as Courts bent over to examine the reading, making a note of it on a piece of paper. "How tall are you?" 5'7". "Then I really think you ought to more weigh than 6 stone 6. 6 stone 6? I've taken off 2 pounds for your clothing and shoes. Don't you ever weigh yourself?" "No. Isn't 6 stone 6 a normal enough weight?" Courts grinned and shook his head sadly. "It would be if you were an 8-year-old boy. You can sit back down now." When they returned to the desk, the doctor leaned forward and took off his glasses like Elaine had a week earlier. "Are you sleeping all right?" "Yeah," said Evan, "like a log." "Do you get tired at all during the day? I mean, more than usual?" No, not really," Evan lied. "What about your sex drive?" "What about it?" "You haven't found that you've lost interest in that sort of thing?" "No, not at all," he lied again. Courts paused. "What about food?" "Food, sir?" "Are you eating enough, Hughes?" "Yes, I think so." The biggest lie of all. "Are you sure?" "Well, I never feel hungry, so I must be." "That's no answer." He scratched his beard. "Hughes, you must know whether you're consuming as much food and drink as normal." "I have breakfast, lunch and dinner." "What do you usually eat for those meals?" "Oh, a bowl of cereal in the morning, a baguette and bap at the cafeteria midday. I always cook myself a hot meal in the evening." The doctor shrugged. "I don't believe you," he said. "Sir?" "Hughes, I've spoken to Sergeant Purley. She's noticed your weight loss, and she claims that she's never seen you eat anything during your working day. Now, I've already ascertained that you don't have any infection or cancer or anything else that can cause your symptoms. It can only be malnutrition." "But I haven't got any symptoms. I only came here to see you for my headache and cramps." "Considering what I've seen of your condition, I'm surprised that's all you're suffering with." He began tapping on his console keypad. "Now, I'm going to prescribe you some Nutribil. They're like milkshakes. You have 3 per day. They've got all the minerals and vitamins and fibre you need from normal food. Look, sir, are you sure all this is necessary?" Court stopped typing and gaped at Evan in disbelief. "Hughes, take off your shirt." "What?" "Take it off." Evan obeyed. "Now look at yourself in that mirror over there." Evan stood in front of the mirror and studied the reflection of his naked torso. "Well?" asked the doctor. "Well, what, sir? I can't see anything wrong with myself." "Hughes, there was a skeleton at my medical school with more meat on him than you." "You're emaciated." No, I'm not, sir. I'm Aries." "Shut up. This is no laughing matter. I've decided to make you an appointment with Dr. Keevil." "The psychiatrist? Why?" "You have a serious problem. I'm no expert in the field, but I suspect you're suffering from some sort of depressive illness that has caused you to lose your appetite." "I'm not depressed, sir." "You might think that. A lot of people who suffer from depression don't realise there's anything wrong. It's a mental denial of what they see as a hopeless situation. Anyway, Dr. Keevil will be able to make a much better diagnosis than I can. Now, here's the prescription. I'll contact you when I've made the appointment. Now go to the chemist's, get your Nutribil, take the first dose as soon as you get home." "Do I have to, sir?" "Absolutely." He frowned at Evan. "And make sure you keep taking those shake shoes, because if you don't, I warn you, you'll starve." Dr. Courts managed to make Evan an appointment for the next afternoon. Surgeon Captain Keevil was an ancient wizard man who spoke slowly and mechanically, scribbling furiously as he asked questions and looking down at his desk and never at Evan's face. He forgot his patient's name halfway through the consultation and had to be reminded. The questions he posed were exactly the same ones that Dr. Courts had the previous day, only this time Evan answered truthfully. Yes, he was constantly weary. Yes, he had experienced a loss of libido. Yes, he was hardly eating anything. Dr. Keevil handed him a prescription for antidepressant tablets with a short lecture about taking his NutriBuild and not losing hope that he would get better. When Evan asked about when he could return to duty, the psychiatrist told him that he could go back the next day. Evan protested, but the psychiatrist shouted him down. Evan was in a staff job, so according to Keevil, he'd be no worse off sitting behind a desk at work than he would be at home in bed, so that was it. Problem solved. With complete single-mindedness, Evan strode out of the Cumgavath Medical Centre and headed for the Zone Exchange, where he bought himself 3 pounds of turkey mince, a box of oat bran, 3 cans of capuchin beans, and a bottle of chilli sauce. He began cooking as soon as he got home. He fried up the mince in one pan and boiled the beans in a second. When the latter were done, he added them to the meat and poured in the oat bran. After a 5-minute simmer, he added the entire bottle of chilli sauce. The smell from the volatile concoction made his eyes water as it cooked. When it was done, he ate it straight from the pan. With the first spoonful, he almost screamed out loud, forcing himself not to spit it out. He gasped and panted to cool his raw palate, at the same time scooping another spoonful. He resisted the temptation to drink a huge glass of water as he swallowed mouthful after mouthful of the hellish meal. Mercifully, after a few minutes, his mouth started to go numb. He quickened his pace and didn't stop until the pan was empty. He went and sat down in the lounge. His gums felt as if they'd been scrubbed with sandpaper, and he was sure that the enamel must have melted off his teeth. His breath was like fire as it rasped in and out of his searing his throat. The inside of his lips throbbed, and he dribbled like a baby. He gripped the arms of his chair, forcing himself not to think about water, but within a few more minutes, what was happening in his stomach soon eclipsed the suffering in his mouth. It started with a dull ache under his rib cage, which spread up into his chest. He belched, and the scorching taste of his meal poured out of his mouth, as if he had been turned into a human flamethrower. The pain spread across his upper body like a heart attack. Eventually he could bear it no longer. He ran to the kitchen and drank like a man dying of thirst. He opened a cupboard and fumbled for the indigestion remedy. He took 4 of the little antacid pills, twice the maximum dosage, and went down to lie on his bed. 20 minutes later the pain was back, so he repeated the treatment. It wasn't quite as bad this time. It transformed into a soreness like a muscle strain, which moved down from his stomach into his abdomen. He looked at the clock and saw that it was 3 hours since he'd eaten. It couldn't be long now. He went to the bathroom and brushed his teeth to get rid of the taste. His mouth stung and he spat out gouts of blood into the basin. Then he undressed and went to bed. He could feel the stuff moving through him like a river of sludge. It stopped and started, and the pain moved with it. It would build up in one place, then something would give way with an audible pop, and it would be relieved. The creaks, crackles and rumbles were astonishingly loud. Some caused vibrations, and when Evan looked at his belly, he could see it bulge and writhe like a baby kicking inside its mother. He slept a little when the pain became mild enough. He woke up a few hours later with an unpleasant loose feeling between his buttocks. Time to go to the toilet. His walk to the bathroom became a wild dash as he felt the inside of his thighs go greasy and his cheeks slide together like a pair of well-oiled ball bearings. He jumped backwards onto the toilet, and with the most foul-smelling, longest-lasting, loudest, deepest fart he'd ever done, the dam gave way. He imagined the entire contents of his body were pouring out as if in some sadistic horror film. It gushed and burbled and splattered obscenely, amplified by the toilet bowl. He fancied that he was sinking lower on the seat like a punctured beanbag, and the stench that rose from beneath choked him. Half an hour later he limped out of the bathroom, wincing with every step. He already knew he'd probably be eaten there most of the night. He gingerly lowered himself into an armchair, picked up the phone and dialed an internal number. "Good evening, Multi-Force Administration. Hello, this is Private Hughes. Could you give a message to the duty officer to pass on in the morning to Sergeant Elaine Purley?" "Sergeant Elaine Purley," repeated the voice. "What's the message?" "I've caught the most god-awful stomach bug. I've had diarrhea. Won't be fit for duty tomorrow, possibly the day after." Right, and that's Private Hughes? Yes. Okay, I've got it. I'll pass on your message now. Hope you'll be feeling better soon. Thanks. Good night. Evan's spirits rose. 2 whole extra days away from the translation labs lay spread out before him. Hooray! And his stomach bug was a small price to pay for it. Chapter 7. It doesn't make sense, protested Esau. It makes perfect sense, said Dick. Esau screwed up his face and pondered for a moment. Let me get this straight. Cadire means chair? Yes. But for the chair you have to say a gadire? Correct. Why? Dick sighed. Because, as I've already explained, cadire is a feminine noun. Feminine nouns take the soft mutation when you add the definite article. The C at the beginning changes to a G. Evan looked up at the Welsh language teacher in bemusement. I can't learn this. Of course you can, Esau, said Evan, turning round in his seat to face him. It's easy for you to say. You were born speaking it. Connie laughed. Hey, Esau, I wonder what your old lady would say if you told her you were leaving her for a sheep. There was general laughter all through the classroom. That's enough, shouted Dick, slapping the blackboard. Come on, you lot, pay attention. I'm still waiting for an explanation, said Esau. Dick looked for Evan to help. Esau. Evan stood up and joined the teacher at the front of the class. What do you call a thing with 4 wheels that you drive? A car. And what do you call an animal with big ears and a trunk? A rabbit going on holiday, piped up Connie. There was more laughter. Evan waited patiently for it to die down. Well, Esau, an elephant? Gotcha, eh? Why did you just say an elephant when you said a car? Well, I just did. You did it because it's easier to pronounce. You can't say a elephant. That's one vowel after another, very clumsy on the tongue. Far better to insert a consonant between them, hence an elephant. What's that got to do with Welsh? Asked Esau. Don't you see? It's the same thing. When you're speaking quickly, words like and ver get swallowed, so cadire becomes gadire and hadire. The mutation is the only thing that tells you that they mean the chair and my chair. That's why Welsh has these structures. Oh, Esau nodded, apparently satisfied. Dick winked his gratitude at Evan. It hadn't been a genuine analogy, but it was the best Evan could come up with off the top of his head. But they had underestimated the leading operative's intelligence. Hang on, he drawled. What about masculine words? T means house, right? So what's the house? A T, said Dick. It's masculine, so it doesn't mutate after He smiled as Esau smiled as he spotted a hole in their logic. So when you're speaking quickly and swallowing the as Evan told us, how do you know it means the house? He folded his arms and leaned back, a challenging grin on his face. Remember what you told us, Dick? Over 2/3 of nouns are masculine. You just look at the context, which you could do just as well with feminine nouns. Oh yes, I suppose you could. So why have mutations? Dick's assistant Evan once again stepped in. Look, Esau, Welsh has these mutations because that's just the way it is. That's the way it's always been spoken, and that's the way it always will be spoken. You can't change it any more than you can grow straight bananas. And even if you could, why would you want to? It's things like that that make languages interesting. English has its little quirks, and so does Welsh. It'd be pretty boring if all the universe's many languages were regular and logical, wouldn't it? Yeah, all right, Evan. I just wanted to sort that out in my mind. So, my house is Vati. No, said Nick. It's Vanhi. Nouns of both genders take the nasal mutation in the possessive. Oh God, it gets worse. Dick and Evan were willing to spare a bit of patience for Esau. He may have been confused and argumentative, but he was the only one in the 60 team who showed the slightest interest in his compulsory Welsh language lessons. Connie, Paul and the others just seemed to regard it as a 1-hour DOS, a chance to get a break from their regular duties. The decision to teach all business staff basic Welsh had been taken by Director Renslow himself. Evan and Dick agreed that, generally speaking, it was a waste of time. Evan assisted Dick every Wednesday afternoon in his classroom on the top floor of the home. The latter taught full-time and was aided by a different member of the translation team for each lesson. By lucky coincidence, Wednesday afternoon was also the turn of 6D to be taught. Dick and Evan got on quite well, and always spoke Welsh when they were alone together. Dick spoke it so flawlessly that Evan could hardly believe he wasn't a Welshman. He was from Gravesend, and his father was a professor in modern languages at Greyguide's Zone Academy. He had studied Welsh since he was 16 and was now 29 and could speak it as well as Elaine. "Now then, 60, said Evan, "before we finish, I want you all to say something based on last week's lesson. Remember the uses of weddy." "Yes, sir," said Warren with a chuckle. He and Evan exchanged grins. It felt so strange for Evan to be teaching the big chief op anything. He began with his star pupil. "Right, Esau. Both wyt ti'n eisiau dweud? Rwy wedi blino?" "Da iawn, Connie." What's that word again? Cachu?" "Shit." Evan groaned. "I might have guessed you'd say that, seeing it's the only Welsh word you can pronounce correctly." Dick wound up the lesson and the 6D team trooped out like school children. After they'd gone, he and Evan had their customary cup of coffee. "Thank God that's over," said Dick. 6D has got to be the worst team in the business. I dread Wednesday afternoons." "Ignorant Sison," chuckled Evan. He looked forward to Wednesdays, knowing that he'd only have to spend the morning slaving away in the translation lab. After lunch, he'd be free of the place until the next day. Dick's company alone was twice as stimulating as the whole of Section 2 put together. At first, the teacher had taken a clear lead, showing Evan the methods he used, but Evan had learned fast, and now they were more or less equal partners. It was also a pleasure for Evan to actually speak the language. It was the first time he'd had the chance to do so for years. He translated its words on a screen, watched its TV and listened to it on the radio, but that wasn't the same. The magical affinity that emerged from it cast a special bond between them. The Welsh-speaking world is like a very exclusive club. Even total strangers will warm to each other when they discover they both speak it. For Evan, it was like returning to his roots. Anyway, Evan, it's nice to see you looking better." "Better? Yes, you seemed really sick until a couple of weeks ago. I was scared you might waste away." Evan hadn't noticed, but now that Dick mentioned it, he looked down on his body and realised that it was filling out a bit. And it was only 3 weeks since he'd visited Courts and Keevil. His arms were now like real arms, not sticks with skin wrapped around them. And when he looked over his shoulder, he couldn't see straight down at his heels anymore. His rump had returned. "Well, thanks, Dick. I was a bit off colour, but I'm recovering now." Evan always liked Wednesdays, but this Wednesday was special. Its weather was typical for a November day in Wales, dark skies and heavy rain. But as Evan drove his company Saab through the centre of Cardiff and onto the North Road, his spirits were high. It was his usual route home, but this time he took a turning to the left when he reached Llandaff and drove down a short lane that ran parallel to the main road and parked outside a big BMW showroom. Before he got out of the car, he programmed the autocruise to drive back to the home garage. Then he left the keys in the ignition and slammed the door. The engine started, the empty car pulled away, and its right indicator flashed as it turned onto the main road. Evan watched the car, that he thought of as his, but knew wasn't really his, accelerate into the southbound carriageway as it drove itself back towards Cardiff. He walked boldly through the glass entrance of the showroom and approached the sales desk. "Good afternoon," said the suited assistant. "How can I help you?" "Good afternoon," said Evan. "I'd like a car, please. That one will do." He pointed to a navy blue saloon. Within an hour he was driving it to Cwmgyfarth, taxed, insured and paid for. "Now this car is mine," he thought. Evan was feeling happier. There was no doubt about it. His life was still tough, his work at the translation lab still hateful. He was still lonely, and he still saw very little of Warren, but he found that somehow he could cope with it. He had a mysterious energy, an optimism, a force that pushed him along. His objective life hadn't changed in the slightest, but he'd been given the keys to dealing with it. He did his job diligently, concentrating hard and pouring out document after document of English translation for the intelligence analysts, much to the delight of Elaine. He'd finally accepted the situation in the lab. The others were a bunch of taciturn, soulless zombies. If that was what they wanted to be, then that was their problem, not his. He didn't bother with them anymore. His headaches and cramp were gone, so had his fatigue. He jumped out of bed every morning as soon as the alarm went off. On weekends he went for long walks around Pontypridd, sometimes stopping for a quiet pint in a quiet pub. He loved to stroll along the banks of the Taff and through the fragrant forest and moorland of the valley. Every Sunday he went to chapel in Mysacoid. He didn't get too deeply involved in the service, but just sat peacefully in the back row, listening and relaxing. When he came outside afterwards, the whole world looked brighter. His weight was still a stone or two below normal, but that was a great improvement on what he had been like a month earlier. He drank 3 Nutribulls shakes a day, at breakfast time, when he came home from work, and before he went to bed. He didn't want anyone at work to see him take them. He ate no solid food at all, and his kitchen cupboard looked strange, with nothing in it but green boxes full of powder sachets. He consumed nothing else but water, the occasional cup of coffee or tea, and a pint or 2 of cider at weekends. Every evening he'd take his pills according to Dr. Keevill's instructions. He built up the dosage slowly to avoid serious side effects, and was now on 150 milligrams per night. The side effects were there, though. Each dose made him giddy and drowsy. It was annoying because on weekday evenings he had to be in bed by 7 o'clock to avoid the hangover effects the following morning, otherwise he couldn't get up for work. Before he went off to sleep every night, he detected a strange taste in his mouth and saw flashing lights when he closed his eyes. Dr. Keevill was very pleased with Evan's progress, or at least that's what he said. He still spoke as if he were reading from a stuffy medical textbook. Evan never told the doctor about his dreams. They were still there, returning every night to haunt him. Then one Saturday he woke up crying. He carried on crying and crying all morning, and he didn't know why. At about midday, as he was making himself a Nutribull shake, he had an idea. An idea so crazy and risky that he made himself try to forget it, but he couldn't. By the time he'd consumed his morning nutrition, the idea had become a serious objective. Elaine frowned. "You want a week's leave? Is that a problem? Monday the 8th to Friday the 12th? Could be. It's nearly Christmas, you see, and you haven't given me very much notice. Does it have to be next week?" "If at all possible." She leaned back in her chair. "What do you need it for?" "I'm going fishing on the Norfolk Broads." "At this time of year?" "Yeah, I want to get it in before the close of the season." "If you can find a hole in the ice." She gazed at him sceptically. "Where was it you came from?" "Bedfordshire." "That's quite close." Evan knew what she was hinting at, but didn't lead her. She tapped her console. "Very well, I'll put you down for it, but you must stay away from your hometown, Evan. That's extremely important. Don't even pass through there, is that clear?" "Yes, Elaine, crystal." "And I don't have to remind you." "Then please don't," he said sharply. "I'm well aware of my obligations. I won't try and make contact with any of my friends." She sighed. "All right, Evan, I trust you." Evan no longer felt guilty about his lies. He'd become too good at them. He knew that Elaine didn't deserve this deception, but there was no way he could trust her with the truth. Besides, he'd only told her a half-lie. He wasn't going to try and make contact with any of his friends. The following is a flashback from Evan's childhood, told in the third person. In the text is italic. Evan yawned again. Pretty soon he'd have to sleep. He reached for his glass and found it empty. He'd had 3 so far, and the slight pep induced by the cola kept his young brain alert. He put down his geography revision and stowed it carefully away in his shoulder bag. A stewardess stopped by his seat and took the plastic glass to throw into the bin bag she was carrying. When she smiled down at him, he recognised her as the one who had served him earlier. "Are you okay?" Her accent reminded him of where he was going. "Yeah. Do you want another cork?" "No, thanks. I'm going to try and get a little sleep, or I'll be all tired tomorrow." "You're a busy young man, aren't you? What are you reading?" "It's revision for school. I've got exams in July, my mock GCSEs." "Oh dear." She shook her head in sympathy. "I hated exams when I was at school. That's probably why I ended up doing this job. How's it going?" "Not bad, thanks. History and English are my best subjects, but maths and geography are very hard." "It's not often we get a lad of your age flying alone," noted the stewardess. "It's all right, I'm used to it. I've been on a plane like this loads of times. A friend gave me a lift to the airport, and my uncle will pick me up the other end." "Are you going to visit him?" "Yes, I go every school holiday. He lives in Bridgend." "Does he? I don't know that part very well. I'm from Merthyr Vale myself. Are you a Welsh boy?" Sort of." "You don't sound it." "No," said Evan. "I live in Lancome Pond, but before I lived in Llanacefn in Pembrokeshire." "That's quite a contrast to Lancome Pond. Why did your mum and dad want to move there?" Evan hesitated. Dunno really." "Don't they want to come with you when you visit your uncle?" "Yeah, but dunno really." He looked down and blinked self-consciously. The stewardess picked up his reticence. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Can I get you anything else?" "No, Tom, I'm going to try and sleep. I wish I had a window seat." "It wouldn't make no difference if you did." You can't see the lights of any towers below us tonight because it's too cloudy. Just call me if you want anything, okay? I will, thanks. Good night. Evan looked at the window over the lap of a snoring fellow traveller, but it was just a square of blackness. He checked his bag to make sure that all his schoolwork was there, as well as the newspaper clipping that he'd brought along with him. Then he reclined in his seat and slept. Evan felt drowsy as he picked his luggage off the conveyor and had his domestic passport stamped, but became wide awake as he left the landing bay for the arrivals hall. He gripped the handle of his baggage trolley with white knuckles, his heart pumping quickly. The reason for this eluded him. He'd become a lot more confident in the last year. He'd found ways of standing up for himself at school when he was being bullied by bigger boys or harassed by mean teachers. Fear was something that he was learning to banish from his life, but right now he felt his old nervous self returning, and he didn't know why. He entered the main concourse and wormed his way between embracing couples and families, standing on tiptoe to pick out that easily recognisable head. Uncle Lewis had pale blue eyes. Like Evan's mother, his hair was thick and straight, and it hung over his head from a single point on his crown, like a mop turned upside down. It used to be coal black, but was now evenly streaked with grey. His moustache, too, was salt and pepper. He was short and paunchy, and waddled a bit, with his toes turned outwards like a dumpy woman. He'd phoned his uncle only the morning before to confirm the time of his flight. It had landed late, so surely he should be there, waiting. He began to call out in panic. Lewis, where are you? Blairuiti. He searched round the entire hall. Lewis, Blairuiti. His body began to shake and tears came to his eyes. Lewis! People looked up for a second or two, gazing casually at the frightened teenager without annoyance or sympathy, and turned back to whatever they were doing. Blairuiti! Evan had the presence of mind to go to a phone box and dial his uncle's number. As the phone rang, he listened to his own sorrowful sniffs in the earpiece. Uncle Lewis answered after the fifth ring. Hello? Lewis! It's Evan, where? This is Lewis Hughes, his uncle interrupted matter-of-factly. I'm sorry, but I can't come to the phone right now. If you leave your name and number, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Please speak after the tone. Evan left the receiver dangling on its cord and ran to the public toilets, where he spent about 10 minutes crying in a cubicle, after which, feeling calmer, he began to think more practically about what he was going to do. Gerald, his youth worker, had given him 3-star raise to buy himself a meal at Princess Deborah. He'd only got 4 points left, having used 1 for the phone call, not enough for a taxi. He could get the bus, but he didn't trust himself to catch the right one or get off at the right stop. He only knew the streets around Uncle Lewis's house. With the last of his money, he bought himself an A to Z of Bridgend and set off on foot. It was gone midday when he walked up the familiar narrow cul-de-sac with the strap of the bag cutting into his shoulder and opened his uncle's front gate. The square lawn had been mowed recently and all the flower beds were newly weeded. Uncle Lewis had only taken up gardening 3 years earlier when he'd moved here from his house in Llanakevin. He'd bought his bungalow with the help of his redundancy money. He'd not worked since, and Evan believed that he only looked after his garden to relieve the boredom. He lived alone for most of the time, except when his girlfriend stayed on the odd weekend. There was no answer to Evan's knock. He peered into the lounge window, holding his hands to his temples to shut out the glare. The room inside was as still as a picture. He called through the letterbox. Lewis, it's me, Evan. Where are you? Let me in, please. Evan? He turned to see a white-haired, bushy-faced old man leaning on the fence with the bungalow next door. It took a moment for Evan to remember the name of Uncle Lewis's next-door neighbour. Harry, thank God. Where's Lewis? Do you know? Isn't he there? No, he promised to collect me from the airport this morning and never showed up. I've walked all the way from Bridgend Trousvor. Oh, you poor boy! I expect you'll find him down at the rugby club. The rugby club? He spends most of his time there these days. Why don't you go and look for him? Evan could just remember the way. It was turning into a bright spring afternoon, and he felt exhausted as he walked through the gates of the Pentre Coiti District Rugby Union Association. The clubhouse was part of the exercise complex at the far end of the well-kept field, which he crossed from post to post. There was no one in sight, which struck Evan as odd. He was no expert on the game, but he still imagined that on a Saturday lunchtime, even if there were no match in progress, someone would be out there jogging or training. Then, As he approached the clubhouse, he heard the sound from inside of a dozen voices give a great cheer, and the dull noise of a television being played at high volume. He recognised the jingle of Newyddion Cambodge, the Welsh language news programme. Newyddion Cambodge. The place was full, every chair was taken, and a row of men stood against the bar and walls. The groups at the circular tables all faced the same way, and everyone's attention was focused on the TV screen above the bar. Apart from the occasional lively outburst, they didn't speak. The screen showed an aerial view of what looked like a lake with a big bonfire blazing by the shore, making a towering cloud of black smoke. The volume was turned up so high that the voice of the reporter made the optics rattle and the spirit in the bottles fizz. Again, with the help of 1282 guerrillas, she said in Welsh. The consequences could be disastrous. All towns in Cheshire and West Midlands have been put on rationing alert. Standpipes will be in action by this evening, and the desalination plant in Bootle, Merseyside, will have to open 3 months earlier if... Lewis! He was sitting at a table by the window with his back to the door where Evan stood. A half-full pint glass sat at his elbow. Evan paused for a moment to feel his anger bite, and he walked up to the back of Uncle Lewis's chair and dropped his bag onto the floorboards with a deliberate thud. Ieuan! Surprise, annoyance and embarrassment all went in to make up the expression on his face as he turned to look up at his nephew. What are you doing here? Harry told me where to find you. You weren't in when I got to the house, after walking all the way from the airport. One of the other men at the table gestured at him to keep his voice down, but Evan ignored him. Why didn't you come and meet me like you said you would? Ieuan, shh. What do you expect, boy? Surely you don't think I was going to spend God knows how long hanging around in an airport, with everything that's been going on? What do you mean? I've been watching it on the box. Isn't it fantastic? Watching what? Haven't you heard? Don't you get TV on the plane? The Army of Free Wales has captured the filtration plant at Llancelyn. Power pumps, powerhouse the lot. They're moving out now to encircle the reservoir. The battle is going on right now, and Cambodge are broadcasting it live. The army is being aided by 100 1282 freedom fighters. Murderers, corrected Evan. Anyway, what's the big deal? Don't you realise? Uncle Lewis was waving his arms passionately. That's Welsh water in that reservoir. Water that the bloody English have been stealing from us for stealing off us for countless ages. They drowned an entire village to make it. Uprooting Welsh people from their land, destroying their homes. His face took on a wrathful snarl. And for what? To collect water to give to England. Not one drop of it comes out of a Welsh tap. It all goes to Birmingham, Manchester, Coventry, Liverpool. And that's the best bit. Our great leader, Owen Glyn-Jones, has ordered all water distribution stopped. He laughed out loud. Just think, millions of people across the west of England are going to turn on their taps and nothing will come out. Then they'll realise they're about to pay the price for their years of exploitation and theft. His eyes lit up with hate-filled glee. What will happen to the lake? Asked Evan, interested despite his feelings. Work is already underway to pump the water down new channels and pipes leading to the villages and towns of Free Wales, where it should be going by rights. Uncle Lewis wasn't the only one celebrating. As darkness fell, knots of people began roaming the streets and partying like students. Cheers, laughter and catcalls could be heard, interspersed with snatches of land of my father's. A group of men passed by the bungalow carrying Dreigiau Goch. Uncle Lewis went to the front door to wave and called out his support, and the men returned the gesture. Evan just stood inside and looked on. Lewis, you should see yourself. You're acting like a little boy. His uncle went back into the house. I really can't see why you're not pleased, Ieuan. This is a decisive victory, a turning point in the war. We've given England a terrible kick in the teeth. He was about to close the door when he saw a lone zoneman patrolling slowly along the pavement on the other side of the close. He smiled to himself, then hurried into the kitchen and came back with a glass of water. He jogged down the garden path and stood at the gate and called to the trooper in English. Hey, I saw you passing. I wonder if you'd like a glass of water. He held it up. You look thirsty, boyo. He laughed uncontrollably. The trooper returned with a brief V sign and walked on. Uncle Lewis was still chuckling as he re-entered the bungalow. His nephew shook his head. Lewis, how old are you? That's the kind of behaviour I'd expect from a middle school first year. He scowled at Evan. They went into the darkened lounge. When are we going to have dinner anyway? Dinner? I can't be bothered with cooking and all that tonight. He fell back into an armchair and picked up the TV remote control. Get a Star Ray out of the housekeeping jar and pop round the chippy. Chips? You can't eat chips all the time, Lewis. It's not good for you. Oh, Dew, sighed Uncle Lewis. I'm 46 years old and you're lecturing me, first on mature behaviour and now on healthy eating. Besides, a bit of fat wouldn't do you any harm. You're a scrawny little sod, you know that? A thought suddenly occurred to Evan. You haven't noticed, have you? He sat down on the couch opposite his uncle. Notice what? I don't believe it. Listen to me, Lewis. Yes, he said after a pause. What? You were going to say something. No, listen to my voice. What about your voice? Evan gave up. My voice has broken, Lewis. It's deep. Last time I saw you, it was high. Oh, yes, so it has. Is that all you can say? Is that all you can say? Well, what do you want me to say, Yayan? I just thought you might have noticed, that's all, said Evan quietly, folding his arms, and folded his arms. Uncle Lewis frowned. All right, I'm sorry, he said in a semi-sarcastic tone. Well, we've got everything straight now. I'm a childish, cholesterol-ridden wreck, and your balls have dropped. He smiled and winked. So, Yayan, have you shafted anyone yet, boy? Shut up, Lewis, replied Evan uncomfortably. He'd started admiring Claire Slavin the previous month. Oh, come on, Yayan, he followed up. I bet you've given some girl a good seeing to, behind the bike sheds at playtime. We call it break time in upper school, and no, I haven't. Uncle Lewis didn't reply and started flicking through the Radio Times. So what about food? Resumed Evan. I've had nothing to eat since breakfast on the plane. I'd like something a bit more substantial than fish and chips. There's some fish fingers and a bag of frozen peas in the freezer, said Uncle Lewis without looking up. They ate in front of the TV while watching Pobla Cum. Uncle Lewis only spoke once to complain about the soap opera's English subtitles, saying that it was wrong to have them. Lewis, they put in subtitles so that non-Welsh speakers can enjoy the show as well. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with English-speaking people being interested in Welsh culture? Interested? Pah! No Englishman in the world is interested in anything that's not English, unless it's something he can take over and rule. How can you be so sure? You don't even know any English people. Be quiet, Yayan. You don't understand. You're just a boy. When you grow up, you'll realise that the Saeson are all the same, every single one of them. And I think it's a scandal that the Welsh TV network are subtitling Welsh programmes in their language, the language of the oppressor. Afterwards, Evan washed up while Uncle Lewis made a few phone calls. He talked loudly and Evan could easily follow the conversations through the open door. They consisted of enthusiastic exchanges about the Battle of Llyn Celyn. A film was just starting and they met up again in the lounge and they sat in silence for half an hour until the advertisements came on. Then Evan broke it. Sat silence for half an hour. Okay. Isn't Nest coming to stay this weekend? No. Too busy, is she? Probably. Do you reckon she'll phone tonight? Doubt it, replied his uncle lazily. Nest and I are no longer together. It was like a lightning bolt. Evan gasped. What? We split up. Ach, nah. It happens, you know, Yayan. What, after 10 years, it's all over, goodbye? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you. Evan paused, holding his head in his hands. I don't believe it, Lewis. She was the best thing that ever happened to you. I don't know about that. She was. You didn't end it, did you? No, she did. Why? I'd prefer not to talk about it, Yayan. Did she have someone else? No. Can we please drop it? Then why? Yayan. Uncle Lewis turned to him. The light from the television cast a bizarre glare on his face. I said I don't want to talk about it. Evan decided to comply, but a second later changed his mind. Lewis, Ness wasn't just your girlfriend, you know. She was my friend too. She cared a lot about me. In fact, she kind of adopted me when Mam died. Now, if something has gone wrong between the two of you, then I have a right to know about it. Uncle Lewis ran a hand across his face. She wanted us to live together. She said she was fed up of us being weekend lovers and she wanted a live-in relationship. She didn't care if it was in Bridgend or Llanacefn, so long as it was in the same house. She wasn't going to force me to move anywhere if I didn't want to. She was willing to do all the work. She just wanted to be with me every day. She said she missed me during the week. And you said no? That's right. I told her straight away as soon as she'd brought it up. I didn't give her any let me go away and think about it. I refused point blank. So she said it was over. He shrugged. I don't believe you, Lewis, exclaimed Evan. You threw everything away just like that. Why the hell couldn't you have at least considered it? I don't know, he mumbled. I mean, you loved Nest. You must have. You've been going out together for so long. I'd have thought it only natural you'd want to share your lives. Don't you think so? I don't know, repeated his uncle more distinctly. It's not that simple, Yayan. The way I felt about Nest was very complicated. You're too young to understand. Don't talk to me as if I'm stupid, Lewis. You either loved Nest or you didn't. I did. It was just... I didn't want to change the way things were between us. I couldn't stand the idea of becoming us becoming like a husband and wife. I can't explain it. Maybe you'll find out for yourself one day. If I found someone whom I loved and who loved me back, then I'd live with her forever. I'd cherish her and take care of her. I'd be loyal and devoted. Lewis was about to reply, but then changed his mind. They sat in silence for several minutes. So you're a believer in loyalty, are you? Said Uncle Lewis eventually. Evan knew that it was a trip-up question, but he hadn't the will to avoid it. Yes, I am. So why aren't you loyal to your country? What's that got to do with Nest? It's the same principle for two different contexts. You ask me why I can't stay with Nest when we've been together for so long. I'm asking you why you've turned your back on Wales when you were born and brought up here. I haven't turned my back on Wales, Evan inwardly cringed. It was an old argument that the two of them replayed in one form or another at every one of Evan's visits. Oh, really? Uncle Lewis shifted round in his seat to confront his nephew. Then why are you living in England side by side with the people who've enslaved your homeland? Evan almost laughed. What? Are you saying all my teachers and school friends have been oppressing Wales? Gerald? Mr. Baker? Mr. Flynn? The milkman? The bloke who runs the corner shop on Swinley Heath Road? They're all personally responsible for assassinating Prince Llewellyn and hanging Welsh notes around little kids' necks? They're English. Therefore they're accessories. If they didn't commit those crimes, then it's only through accident of birth. If they're English, then they're capable of doing all those things and more. Of all the narrow-minded, self-righteous... And you, boy, are consorting with them, he concluded. Consorting? Don't talk crap. You were born a Welshman, but as soon as you were old enough, you moved, or should I say, defected to England. Your mam and I brought you up to be truly Welsh. We spoke the language to you. We went to Eisteddfod together. Lewis, for God's sake, I never defected to anywhere. I just joined the IYS. I hated that black hole I was living at in Pimsaint and took the first opportunity I could to transfer. I happened to relocate it to Langham Pond. It was pure coincidence. It could just as easily have been a shelter in Cardiff or Carnarvon. Then why didn't you transfer back to Wales when you got the chance? Don't you understand? I wanted to make myself a home, a real home, more than I ever had here. I wanted a place I could call my hometown, and it didn't matter to me if that place was in England, Wales or Western Samoa, so long as it was a place where I had friends and neighbours, people whom I could grow up with and watch change over the years as I changed. Don't forget, Lewis, that I never wanted to go into the youth shelter. It was you who put me there. If you hadn't, I'd still be living with you today. Excuses, excuses. You just wanted to become a syce. He hissed the word savagely. Evan decided that seeing as his uncle had tripped him up, he would do the same back. Lewis, are you saying that a man cannot call himself a real Welshman unless he lives in Wales, or would like to live in Wales? Yes, he blustered. If you want to leave the homeland for whatever reason, it's because deep down you secretly despise it. Uncle Lewis was getting thoroughly worked up by this time. His eyes were wide, and he waved his hands in the air for emphasis. So all those people who left Wales to establish colonies in Argentina and Ohio and places like that did so because they despised the homeland? Lewis hesitated. I've got him now, thought Evan. That's different, he eventually blurted. No, it's not. It is. They did it for patriotic reasons. No, they didn't. They were just looking for a better life in a new country, like all the American settlers. Bullshit! They were doing exactly the same thing as I did when I moved to Langham Pond. And why not? Think of it this way, Lewis. A byproduct of moving away from Wales is that we spread the language frontier. There are still people in Argentina who to this day speak Welsh. They've unwittingly increased the chances of survival, and so have I. I mean, what's the benefit benefit of us all huddling in this one small corner of the world. It makes our culture vulnerable. One meltdown at Trasvanith and boom, everyone's dead, a language dead. What a pile of shit, scoffed Uncle Lewis. I can see right through you. You're just a silly little boy who's been lured by the bright lights of England, the black sheep of a good Welsh family. What family? I haven't got a family, Lewis. That's why I'm 15 years old and living on my own. I don't know where I went wrong with you, Yehan, his uncle lamented. I tried to bring you up properly since your mum passed away. You went wrong when you put me into care. That's what it comes down to. You give me all this rubbish about me deserting my country when it was you who banished me from it. I'm a true Welshman just like you. Just like me? He shrilled incredulously. You're a true Welshman just like me? All right. In the kitchen now. He got up and stomped out. Evan hesitated curiously, then followed. What are you doing? He asked, looking on as his uncle rummaged frenetically through a kitchen drawer. He got no reply until Uncle Lewis swung round and threw a sheet of paper and a pen on the table. Sit down! He grabbed Evan's shoulders and forced him onto a stool in front of it. Now fill this in. What is it? It's an application to join Plaid Cymru. What? You heard me? Now fill it in! You're a true Welshman just like me, aren't you? You said so. Now prove it! Why are you doing this? I'm going to show you what it means to be Welsh. Lewis, said Evan in a calm voice, we've been through this. I don't want to join Plaid Cymru. I'm not a nationalist. If you're not a nationalist, then you're not Welsh. If you love Wales, then you have to fight for her. You have to stand up for Welshness and parry the encroachment of all things English. Lewis, listen to yourself. It's Plaid Cymru that fed you this garbage. It's one of the things I hate the most about nationalism. It's one big fantasy. They talk about English this and English that, the tyranny of England, and fighting English rule. It's as if these people have come here with a time machine. There is no English rule anymore. There's only one rule, Roland Cooper's. I'm not hearing this! Uncle Lewis faced the sink. I know you're not, shouted Evan. You're not hearing it because it's the truth. You're living in the same dreamland as all those other Plaid Cymru idiots. Roland Cooper now rules almost the entire known universe. Wales is just one tiny fragment of his dominions, and so is England. The two countries have exactly the same status. They're both merely provinces of his empire, and insignificant provinces than that. There is no English government to fight. The England that subjugated Wales, Scotland and Ireland, that killed Prince Llewellyn and imprisoned Saunders Lewis for setting fire to that airbase, that flooded a valley and turned it into Llyn, it no longer exists. That's not true. It is true. Roland Cooper himself is English. He was born in Chester. Evan laughed dryly. You know, Lewis, you're the first nationalist I've ever heard so much as speak his name. You're like a bunch of kids playing a game. You want revenge. That's what this comes down to. You want to make the English pay for all the atrocities they committed against Wales during the Barbarian Age. But you didn't get it, did you? Roland Cooper came along like Nemesis and wiped the playing field clean before you got the chance. And that's what you lot can't accept. So in your imagination, the struggle goes on. The only England that is in existence today is the one inside the mass delusion of the Welsh nationalist movement. No, 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 screamed Uncle Lewis. Roland Cooper is English. His regime is just his old government personified. Roland Cooper is no more English than you. He was born in England, but he's a patriot to no land. He rules the cosmos from his city in Siberia. English is the language of his Nathion simply because it happens to be the one he speaks. England is as much an oppressed nation as Wales. English culture has the same minority status as the Welsh. No! Yes. And that's why I won't have anything to do with nationalism, because they refuse to live in the real world and drug people up with their ideas until they're just as spaced out. People like you, Lewis. Uncle Lewis cursed under his breath and walked over to the fridge and pulled out a can of beer. He drank for about 30 seconds, then frowned at Evan with a look of total displeasure, shaking his head. Gwynfor Evans would be heartbroken to hear you speak like that. If all young Welshmen had that attitude, then we may as well give up now. If you are the future for Wales, then there will be no Wales. He finished the can in one gulp. Evan chuckled. Oh, so you admire Gwynfor Evans, do you? Of course, he's one of the country's greatest heroes. Well, let me tell you what would really break his heart. Seeing how many Welsh people have gone over to the poisonous teachings of that bastard Jones. Uncle Lewis threw the empty beer can against the wall. Don't you ever speak about Owen Jones like that in my presence again. How dare you? How dare you? The very worst thing about Plaid Cymru, continued Evan, unbeaten, is the crowd within it that supports him and what he does. That crowd has led you astray, Lewis. Jew, not only do you come into my house and insult the saviour of the Welsh people, but now you patronise me too. Saviour of the Welsh people? Evan stood up and walked over to his uncle's side. Remember the provisional draft constitution he wrote when he was a Plaid Cymru leader? The charter of the independent Welsh state shall be. He ticked them off on his fingers while holding his hands an inch from Uncle Lewis's face. 1. The compulsory deportation from Wales of all Welsh people. 2. No citizen of Free Wales should at any time speak or write the English language. 3. A ban on all English language literature. That includes Dylan Thomas, for God's sake. And a ban on all music and other art forms that employ the English language. 4. The exile of all Welsh citizens who marry or have children by non-Welsh people. For God's sake, Lewis, how can you support him? Those measures are necessary to preserve Welsh culture and purify the Celtic race. Lewis, you even believe all that racist crap as well. Listen to me, there is no Celtic race. Every human being in Britain is a mixture of races. Celtic, Roman, Anglo-Saxon, Norman. All these nationalities have diluted each other. How can you tell who's racially Celtic and who's not? Everyone in the country has Celtic ancestry, and Roman, Saxon and Norman for that matter. Don't give me that pseudo-scientific rubbish, warned his uncle. Where did you learn it? Your school history lesson? No, I looked it up in the library after I came here at Christmas. A library of books written by the English. Evan sighed. This argument was becoming like a musical farce, one with a very old script. He decided to back down on it and try another route. All right, Evan, let's assume you're right, and, well, we Welsh are made up mostly of Celtic DNA, and that the Saeson are made up mostly of Anglo-Saxon DNA. How does that justify saying that the Celtic race is superior? Why should they have any more rights than the Saxons? Because we are the original inhabitants of these islands. We had a peaceful, harmonious and democratic lifestyle until we were invaded again and again by imperious, power-hungry vermin of all types. Then we were forced back into the extremities of Britain. Lewis, the whole history of Britain has been a series of invasions. When the Normans invaded, they conquered the Saxons just as much as the Celts. But the Celts were still the aboriginal Britons. And you know, the Saxons themselves didn't really invade in the same sense that the Normans did. They didn't all wake up one morning and say, let's go and conquer Britain. They migrated over a period of centuries. The first Norman who set foot on British soil had the intention from the start of annexing the whole country. And they did so decisively within a few years, but the first Saxons had no such strategy. They simply moved in. They actually got on quite well with their Celtic neighbours, you know. It was we Celts who invited them, actually, to help defend us from the Picts. Many Saxon kingdoms had Britons living in them, and vice versa, and they all had equal rights. Not true, and besides, the Celts were still the aboriginal Britons. This was where the debate had ended last time. Evan couldn't argue against Uncle Lewis's belief that as the original inhabitants of Britain, the Celtic nations had the ultimate claim to the islands. Since then, though, Evan had been to the library and read up on the issue. He had recently gathered a fresh ammunition to resume the wrangle, and a few days before, he had found an ace to put up his sleeve. Yup, the Celts were here first. It's our country, and that's all there is to it. Uncle Lewis gave a single firm nod, notifying his nephew that the argument was over, and that he believed he'd won. But were they? Said Evan. Eh? His uncle picked up on his quiet, confident tone. How do you know that the Celts were here first? Well, it's in all the history books and all the archaeological evidence. No, it's not. He gazed steadily into Uncle Lewis's eyes, or at least historians and archaeologists are far from certain. Some would agree with you, but others are still undecided. That's not true, It is. He paused. What's this? Something else you've been studying in the library? Yes, I've read a few books on the subject, and one of them says that the earliest remains found in Britain that definitely unanimously agreed to be of Celtic origin date back to 2900 BRC. Nonsense, Yayan. Stonehenge and Avebury at least 1300 years older than that. Exactly. Those two are the ones mentioned in the book as examples that have not been certified as bona fide Celtic. The Celts used them, certainly, but perhaps they didn't build them. Of course they did. Who else could have? No one knows, Lewis. All that we know is that there have been human beings in Europe and the British Isles for several 100,000 years. No one knows for certain who they were, but we do know many were non-Celtic. Their descendants are still alive today, the Basques of the Pyrenees Mountains. Now, all the cultures who colonised Western Europe in the past also colonised some or all of the British Isles. So why wouldn't these non-Celts do the same, especially since the English Channel was a lot narrower in ancient times. Indeed, at one point it was above sea level and Britain was a peninsula, not an island. Uncle Lewis looked morose. You've really done your homework, haven't you, Yayan? Just like a good little schoolboy. And like every schoolboy, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a speculating amateur who talks like an expert, and you've no hard evidence at all. Now was the time for the ace. That's where you're wrong, Lewis. Evan couldn't resist a cheeky smile as he left the kitchen and headed for the spare room where he'd left his bag. And there, tucked in amongst his schoolwork, was the key to helping his uncle see straight. A short article which he'd come across quite by chance in a 2-month-old copy of the East London Gazette. He'd found the tattered old newspaper in the kitchen of the youth shelter and read it out of casual interest until he spotted the column. As soon as he'd finished it, he'd gone to the library and studied a book on the subject. What's this, Yayan? Read it. Uncle Lewis sat down at the table. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the newspaper fragment. What is this island language? It's spoken by a handful of people in Millwall, London. Its origins are unknown, but it has a very complicated grammar and a bizarre pronunciation, and it's non-Indo-European. In fact, it has no links to any language family. It nearly died out a few years ago, but as you've read, it's being revived. I've never heard of this. I'm not surprised. It's had very little publicity. What country does it originate from? Britain, Lewis, said Evan emphatically. Britain. His uncle stared at him, nonplussed. It's mentioned in the Roman Chronicles, he continued. Julius Caesar spoke of a group of people who inhabited the marshlands of the Thames estuary. They are reputed to have spoken an incomprehensible language, totally unlike Brittonic. Somehow it survived to the present day, and the people who speak it are making moves to revive their culture, giving their children island names and getting a local church to hold services in the language. They've translated the Bible. He broke off as Uncle Lewis scrunched up the clipping, tossed it onto the table and walked out. He was taking it even worse than Evan had expected. Evan unscrewed the article and looked at it, remembering how fascinated he'd been when he first read it. The following is a transcript of the Island Language Boost article. Island Language Boost by Simon Kilner. The number of island speakers in the Isle of Dogs area has been rising over recent years. There are now believed to be 109 in London and 14 who have moved out of the area. According to WAVITAG, the Island Language Association, this is a significant growth from the last figures published in the year 70, which read 61 and 12 respectively. Jenny Darville of WAVITAG described today's results as extremely encouraging. She told us, the potential for expansion of Island has not been so good for centuries. Many of today's speakers are young people who take a real interest and pride in their unique culture. They are using the language regularly and at home and at school or college. The WAVITAG Press publishes over 30 books a year in Ireland and has language policy meetings that are open to the public. At one point, it looked as though Ireland might die out like Cornish and Manx. Only 19 people spoke it at its lowest ebb, but that has now increased sixfold. We are not, however, complacent. We know that our language is still in danger and does run the risk of extinction. But with hard work and pride, we have pulled it back, make it from the brink, and have a good chance of making further progress, said Jenny. The very first people to set foot in Britain more than 100,000 years ago may have possibly spoken a language related to Ireland. We are, perhaps, the first British people to hold an important legacy in the history of our country. It would be a tragedy if it were to disappear. Uncle Lewis was brooding in the lounge. Evan sat down on the settee opposite him. "Lewis?" He didn't reply. "You do see now, you can't be so sure that we're such a sweet and innocent nation. Maybe Britain was inhabited when the Celts arrived. I know you deplore the actions of the Normans, and I agree with you, but perhaps the Celts were no better. What if they displaced, dominated and killed the existing population in exactly the same way?" His uncle mumbled something that Evan couldn't hear. "Pardon?" "I said it came from elsewhere." "What did?" "This island language thing. I reckon it must have been brought from another country in the Middle Ages or something." "Lewis, it's mentioned by the Romans." "Well, maybe it came from the Romans, but it definitely came... Maybe it came before the Romans, but it definitely came after the Celts." "Maybe it did and maybe it didn't, but no one knows. Therefore, we've got no right to go making the kind of assumptions." "Lies, lies, lies!" his uncle exploded, jumping out of his chair like a trapdoor spider. "Filthy, stinking, fucking English lies!" He stormed out of the lounge, and Evan heard his bedroom door slam. At breakfast the next morning neither spoke at all. It was only after Evan had washed up that Uncle Lewis came up to him and said, "You'll have to amuse yourself today, Yayan. I'm going to a Plaid Cymru meeting." "What?" said Evan. "All day?" "No, but afterwards we might go for a few drinks. We've got something to celebrate. The Battle of Llancelyn ended this morning in total victory for Free Wales." After his uncle had left, Evan went to his bedroom and read the newspaper clipping once more. Then he scrunched it up in frustration and threw it into the dustbin. Evan flashed his left indicator. That was the end of the flashback. Evan flashed his left indicator and decelerated into the motorway turnoff. He'd always flown to Bridgend in the past, and the countryside was unfamiliar. But as he entered the town and began to recognise buildings and landmarks, his heart quailed. He released the accelerator and the car began to slow. For a few seconds he seriously considered turning back. His mind groped for excuses but found none. It started snowing as he drove into the cul-de-sac. The tarmac seemed to ripple as the wind blew waves of tiny crystals across the road, which stayed dry as salt grains on this freezing Thursday afternoon. There it was, coming up on his right, the same dull grey roof tiles, the same square garden. He parked opposite and sat for a few minutes, studying the bungalow for any signs of life. The blinds were down, but a light shone in the kitchen. Evan zipped up his jacket as he got out of the car and shivered in the icy wind. He crossed over the cul-de-sac and entered the front garden. The grass was in need of a mow and weeds dotted the flower bed, but the front door looked the same as it always had. He took a deep breath and knocked. "Hello," said the straggly blonde-haired woman who opened the door. She hoisted the little boy in her arms up a little bit more over her shoulder. He had never seen her before. Hello, sorry to bother you. Is Lewis in?" "Sorry, there's no Lewis living here." Her accent was local. The baby in her arms scrutinised Evan over the rim of his dummy, his hands grabbing at the straps of his mother's dungarees. "Isn't there?" asked Evan. "No, mind you, we only moved in here. We only moved in a month ago. There was a man living here before." "Do you know where he is now?" "No, sorry, the place was empty when we got here. Apparently he moved out in July." "So you never met him?" "No, we bought this place completely through the estate agents." "Oh, sorry." She looked sympathetic. "It's all right, thank you for your time." Evan stood on the pavement outside for a moment. So Uncle Lewis was gone. He'd moved out without telling his one and only living relative. But Evan had been half expecting this, remembering all the times he'd phoned and got no reply. He was about to go back to the car when he had an idea. Harry! His uncle's old next-door neighbour. I'll ask Harry. He went to Harry's front door, only to be told that by the elderly Englishwoman who answered that Harry had died in September and that she bought the house at an auction. He went back to the woman, who now lived in Uncle Lewis's bungalow, and got the address of her estate agents. She gave him directions and promised to phone ahead to let them know that he was coming, and to give them permission to release any information that he needed. Evan thanked her and drove off. "Here we are," said the smart-looking young man at Jenkins and Harris Property Consultants Limited. He tapped his keyboard. 20 Cullen Gardens, sold to Mr. and Mrs. A.K. Jones by Mr. L.M. Hughes. L.M. Lewis Matthews, that's him. confirmed Evan. "The sale was finalised in August of this year. But Mrs. Jones told me that Lewis Hughes moved out in July." "That's true, he did, but he gave us his front door key on July the 5th. "But how could he, if he didn't sell the house till the following month?" "He must have been living somewhere else. He'd found a buyer for his own property. Maybe he'd managed to secure a mortgage on another." "Can you find out?" "I'm afraid not. If he'd bought another house, then we wouldn't know unless he bought it through Jenkins and Harris." "So maybe he went to another estate agent?" The man shrugged. "Maybe." "Did he give an address to you so he could be contacted during the sale?" Wait a moment. He poked his console again. "All I've got is a P.O. box number." "Is that unusual?" "No, sometimes we get a client who doesn't want anyone to know their address, normally a battered wife who's hiding from her husband." "Why would Mr. Lewis want to hide?" "I couldn't tell you. I'm afraid we can't do any more to help." Everyone was thinking hard. "Do you remember him?" "Yes, vaguely. He came in a few times for the paperwork." "Did he say anything to indicate where he was living at the time?" The estate agent chuckled. "I honestly don't remember. This was 5 months ago. I see dozens of clients every week." Well, I suppose if he was using this office, then he must have still been in the area. I imagine so. We have over 50 branches right across South Wales. If he'd moved out of Bridgend, he could have found one a lot closer. "Okay, thanks for your help." Evan headed into town and found a hotel for the night. He had a drink in the bar, thinking about what to do next. He'd drawn a blank. There was no way to trace Uncle Lewis from his home. His house was sold, and there was nobody with any memories or records of his current abode. No other estate agent would divulge any information without authorization. That left few options. The telephone directory was one. Evan went to the phone box in the hotel lobby, intending to ring up every L. Hughes in the book until he found his uncle. Unfortunately, there were over 60 entries under the name L. Hughes or L.M. Hughes. It was to be expected in a Welsh phone book. Still, Evan mused dryly as he picked up the receiver. It could have been worse. At least our name is not Jones. "Hello, 45658. Good afternoon. Could I speak to Lewis Hughes, please? I'm sorry, there's no one of that name here. I think you've got the wrong number." "Have I? Oh, sorry to trouble you. Goodbye." "Not at all. Goodbye." He tried 7 numbers and got the same response. Then he had to break off to let someone else use the phone. He had to again after he'd done 11, 13 and 25. "Hello, could I speak to Lewis Hughes, please?" It was the 29th attempt, an address in Blackmill. It was 5:30 now and pitch dark. "Just a sec, I'll go and get him," came the reply. Lewis, it's for you." Evan nearly dropped the receiver. He heard footsteps on the other end getting louder, and an almost inaudible muttering. "Hello? Lewis?" "Yes?" It's Evan," he stammered. "Evan? Sorry, Evan who?" It wasn't his uncle's voice. He'd coincidentally stumbled upon another Lewis Hughes. "Sorry, wrong number." He sat shaking in the phone box after he'd put down the receiver, until another guest knocked on the door to ask how long he was going to be. He went and had a double brandy to get over the shock. When his hands would stay still enough for him to dial, he carried on until he'd received a "sorry, you've got the wrong number" from the last L. Hughes on the list. It was 6:30, and he was exhausted. Uncle Lewis had clearly moved out of the area. Either that, or he was off the phone, or had an extra number. Evan went to bed that night with no fresh ideas. It was only after he'd had a Nutribuild and brushed his teeth and got into bed that he thought of one. Evan awoke the next morning in a winter wonderland. When he opened the curtains of his room, he saw mostly white. 2 inches of snow had fallen during the night, and it covered the hotel backyard like icing on a cake. Great fluffy dollops lay on the tops of the wheelie bins, while their plastic sides were touched with a sprinkling like sugar stuck to the surface. He could see a row of footprints, probably the night porter taking out the rubbish, and across the small lawn had walked a cat or fox, leaving a trail of small, round spores. The sky was cloudy, and still molting little powder flakes which stuck to the window, fused by the heat from inside. The compacted snow on the bed of the footprints was still fresh and white, indicating that it was freezing outside. He stood by the window for a quarter of an hour, enraptured by the sight. Such beautiful seasonal landscapes were rare in Langham Pond. When Evan went outside for a walk, He blinked to shake the little flakes off his eyelashes. The air was fresh and stinging cold, that his nose and earlobes felt as if they'd been pinched where they stuck out from under the rim of his woolly hat. His toes were numb as they crunched a hold in the plain of ice. As they crunched a hold in the plain of icy, dry dust. Everything was upholstered with snow, making Bridgend seem like another world. There were 4 lines of compressed, opaque ice on the road, stained patchy brown by the gritters to make it look like chocolate ripple ice cream. Inside them, car tyres ran like trains on rails. The vehicles were great mounds of snow on wheels which crawled slowly along. They had patches brushed clean over the windows and their headlights. The radiator grills were great molten lacerations. The thaw refroze as it trickled down onto the bumpers and the number plates, forming icicles. The white velvet shroud over the street changed the acoustics, making car engines, voices and everything else sound fuzzy and muted. Evan returned to the hotel in such high spirits that he even had a slice of toast for breakfast, his first food in a month. He had a quick look at the directory again, not to make a call this time, but just to jot down a name and address. Then he left the hotel. The cars in the overnight car park were homogeneous lumps in the fall, like polar bears sleeping in a row. He eliminated all the smaller hatchback-sized mounds and concentrated on the ones that were about the right size for his BMW. He brushed away at the bonnets until his hand hit the distinctive radiator cap badge. He climbed in and put the heater on full power. It was going to be a tough drive. It had occurred to him while he lay in bed the night before that it may be possible to trace Uncle Lewis by contacting him through a third party. He might have sold his house, disowned his nephew and moved away from his hometown, but there was one thing he would never do: leave Plaid Cymru. That was the key, the one route that was sure to lead Evan to his goal. As Evan had grown up with Uncle Lewis's care, he'd inevitably become acquainted with a few of Uncle Lewis's comrades. Most of them repelled him. They were cold, hostile, sinister people who supported the Clint-Jonesite tendency. He had escaped the witch hunts of the early 80s, and who still knocked about with the expulsees of the purge. But luckily, he'd also managed to meet some of the more moderate members of the party. One in particular he remembered well, a leader of a local council who'd become one of the principal names of Welsh nationalism, one who'd persistently attempted to recruit Evan to the Plaid Youth section, and had accepted Evan's equally persistent refusals with goodwill. He was a traditionally staunchly liberal nationalist who hated Clint-Jonesism, and Evan had liked him. One, more than anyone else, who might know the whereabouts of Uncle Lewis. Another advantage was that he had an unusual surname and should be easy to trace. Aneirin Canhianau Candretti lived in a converted barn on the edge of the village of St Mary's Hill. It was a modern home with double-glazed windows mounted on the old stonework. The journey from Bridgend would have taken Evan less than 20 minutes in good weather, but today Evan had to spend more than an hour crawling down the roads with a caravan of cars behind a snowplough. He kicked away the drift that had piled up on the doorstep and rang the bell. "Hello?" Andretti had aged. He looked even older than his 70-odd years. He'd always had wrinkly features and thin white hair, but the bright, energetic eyes and powerful stance that Evan remembered were gone. He stooped, and his eyelids were heavy and dark. He used a walking stick. "Bore da, Mr. Andretti. I don't know if you remember me, but my name's Evan Hughes. I used to know you in Bridgend." The old man surveyed Evan's face for a moment. Then his stubby eyebrows went up. "Of course, Evan! Lewis's nephew! Derry mewn, mae'n rhy oer heddiw." Andretti was a Welsh patriot from a bygone age, a true veteran of nationalism. In his fiery youth, he'd been through the usual stage of burning holiday homes and painting over English road signs, and had even been imprisoned for it. Then he'd mellowed as he aged, denounced violence and joined the democratic force that in those days made up the overwhelming majority of the organisation called Plaid Cymru. He stood for councils and even on one occasion written unsuccessfully to the British governor, asking for a seat in the National Assembly. His presence in the Bridgend chamber had done wonders for the town. His house was filled with memorabilia of the long, hard mission to which he had dedicated his entire life. the protection of his beloved Wales. There were photographs on the wall of election hustings and rallies and marches, newspaper clippings framed and mounted of himself in the Great Revolt of '55, and most poignant of all, bony and malnourished by his hunger strike, to force the RCBA to set up a 24-hour all-Welsh TV station. He'd actually fallen into a coma when they'd finally submitted, and was lucky to be alive. Over the fireplace was a huge embroidered medieval map of Wales with all the old kingdoms. Kingdoms, and in pride of place, paintings of his heroes and mentors, Owen Glendower and Prince Llewellyn ap Gruffydd. He didn't ask Evan why he'd come to see him, but just made some tea, and they talked mostly about old times. Evan didn't rush the man and just waited for the right moment to bring the subject up. "So tell me," said Andretti, "how is Lewis these days?" "Well, actually, that's the reason I've come to visit you, Mr. Andretti. You see, my Uncle Lewis has disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes, I've come back to Bridgend to search for him." He told Andretti about the past year, about how he'd gradually lost touch with his uncle, and the unanswered letters and phone calls. He lied and said that he'd come from Langton Pond. He didn't want to have to explain why and how he joined the zone. "So you think I might know where he is, and you want me to tell you?" "Oh, please, if you do." Andretti shrugged. "I'm very sorry, Evan, but I haven't the foggiest. I haven't seen the bloke for well over a year, and, well, we're hardly the best of friends to begin with." He planted his walking stick on the floor and slowly hoisted his aged frame off the settee, and stepped over to a large window overlooking the wintry countryside. He took a deep breath. "You realise why we are always at loggerheads?" he asked rhetorically. "Yes, I do. It's nothing personal. In fact, when he was younger, he was much more level-headed than he is now. Did Lewis ever talk to you about me?" "Not a lot." "That's hardly surprising. Besides, I got the impression that the two of you had a somewhat shaky relationship." Evan thought, so someone else noticed. "That's true," he said aloud. "The fact is, I know your uncle a lot better than I think he's told you." "Did you meet him when you were a little boy or something?" "Yes, I first met your uncle when he joined the Applied Youth section. I was leader of his branch. It must have been about the year '62. I became very fond of him. He may have disowned me, but the special place he has in my heart is still there. He was a good lad, bright, sensible, full of drive and vitality, until he swam into the net of Owen Emlyn-Jones." Andretti screwed up his lined face. "I was forced to watch as more and more of the young men and women of my sections ate his poisonous apple. Emlyn-Jones was young himself and spoke to the hearts of his peers, seducing them with his revolutionary ideas. This was back in the days before the crisis, of course. His philosophy was bold, aggressive, simple, decisive and visionary. His book, Future Wales, became an overnight bestseller. I can't tell you how much it hurt to see them flock to his banner. But I thought all along that Lewis had more sense." "I know he became a Emlyn-Jonesist," said Evan. "It was an obsession for him. He never used to talk about anything else." "I'm glad that you didn't fall for it as well, Evan," said Andretti. "I know you don't share my opinions on the national question, but I prefer you as a non-nationalist to a nationalist of Emlyn-Jones. But because you're a non-nationalist, I can't make you understand how much it hurts to see other people listening to that man. It strikes at the heart of everything I believe in, and in a strange way I feel responsible, guilty even." "Guilty, Mr. Andretti? How come?" "Because I've failed, Evan. I failed in the task I set myself when I was young. I fought all my life for Welsh independence, political freedom, the survival of the language, but my real mission went beyond that. Our true purpose was to inspire the Welsh people at a spiritual level, to make them understand as individuals that what Welshness is. If we can't feel the Welsh in our hearts, then all the devolution and home rule in the world will do us no good." "But Plaid Cymru's done that for many people," said Evan. "No, we haven't," countered Andretti. "If we had, then Emlyn-Jones would never have been what he is today. We failed, Evan. We could have prevented the cancer from growing, and we didn't, and now it's too late." Neither spoke for a few minutes. So Lewis was led astray by Emlyn-Jonesism?" asked Evan. "Yes, deep down he was a good boy, but like all the young, he had a vacuum in his soul that needed filling. I and others like me failed to fill it with true Welshness, so Clin Jones came along in our place and filled it with hatred and bigotry. You know, I've been a member of Plaid Cymru for almost 60 years, and I will continue to be a member of Plaid Cymru for however many years I have left, and almost all the way through those years I was happy. I've studied this country's history, all the times we've been downtrodden, all the times the language nearly died out, but even in the darkest days I sensed happiness in the spirit of the Welshmen of that time. I could see myself in their shoes, living their lives and feeling the joy that comes from the mysterious knowledge that whatever happens, somehow there will always be a Wales. He sighed and put his hands in his pockets. But now that unshakable faith has finally been dislodged. The last 20 years have been the most terrible our land has ever had to endure, and this time I don't think we're going to come through it. He turned his sad face to Evans. Wales is dying, Evan, I can feel it. Evan came over to stand beside him at the window. Mr. Andretti, you really shouldn't blame yourself for all this. Clin Jones is the wrongdoer, not you. But Clin Jones wouldn't have got where he is today if it hadn't been for us. He would never have become Plaid leader unless we'd all voted for him, and he'd never have even joined the party unless some fool had approved his membership. He turned and stared hard at Evan, nodding. Evan understood. You mean? Yes. Andretti bowed his head. I recruited Owen Clin Jones. You got him to sign up, you personally? Yes, I met him at a Young Wales Club summer camp in '61. I was a youth leader, and he was a wide-eyed schoolboy from Carmarthen. He asked how old he had to be to join the Plaid Youth section, and I said 15. He said, well, good, it's my 15th birthday tomorrow. I was a guest in his house many times. Neither of his parents were nationalists, but he had an older brother, David, who was very strongly so. I already knew and worked with him. But you weren't to know what would happen when he joined. He was just another boy in those days. I knew what he was like, Evan. He told me all about his ideals, his lust for terrorism and insurrection. He was fascinated by barbarian history, especially the German nationalist era around 8 years BRC. The leader of the movement, a man named Adolf Hitler, wrote a book called Mein Kampf. Owen translated it into Welsh and published it. I believe that he picked up a lot of his ideas from that book. Despite all this, I approved him for entry into the youth section. I suppose I thought I could change him, but no. He soon became the star of the show. I argued against him, but the other kids wouldn't listen to me. By '64, he was in the party executive youth chair. I must admit he was a brilliant politician. At rallies and meetings, he could mesmerise people with just a few words. When he left the youth section in '70, he was picked up to run several election campaigns for Plaid councillors. He ran for leader himself in '76 and won by a small margin. He was expelled in '80. Andretti went over to a drawer in a teak dresser and pulled out a thick photo album. Look! He sat back down on the settee and beckoned Evan to sit beside him. He turned to the 5th or 6th page. Here! He pointed to a small square print of a young boy sitting in a canoe on a lake or river. The photographer was standing about 10 feet away and was slightly above the subject, perhaps on a low jetty. The boy was dressed in a t-shirt, for the sun was shining brightly and it looked like a warm day. Over that he wore an orange life jacket and a helmet. He held his kayak paddles across his lap, resting on the rim of the small cockpit. A cheery smile completed his pose. Is that him? Asked Evan. Yes, that's Owen. I took that in Bala in '61. He looks like an average lad, doesn't he? Evan studied the adolescent face under the safety helmet, with its freckly cheeks and broad grin. The eyes were slightly shadowed. He concentrated hard on them, as if trying to see into the boy's mind, a mind that would, in a few years hence, tear Wales apart. Andretti read Evan's expression. It's hard to believe what he would turn into when he grew up, eh? He turned the page and showed Evan another snap of the young Clin Jones, this time in his school uniform with a group of other boys and girls of about the same age. They were all in close-up. In the background was an old stone house and a loosely overcast sky. The face in this photo showed a slight resemblance to the infamous features seen so often in the media, especially the distinctive fleshy nose and the thick head of raven black hair. There was another picture of the nationalist in his early 20s. He was sitting in a lighted room at a table holding the corner of a newspaper which lay on it, as if he'd been in the middle of reading it when the shot was taken. He was staring directly at the camera with no expression, like a subject taken by surprise. He looked less like his adult self in this one. His hair was crew-cut and he wore a grey suit. This is Owen in 67, straight after he delivered a speech to a chapel meeting in Barmouth. How did the members receive him? Half of them walked out in disgust before the end, and the other half gave him a standing ovation. Do you have any pictures of Lewis? Yes, plenty, look. The first shot of Evan's uncle was a copy of the one he'd seen many times in Uncle Lewis's home. He was 8 years old in the school photo, and wearing the uniform of his primary school in Llanybydder. It stuck in Evan's mind because it was the one in which he most resembled his younger sister Enid, Evan's mother. There were a few of the young Lewis on holiday and at his birthday party with Enid and Evan's grandparents. From his early teens onwards, Uncle Lewis had barely changed. There was a print of him astride a skewbald pony aged 14, where he was almost identical, though a touch slimmer, to his present appearance. These were the ones he gave me of his holiday in Portugal in 73, I think. Evan's stomach went soft. These pictures were mostly fun shots in terrace bars in which everyone was deeply suntanned and wore brightly coloured summer fashions. There were several other men and women with Uncle Lewis, whom he failed to recognise, but one of the women, to Evan's distress, was unmistakable. There was no way he'd ever forget the wavy honey-blonde hair and the kindly blue eyes of his mother. He sniffed as fluid gathered around the inside of his nostrils. If these photos were taken in the year 73, then she'd have been 24. "Evan, what's wrong?" asked Andretti. Evan pointed at one of the pictures. It was taken looking almost lengthwise down a table in the beer garden of a promenade bar in the Algarve. It was a bright sunny evening, and there were 7 people, all in their 20s, sat around the table with drinks. Lewis was seated at the near end, and had turned smiling to face the camera. His sister was opposite to him, holding a glass of red wine or port. Andretti slapped his forehead. "Enid or Evan, of course, I'm sorry. I should have realised." He closed the album. "I'll put these away." Evan stopped him. "No, I'd like to see the rest." "Are you sure? It might upset you." "It won't, Mr. Andretti. I've never seen these pictures of Mam before, and it will do me good to look at them." He smiled. "All right, Evan." They spent the next quarter of an hour browsing through the photos of Lewis, Enid, and all their friends. "So, you must have been born in 77, said Evan. "April the 4th. I never saw Lewis or Enid during that time, but he did write to me. He mentioned once that Enid had had a baby. It's a shame I never met you before Lewis came to Bridgend. That was Uncle Lewis's fault for breaking his friendship with you." The old man nodded in a preoccupied way. "So, who's your father?" "A man that my mum went out with in Lampeter. She only knew him for about a year, and he was gone from the scene months before I was born. She never saw or heard of him from him again, so obviously I never met him. I don't know who he was, and Mum and Lewis didn't like to talk about him. I don't even know his name." "That must be hard." "Not really. I don't really think about him anymore." "Do you remember Lampeter at all?" "Oh yes, my early childhood was the happiest time of my life. My mum absolutely doted on me. When she died I was torn apart." They looked through more photos of Uncle Lewis and Evan's mother. Most of these were taken in and around Lampeter during the early 70s. Evan paused to examine one enlargement more carefully. It was the best one he'd seen so far, a close-up of his mother and uncle at the village union hall, sitting on a bench with their backs to a muralled wall. The light and exposure were spot on, and their faces could be studied in every detail. They weren't smiling, which somehow made the picture especially interesting. On the left was Enid, in the middle Lewis, and on the right a third individual, a man of around the same age whom Evan didn't recognise, although there was something familiar about him. He'd featured in most of the rest of the album alongside Lewis and Enid, and had been in the table shot in Portugal, where Evan had first recognised his mother. "Who's that?" he asked. "Oh, that's Owen. I know he looks different there, doesn't he?" "Owen who?" "Well, Owen Jones, of course." Evan didn't reply. He just gaped, his mouth wide like a fish's. His eyes relayed between the photo and Andretti's face. "What's the matter, Evan?" "Who?" Andretti started, then went quiet. Evan's mind spun. When he spoke, his voice was a harsh whisper. "What is Owen Emlyn-Jones doing having his picture taken with Mam and Lewis?" "I'm sorry," he said timidly. "I thought you recognised him. What the hell's going on? Didn't you know that..." "That what?" "That Enid and Lewis were Owen's best friends." Evan got to his feet, his legs trembling. He tottered over to the window and leaned on the sill. "No," he murmured hoarsely, and wrapped his arms around himself as if cold. Andretti stood and approached his shoulder. "So he kept it from you?" "Looks like it." There was a long pause. Andretti sighed and put a hand on Evan's shoulder. "How much do you want to know?" "Everything." Andretti made a pot of tea, and they both returned to the sofa. "As I've already said," the old man began, "your uncle joined Plaid Cymru Youth in 61 or 2. By that time Owen was already head boy of our branch, even though he'd only been in it a year. He and Lewis became instant friends. Lewis was an apprentice engineer, and Owen was about to take his A-levels and wanted to study history and politics in Cardiff. Two boys with very different backgrounds and personalities, but they were inseparable. They used to talk for hours and hours after meets at camp, or rather, Owen talked, and Lewis listened. I can recall to this day the way I felt when I saw young Lewis sitting with the rest of Owen's faction in the changing rooms, where they always held their little caucus." Andretti shivered under the burden of his memories. The one consolation was that he never managed to recruit Enid. Or he tried. When Lewis introduced Owen to his sister, one of the first things Owen did was invite her to the girls' branch meet. From there he no doubt planned to set some of his female comrades onto her, but no. Enid knew better. She was a loving, caring young woman, and very strong-willed with it, much more so than her elder brother. In fact, at first she tried to deprogram Lewis. They used to have some rows, I can tell you. The amazing thing was that despite their political differences, they somehow all remained close friends. For years, Owen used to come home from college every weekend and go out on the town with Lewis. Enid and their other chums went with them. This continued when Owen got his degree and went into politics full-time. He told them over and over about his dreams of an independent Wales, established by military force and ruled by his ideology. This was only the first stage of his revolution. The ultimate goal would be the establishment of an international federation, which he called Gael, a pan-Celtic homeland. He travelled to Scotland, Cornwall, the Isle of Man and Brittany to talk to various separatist movements there. He learned to speak fairly good Breton, which, as you know, is similar to our own language. He has also been linked to some of the more extreme right-wing splinter groups of the Provisional IRA. Lewis was totally gripped. He worshipped Owen. There's no other word for it. In the end, Enid gave up trying to talk him out of it. I think she was too fond of them both. She risked losing her brother and friend in one go. You see, most people either loved Owen or hated him for his politics alone, but Enid was different. She wasn't only a non-nationalist, she was apolitical. She saw the whole world purely in terms of human relationships. She loved Owen as a person. To her, politics was meaningless. It just went over her head. Or perhaps more accurately, she rose above it. Andretti paused for almost a minute while he finished his first cup of tea and poured another. Now, when Owen got onto the National Executive Committee, Lewis, of course, wanted to be his aide. When Owen said no, it broke Lewis's heart. It was a bit like Jesus turning around to St. Peter saying, "Sorry, I've changed my mind. I don't want you as my disciple after all." Owen tried to comfort Lewis by saying that he could do a lot more for the cause by staying where he was, by doing what he was doing. Lewis tried to accept this, but I think deep down he felt rejected. He was Owen's most loyal supporter and deserved a reward. Instead, Owen chose some young kid called Kai to be his aide. That was when Lewis turned back to me. I became his comforter and counsellor. I thought that this was my opportunity to deprogram him. I tried to talk about our differences, the differences between us, but the answers he gave me were like transcripts of Owen's speeches. His devotion to his idol remained, even though his idol had snubbed him. When Owen hit 25, he was forced to step down from the youth service. He went straight back to his old pals, and things were just as they had been before. That's when they all went on that holiday in Portugal, of which you've seen the photos. That's when they all went on that holiday to Portugal, of which you've seen the photos. Lewis wanted nothing to do with me. It was all Owen, Owen, Owen. My last chance to save him was gone. A few years later, I was asked by Davy Jenkins, the Plaid Cymru leader before Owen, to stand for the council at Bridgend. I talked it over with Gwen, and she was all for it. We'd been living a rather nomadic lifestyle up till then, and she wanted to settle down and be a family. I won the election easily, and we moved there. I never saw Owen or Enid again, or Lewis for that matter, until he came down here in '89. But we did write to each other occasionally. I got the impression that Lewis and Enid lost touch with Owen when he got the Plaid leadership. Owen had to move to the head office in Cardiff, and I suspect he was too busy to visit them. Then came the dawn of the terrible age we're living in now. Owen finally possessed the power that he'd craved all his life, and began a radical change of policy. His faction was by now very strong, and the party catastrophically split. He shook his head. Andretti shook his head and tutted. It made me ashamed to call myself a Plaid member. A frightful struggle for supremacy took place between the two sides. Davy Jenkins declared Owen's leadership void and demanded a second poll. That sealed his fate. He became the first victim of the newly emerging terrorist group called 1282. He was shot from point-blank range by a masked gunman outside a pub in Risca. A sad loss to us all. Everyone was sure that Owen was behind the killing, but it was never proved. He paused again. Owen's loss of the year 80 leadership election was a close thing. Cledwyn Mould took over and ordered Owen before the National Executive. He expelled him on the spot. Hundreds of others followed, almost a third of the party's membership. They descended upon the dissidents with merciless fury. Owen mysteriously vanished, leaving everything behind. Plaid Cymru was back in the hands of the moderates, and we all started to hope that this was the end of the troubles, but of course, we soon found out that it was only the beginning. With the rise of Free Wales, Owen returned to public view. Where he went for all those intervening 6 months is still a mystery. I got an angst-filled letter from Lewis in January '83 saying that Enid had been diagnosed with cancer. I hoped and prayed that she'd be all right. After I hadn't heard from Lewis for a few months, I became optimistic. No news is good news, I thought. Then came a letter at the end of May saying that she died. My heart went out to you, Evan. Lewis only wrote to me once or twice after that. I never saw him until he moved down here in '89. That's it, Evan, the whole truth. Andretti got up and poured another cup of tea. Thank you, Mr. Andretti, said Evan. I'm sorry if all this has caused you any distress. I didn't want to spring this revelation on you. I just thought you were aware of your family's past. So did I, Mr. Andretti, said Evan. It was mid-afternoon when Evan left Aneirin Carnhianawg Andretti's house. A violent blizzard was raging, cutting visibility down to a few yards. The temperature had dropped even further, almost freezing him on the short walk to his car. But he barely noticed the cold. He drove speedily and dangerously along the single-track road. He knew the tarmac was perilously slippery, but he didn't care. A loud voice mixed with the engine noise that ran through his head. Lewis, you bastard. So Owen Emlyn-Jones was more than just your political hero. He was your friend. You grew up with that tow rag and you just forgot to tell me. I don't think so. You must have really thought nothing of me. I bet you couldn't wait for an excuse to get rid of me. And ma'am, I forgive you. I realised why you didn't say anything. I was too young to understand. I suppose if I'd gone and blurted my mouth off at school, some people might have given us trouble. Besides, for you, knowing that that slime used to be a friend of yours wasn't something to be proud of. But you, Lewis, for you, Lewis, it would be. I'm surprised you didn't go out around boasting to everyone that you used to be buddy-buddy with the new Glendower. You had no excuse not to tell me, especially when I got older. All those years you let me stay in your house and eat your food while you sat there and lied to me without a qualm. Well, I'm giving up my search for you. You're not worth the trouble. You rejected me, now I'm rejecting you. It's something I should have done years ago. I just wish to God you were here so I could tell you so to your face. You're not my uncle, you're not my relation. My last relative was Mum. I wish you died like her. When Evan arrived back at the hotel, he had 6 double brandies before going to bed. The next morning, he began the long drive back to Cardiff. He was called into the office at 0900 and arrived at the home at 0935. He left the car in the garage and strolled lazily up to the translation lab. It was empty. He stood in the middle of the office, bewildered. Evan? Elaine stepped out of the open door of her office and beckoned. In here. What's going on? Where are the others? Just come into my office. Her features were sombre and her voice sharp. Evan obeyed uneasily. Section Commander Warden Grayson was sitting at Elaine's desk. Good morning, Evan. His countenance was as grave as hers. Boss? This was the first time he'd seen the craggy-faced officer in the WL area. You've just returned from leave, haven't you? Yes. Which dates were you on leave to and from and to? Monday the 7th till Friday the 12th. Well, yesterday was Saturday the 13th. Why weren't you available for duty? Pardon, boss? Grayson spoke slower. Your leave pass expired at midnight on Friday, yet you were phoned at 0845 yesterday to notify you that your presence was required here in the WL department, and the call was diverted to your concierge, who told us you hadn't returned from leave yet. When did you get back? Yesterday about 6 p.m. Grayson paused, his eyes searing into the young specialist in front of him. Right, you're on charge, Abden. Absent without leave for 18 hours. Boss? Do you wish to add anything? Boss, it's the weekend. I'm not due back at work until Monday morning. You're due back at work when we tell you, shouted Grayson, making Evan jump. If your leave pass says Friday night, then you come back Friday night. Whether or not you get called in on Saturday is irrelevant. If you are not officially on leave at the weekend, then you have to be in the area and available for duty if required. Evan stood in front of the desk, muted. You're not in some 9-to-5 white-collar civvy job. Now, in the business, you don't get weekends off. You're either on duty or on call until you're granted leave. And on call means you stay within close driving distance of the home. Understood? Yes, boss. It may interest you to know that a high-priority document came up yesterday that required immediate translation. The team had to work a man short. The delay caused by your absence could mean the difference between life and death. You know when you joined up that you may be ordered to work outside your normal hours. Note that I say ordered, Evan. It's not voluntary overtime or special bonus labour. It's your duty. That's why I will not, he thumped the desk with his fist, repeat, not tolerate absenteeism in my section. There was a moment's silence. Evan stole a brief glance at Elaine. Her gravity had melted, and she was not looking directly at him anymore, trying to hide her sympathy. How do you want to do this, Evan? Asked Grayson. I can arrange a J&D hearing in front of the director for sometime next week, or alternatively, we can deal with it right here and now with myself as adjudicator and Elaine as witness. It would be better, Evan, said Elaine in a kindly voice. Here, okay, decided Evan. Right, began Grayson in an official-sounding voice. I've examined your record and I see this is your first charge. Generally speaking, you have a good attitude despite a short period of tackiness and tardiness a few months ago. You have been making an impressive effort on top of a few minor medical problems. Also, I can see that your offence you committed was one of neglect rather than willful disobedience. Therefore, I'm inclined to be lenient. You are fined 200 star raise and stop 2 weeks leave. Sign here. Evan put his signature on the charge sheet with a trembling hand. And I warn you, Evan, if anything like this happens again, we will have to assume that you are attempting desertion, in which case you would be court-martialed and could face the death penalty. Is that clear? Yes, boss. Very well, dismissed. Is that all? I reckon you got off lightly. Connie had joined Evan in the mess after work for a pint. Besides, what's an AWOL charge? I've had dozens, and worse than that. Drunk and disorderly, conduct unbecoming, first and second degree assault, you name it. I wouldn't get downhearted over a measly AWOL charge. It was only 18 hours anyway. I once went AWOL for 3 days. I nearly got a caught for desertion. The only thing that saved me was a marine mechanic who owed me a favour. He told my CO that he'd been called out to fix my car after it had packed up in the Black Mountains. Had it? Asked Evan. Of course not. I was out on the razzle, an architecture student in Abergavenny. an architecture student in Abergavenny. I disconnected her bedside phone while she was going down on me, so they couldn't call. Evan giggled. Connie, you old dog, you. It was good to be able to laugh again. He'd been feeling gloomy since his chastisement by Grayson the day before, and was glad that he decided to go for a drink with his operative friend. She was so good it was worth it. But Connie, was it worth risking being sentenced to death? Connie snorted. Old man Grayson only told you that to scare you. A deserter hasn't been executed in the zone for years. Look, to convict you of desertion, they'd have to prove that it was committed with intent and premeditation, and even then you'd have to be very unlucky not to get away with a dishonourable discharge, or simply a spell over the wall. Over the wall? Being in a zone prison. So if you're enjoying yourself on a holiday, too much to go back to your everyday slog, just have a few extra days. It might cost you a one or two for a few days leave, but if it's worth it, do it. How was your leave anyway? Oh, okay, thanks. Warren said you went up to Norfolk. Yeah, it was lovely. Can't have been a bundle of laughs this time of year. Evan fiddled nervously with a piece of plastic holly that had been stuck to one of the ice boxes. I didn't mind, I just needed a break. Connie stretched his arms over the bar and yawned. I could do with a break myself. We've got a busy couple of weeks ahead, Christmas and everything that goes with it, and then before we've had a chance to let the turkey go down, we're off into the deepest, darkest yonder on 6D's new deployment. Shame, I've enjoyed the last 6 months. Cardiff may not be a top place if you want to see some action, but at least it's got a fairly decent nightlife. I'm going to have to get used to the clicky Welsh-speaking pubs where people talk about you right under your nose. Still, it'd be nice if you could come with us. No hope of that. I'm not free like you. I'm trapped in that bloody prison up there. He jerked his thumb in the direction of the home. Will you miss your mate Warren? Evan shrugged. I doubt if it'll break my heart. I hardly see anything of him anyway at the moment. Look, Evan, why don't you come along to our Christmas party on Friday? What? You want a specialist lowlife at your party of divine operatives? Oh, don't be like that. You'll be very welcome. Anyway, it's not really a party with invitations and all that. We're just going out on the town. Everyone will be there. We're meeting at the Café Blanc at 7:30, and after that, wherever the wind blows us. I'd like to do something for Christmas. And it's not just a Christmas bash either. It's a sort of end of posting piss up. What do you say? OK, I'll be there, said Evan after a pause. Great stuff. Nicole, same again, please, when you're ready. Chapter 8. They shouldn't have shouted at you like that, Evan. You didn't do it on purpose. Section Commander Grayson said I was a deserter. Well, Section Commander Grayson is wrong, said Michaela. She almost took his breath away. She was more radiant than she'd ever been before. What about Uncle Lewis? I'm deserting him. That's his fault, Evan, not yours. He never wrote to you and then up and left without letting you know. Maybe he had his reasons. Maybe he had his reasons for not telling you that he used to know Untitled Jones, but nothing can justify him pushing you away like he did. Her hair and eyes shone. Her skin looked so sweet. Every pore and freckle drew him like a magnet. Sunlight illuminated the soft, downy hair on her jowls. It's so nice to see you again, Mitch. They were walking along the shores of Langham Pond. It was a hot summer's day and the trees were bright green. Flies buzzed across the path ahead of him. The wood chips felt lumpy under his feet, and on his left the lake lay like a painting, with the shimmer of the sun and the chuckling of the waterfowl as they paddled about. A solitary mallard drake stood on the wispy grass, searching the ground for bits of food. The feathers on his lime-green head glistened as if oiled. The smell of the lake, the trees and the flowers was intoxicating. It's wonderful to be with you, Evan. He tried to look at her and found that he couldn't. The sight was overpowering. He bowed his head and stared at the ground. What's wrong? Look at me. I can't. Why not? You're so beautiful, Mitch. Evan, look at me. He raised his eyes slowly until he could see her summer blouse, then her neck, then the pale skin that led up to her chin, then her lips. He moved closer to her. She didn't pull away. He was leaning towards her, his own lips yearning. He wasn't thinking, he wasn't afraid. Nothing mattered except him and Michaela. He awoke with the shock of a thunderclap and sat up. His bedroom was as dark and quiet as a tomb. He jumped out of bed, switched on the light, and stared at his surroundings in disbelief, half expecting them to melt away and reveal Michaela still standing beside him waiting for his kiss. The dream was so fresh in his mind that he could see it in every detail. He could hear her voice and smell her. She was so real that he could almost touch her. Evan began quivering. He fell to his knees and put his hands to his face, grinding the heels into his eye sockets to shut out the horrible sight of his chipboard wardrobe and a false window. He toppled forward onto the floor and buried his face in the carpet to muffle his voice as he screamed. He took the lift to the top floor and climbed up the steep, narrow flight of stairs, past the door to the lift machinery and up to the roof access. The lock was a cheap, substandard make, and it was still quite new, but already loose. He only had to fiddle with the screws a little to force the door open. The air was as cold and still as the inside of a deep freeze, and Evan's hands stuck to the metal door jamb. It had stopped snowing and the moon and stars were out. He stepped from the doorway and sunk up to his ankles in the smooth fall. The pain of the sudden intense cold on his bare feet almost winded him, but numbness followed a few seconds later, and he trudged through the fresh virgin blanket, feeling as if he were on wooden legs. The glacial air cut him to the heart. He had put on nothing over his t-shirt and boxer shorts. He stumbled against a ventilator, shaking like an epileptic. His arms and legs began to throb and smart. He reached the waist-high wall that ran around the square roof space and buried his hands in the sandy snow that lay on top of it, gritting his teeth until they turned into the same lumps of wood as his feet. His stomach fluttered as he looked down over the edge at the wintry scene below. The Christmas tree, lit by multicoloured lights, stood by the shops in futile gaiety. Evan knew that he wouldn't deliberately kill himself. That wouldn't be fair. It was no one's fault, after all, and it would be others who would suffer. Maybe if he walked around the edge for a while, he might slip on a skylight or a patch of ice and go over, or perhaps the cold would get him, and they'd find him the next day lying there as stiff as a frozen fish finger. That wouldn't be suicide. It would just be an accident. And even if God thought different and sent him to hell for it, Evan would be grateful. Hell could only be an improvement. Just to make sure, Evan waited until his head started to feel light from hypothermia. Then he turned and started to walk back to the door. Come on, God. Now's your chance, please. He slowed his pace. Come on, hurry up, kill me. By now his limbs were completely numb. He could still move them, but only knew so because he could see them. His whole chest and head ached. He became detached and dopey, and his heart pumped blood around his body that was getting colder and colder all the time. He skidded and teetered before he realised what was happening. And before he realised what was happening, he was sprawled face down in the snow. Thank you. Now I'll just rest here and wait for everything to fade away. Oh no, surely I don't have to try and get up. Oh, all right, I suppose I must. He saw his arms raise himself into the air. His vision was cloudy from flakes in his eyes. He stood up and strolled sulkily on. He was only semi-aware of his position now. His mind was dimly optimistic that he would succeed, but then, to his disappointment, he staggered into the light cast by the bulb inside the roof stairwell. His warm flat felt like a Turkish bath after being outside. He was covered head to foot in bits of snow. Where his skin could be seen, it was taut and blue. Evan rushed to his bed and jumped in, wrapping the quilt around him like a sleeping bag. His body burned and tingled as his circulation was restored. His bedclothes became damp from the melted snow. He slept a little, then woke up thinking of Michaela again. He didn't know why she'd suddenly popped into his mind after all these months. But now she was there, she wouldn't go away. He wondered what she was doing at that moment. Probably lying in bed like him, unless she was on an early morning shift. What day was it? Friday. Perhaps she'd been out the previous evening with Alan, Charles and Ricky. They'd all be getting ready for Christmas. Michaela would be buying presents for her parents. Then on the day itself, she'd be at home with her mum and dad, and maybe a few more relations. Evan remembered that Michaela had once told him that her parents were going to invite him round for Christmas dinner that year, seeing as he had no family. Langham Pond was a beautiful place at Christmas time. The decorated shops with their Santa's grottos and queues of children outside, men selling roast chestnuts in the street. Every year Evan went carol singing around the wards of the hospital with some of the other staff. Trevor and Angela would always open the BB Arms on Christmas evening to serve dinner. He would sit and eat with the others, sharing mince pies and pulling crackers. It was a time when he could look someone in the eyes and smile for no other reason than because they were who they were. The looks of joy on the faces of the hospital patients as he stood singing in the middle of the ward with the rest of the carol choir made him wonder if anything in the world would ever make him feel sad again. There were no words to describe how priceless these things were to Evan, but he'd given them all away in exchange for his new life. Yes, they were all in the irretrievable past now. Never again would he experience a Christmas just like the ones he used to know in Langham Pond. The alarm started going off. It was 7:15, time to get up for work. He sat up in bed and then stopped with one foot over the edge. Thoughts of the translation lab pushing into his mind lined up alongside his memories to torture him. I can't do it. I just can't. He got up to walk through the lounge, picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello," answered a sleepy Scottish voice. "Warren, it's Evan here." "Evan, I've been up all night. I've only just got to sleep. What do you want?" "I've just phoned up to tell you that I'm not going into work today." "What, are you sick?" "No, I'm fine. I'm just not going into work today. Or ever again, for that matter." "What the hell are you talking about, Evan? Have you been on the brandy or something?" "No, I'm just telling you I'm not going to work anymore. Ever." He started to weep. I can't take it, Warren." "Evan, now listen to me, Evan," said Warren firmly. "You have to go. Don't tell me you can't take it anymore. We've been through this. If you're ill, you're ill. But if you're just feeling pissed off and down in the mouth and tough shit, you've got to learn to grit your teeth and carry on. Now." "No, I won't. I can't. I'm not going to. And I don't care," said Evan with something between a scream and a sob. There was a stunned silence at the other end of the line. All right, Evan, calm down, mate. I'm on my way over." He knocked Evan's door less than 5 minutes later. "I'm sorry, Warren," said Evan, as his big friend comforted him over a cup of tea. "I just woke up and started thinking about that filthy place, and I just felt I couldn't face it." "It's okay, mate. Relax. I shouldn't have been too sharp with you. I know you've not been on top form lately." "I've not been too bad. Look, lad, if things are getting too much for you, I think you should tell Elaine. She'll put you in touch with Dr. Keevil, the psychiatrist." "I know. I've seen Dr. Keevil." "You have?" "Yeah, Elaine sent me to the BMO and he made me an appointment." Warren said nothing for a few seconds. "When did all this start?" "A couple of months back." He filled Warren in on his consultations with Keevil and the treatment he'd been subscribed. Warren sat back in amazement. "My God, I never realised. And you're telling me you've had nothing to eat for more than 2 months?" Evan nodded. "But the Nutribill keeps me going. Taking one of them is like eating a meal." "It's still not normal, Evan, and I wondered why your kitchen was so bare when I made the tea." "Are you still on the pills?" Yeah, but Keevil's cut my dose down to a third. Only 50 milligrams per night." "So he reckons you're getting better?" "Yes, and I am." Warren looked doubtful. "So what's all this about, then?" "I just lost my nerve, Warren. I can't help it." "Is it really that awful?" "Yes." He stared desperately in his friend's eyes. "You've got no idea. Connie and all the others think my job's easy, and they never get tired of making jokes about it. And I want to scream at them and tell them that it's not. It's horrible. They'd hate it if they were in my shoes. I just don't want to do it." "I was going to suggest trying to get you some sick leave from Keevil, but if he's already seen you and he's keeping you on duty, there's nothing you can do." "Warren, can't you have a word with him?" "No, Keevil's an expert, or should I say, supposed to be one. I've heard he's not up to much." "What can I say to him? Sorry, Dr. Keevil, but I think you're wrong. He's a doctor and I'm not. I can see he's cocked up with you big time, but unfortunately you can't get a second opinions in the zone. And if a doctor passes you as fit, you have to go on duty. It makes no difference if you're having a heart attack. His word is final. You're going to have to make the best of it, Evan." Evan bowed his head and didn't reply. "Come on, mate, I'll drive you in. Also, I'll have a word with the team and tell them to lay off you, okay? No more anti-spec jokes." "Well, it can't be that bad. It's only 7.5 hours and he'll be out again. And don't forget, it's the weekend. You're coming out with us tonight, remember? We'll have a fabulous time." He grinned. "Hey, you might meet yourself a nice girl." Evan looked up at the chief operative and smiled weakly. "That's the spirit. Now off you go and have a shower while I make you one of those milkshake things." The North Road was well swept. It hadn't snowed since yesterday, and the ploughs and gritters had caught up with it. The snow that they'd cleared lay at the side of the road in a series of dirty white berms. In Radier, Whitchurch and Llandaff, people trod the pavements in colourful winter jackets, and some boys threw snowballs at their windscreen from a footbridge. Now remember, said Warren, I'll be in all day, so if you need to talk, just pick up the phone. You'll be asleep, won't you? Don't worry, lad. I've been in the zone all my life. I'm used to going without sleep. I'll be fine so long as I get 2 hours or so. How do you feel? A bit shaky, but not too bad now. Good lad. You finish at 4:30, don't you? Yeah. What do you say to me picking you up and taking you for a quick pint before meeting the others? Fine. Shall I meet you in the mess? Yeah, at 4:30. Warren dropped Evan outside the pillared main entrance to Multiforce with a few more reassuring words, then drove off to leaving him alone. Evan stood for a couple of minutes, looking up at the imposing zone edifice and thinking. Then he squared his shoulders and marched in. All day his brain was haunted by a series of images. A front door left swinging on its hinges and a startled milkman. A car left abandoned in the middle of the road with its radiator boiled dry, and a young hospital porter who'd failed to turn up for work one day and then vanished forever. Evan was beset by memories of what, for the people of Langham Pond, was his own mysterious disappearance. What had happened in the days succeeding his departure with Warren? Had Mike Jacobs received a cryptic telephone call about him, like the one he had about Warren? What had Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Lafray thought? What, would the local zone constituency have got in touch with them when they identified his car? Unlikely. They'd probably not have been told by the BPZ. What about his friends? They certainly would have received no phone call. For them, their mate Evan would have just dropped off the face of the earth. And Michaela, oh no. It would have been very different for her than for his other friends. She was not only the last person to see him before he left, but she'd been the reason for his departure. Evan tried to look at the scenario from her point of view. What if she thought he'd killed himself? Why not? One of the reasons that someone disappears could be because they're dead. What evidence did he leave behind to say that he was still alive? Michaela would think that it was all her fault. Oh, God. A whole imaginary 4 months flashed before his eyes. Maybe she wasn't enjoying her Christmas at that moment. Maybe she was still suffering because she believed that she'd driven her friend to take his own life. No, Michaela, it's all right. I'm alive. I've gone away, but I'm not dead. Evan? The voice dragged him out of his musing. Yes, Elaine? Are you okay? Yes, thanks. You haven't touched your console for over a quarter of an hour. You've just been staring into space. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of something. Well, try thinking about this document, Evan. It's been on your screen long enough. Yes, Elaine. Evan returned to work, but was still plagued by the worry. It's no use. I can't put Michaela's mind at rest, he recalled Colonel Kester's statement. As far as your friends are concerned, you no longer exist. No letters, no phone calls, no visits. Secrecy requires that you make no contact at all with anyone in your previous life. But if only I could somehow let her know that I'm alive and well. If only, surely that wouldn't compromise business security, would it? But they'd kill me for it. That's what Grayson said. They'd really do it. They'd actually kill me. The Café Blanc was in a little corner slot between Debenhams and a Dusty Miller bakery. It was a designer French bistro that, until a few months earlier, had been a travel agent's. It was authentic in every detail, with china beer pumps and waiter service by men in waistcoats and little white aprons who had French accents. Evan thought that they were real Frenchmen until he spotted 2 of them in the toilet speaking Welsh. When he got back to the booth that he and his friends occupied, he stopped dead in his tracks. Kira was sitting there. She must have arrived while he was in the gents. He gathered his courage and returned to the table. She caught sight of him and scowled, turning her face away with a toss. Connie shoved his oar in. Hey, Evan, you remember Kira from the Aspen Ski Lodge? Certainly, said Evan politely. Good evening, Kira. She ignored him and looked at Connie, whom she was sitting next to. Oi, garçon! Connie clicked his fingers at the waiter. A dry white wine for this mademoiselle, please. Thanks, Connie. She smiled like a witch. You're welcome. He gazed at her suggestively. Tension hung over the table like a smell. Susie was sitting on the other side of Connie. Up until then, she'd been hugging his elbow like a doe in season. But with the arrival of Kira, she was deliberately leaning away from him, talking with artificial enthusiasm to Warren, Paul, Andy and Stu. Andy was edging him closer and closer to Susie. Evan managed to smile wryly to himself. Tonight is going to be a right bundle of laughs, he thought. A cascade of beers followed. You said on the phone you had something to celebrate, inquired Connie as he looked at Kira. Yes, I had a rather good day at work. I pulled off a major deal with an American client worth $500,000. Well, that should keep you in Chanel number 5 for a while. Well, the money's not actually mine, you know, Connie. The company just gives board members a commission on all its profits. I'll get a percentage of that. So it pays well then? Asked Stu. It can do if you know what you're doing. It's a question of tactics, seeking out the good bets from the bad. Business is like an arena, a great sport. You've got to have your wits about you if you're going to survive. For me, that's the whole thrill of the job. She pinched a glance at Connie. Susie suddenly cut across her and asked loudly, So, Evan, how did you get on at work today? She leaned on the table obtrusively. Kira looked daggers at the side of her head. He hesitated. Not bad, a bit hectic. Evan's in the zone with the rest of us, you know, Susie replied to the other woman's eyes. Really? Said Kira coldly. Yes, what did you do today, Evan? Evan felt slightly peeved at Susie for using him as a weapon to strike at her rival, but at the same time pitied her. Oh, nothing much. It doesn't surprise me, muttered Kira in a voice that was meant to sound like she said it to herself, but really wanted him to hear it. Evan's a paper shuffler, aren't you, Evan? Said Connie, as if he were humouring a village idiot. No, I'm not. I'm a... Ow! Someone kicked him hard under the table. He looked at the others. Warren was busy trying to light a cigarette. Paul was gulping back his beer. Stu and Andy were about to start a drinking race. Connie was whispering something in Kira's ear, and Susie was looking on with the corners of her eyes twitching. Who had kicked him? Hey, Evan, have you heard about this horrible disease you can catch from paper clips? You're in a high-risk group, you know. The tone of Connie's voice and the look in his eyes was one that Evan had seen before. Susie interjected again. It might interest Kira to know that, in fact, we're all paper shufflers. It was the official line. Business staff, whether ops or specs, were given the cover story that they were BPZ Auxiliary Division clerical officers. It was the one thing about the job that stuck in Connie's throat. Doing something as prestigious as being a business operative, and having to tell everyone that he was just a white-collar soldier. And Susie knew it. We don't actually see any action, we're just administrators. Shut up, Susie. Connie's exclamation made everyone turn and stare at him. Temper, temper, Connie, she sneered. Pack it in, both of you, broke in Warren, eyeballing them severely. There was silence. Now then, it's my round. Who wants a drink? The evening dragged on. Connie and Kira were smooching. Susie was beside them with her arms folded, doing her I couldn't care less act for the benefit of Connie, and flirting with Andy in an ineffectual attempt to make him jealous. Warren, Paul and Stu talked amongst themselves. Evan sat alone outside the little circle, looking down at the bubbles frolicking in his ice-cold French beer. He stared at Warren, trying to reach him by telepathy as the chief op shared a joke with the others. My God, you've changed. What's happened to you? Please help me, Warren. Don't desert me. They all agreed to move on after the next round. Where to? Asked Stu. Connie suggested Monroe's, but the others decided it was too early. Several pub names were tossed about until Kira came up with a novel idea. We should take a trip to the Cosmos Hotel. What, a Jew? Yeah, we can't go there, can we? It's too far. We'll take the train. After a minute's discussion, it was decided. They got their hats and coats from the cloakroom and headed out into the chilly night. The heavy winter weather hadn't suppressed the usual Friday night activity. The snowy pavements were as packed as always with people in thick coats, woolly hats and scarves. The business group trudged downtown with Warren, Paul, Stu and Andy in a line at the front. Susie paced Andy's right shoulder about 2 feet back. Evan walked 8 feet behind, and Connie and Kira trailed at the rear, arm in arm. They stayed in this formation all the way to the railway station. John Edward Williams Spaceport stood on a huge site west of Wenvoy. Named after the first Welshman in space and serving both cargo and passengers, it was a noisy, bustling complex, which to the untrained eye looked similar to a large airport. Almost every minute the train's windows would shake with the roar of an ascending rocket, and Evan would be dazzled by the brilliant light of its exhaust flare as it rose into the sky. He wondered how the people living nearby coped. He couldn't imagine how they slept at night, with the constant concussions from these stepping stones to the stars. When they got off the train, Kira led them along a covered rolling walkway to the edge of the complex, with the easy confidence of one who knows a way about the place. A conduit system meant they could travel all the way to the lobby of the Cosmos Hotel without going outside into the cold. On the ground floor of the building was a large bar, a shop and a Burger King quick stop. It was here that they headed first. "Sure I can't tempt you?" Warren waved a beef burger under Evan's nose. He'd taken a bite and the juicy meat steamed. Evan turned his head away. "No thanks." "Go on, I'll buy you one." He shook his head. "At least have a bite of mine then. You can't live on those bloody diet shakes all your life, you know. You really ought." "Shh! No need to broadcast it, Warren." "Sorry." "It's all right. Where are we going now?" "The bar, I suppose." It was like the Aspen Ski Lodge all over again. Evan put up with everyone ignoring him for a full half hour before leaving the table and wandering over to the bar. He ordered himself a double brandy, not caring that it cost him 3-star raise, and looked at the others over his shoulder. They were talking quite happily, and no one seemed to notice that he had gone. He turned his back on them. "Cheers," he said as the barman placed his glass in front of him. Evan had never been in a place like this before, and in his curiosity temporarily overcame his gloom. The bar was very well stocked, along with being pricey. Some of the items he'd never heard of. The spirit bottles hung in 2 rows above the bar, and a couple looked very strange. One was full of an opaque light blue liquid. All across the ceiling hung detailed models of various spacecraft, and around the walls were fascinating pictures of extraterrestrial landscapes and views of the moon and the planets from space. Standing a few yards down the bar were 4 bizarre-looking men. From a distance they would seem fairly normal, dressed in suits and drinking wine, but from close up it was easy to see that they were not everyday people. Their faces were built strangely, and their stance was unnatural. Evan nearly jumped when he saw their hands. They were short and wide, and only had 4 digits, with 2 joints each. They chattered away in an obscure-sounding language, but stopped as soon as they noticed Evan staring at them. He quickly looked away. He'd read about things like this in science magazines. Such creatures had evolved independently on several worlds, basically humanoid, but of course not human. These 4 specimens were probably from a race that were on the limits of Roland Cooper's humanity classification that allowed them to be citizens of his empire. Any physically less humanoid beings, regardless of their level of intelligence, were officially animals. They were placed in the same category as a dog or cat and could be treated like one. An even more alien creature appeared at the bar a few feet away and signalled to the landlord. Evan moved closer to the oddity. "All right, Kira?" No reply. "Can I get you a drink?" She pretended not to hear. "Kira, would you like a drink?" "I'll buy my own." She spat without looking at him. And then to the barman, Carlsberg Dash and a vodka and lemonade, please." Evan stared at her shifty profile as she collected her drinks and paid for them. "Kira, why do you keep treating me like this? What's your problem?" "You really want to know?" She turned and glared at him. "You are my problem. Why don't you just go away?" "Why? What have I ever done to you? You don't even know me." "No, I don't, thank God." She strutted off. The night wore on like a headache. Evan sat quietly at the end of the table while the others gambled drunkenly around him. Jokes gave way to drinking races, and their increased level of intoxication caused a game of beer mat tennis to break out between Connie and Stu. At 11:30 the barman came up and asked them to leave. Connie protested, but he was adamant. They stood sullenly in the lobby. "Where should we go now?" asked Connie. "I'm not ready to go on yet." "Hang on," said Kira. "I've got an idea. Wait here." She went over to the reception desk and came back 5 minutes later carrying a pair of keys. "I've got us a room," she said, "and I've instructed them to send up 5 bottles of champagne." There was a cheer all round. "Nice one, Kira," said Connie. "Shh, we'll have to be quiet, though." "OK, how come you've got 2 keys?" "I've booked 2 rooms." She winked at him. He smiled back. Evan glanced at Susie. She was standing stock still, her eyes glazed and her cheeks blazing as if her head would explode. As they waited for the lift, Evan felt Kira's withering gaze on him. He looked back at her. "You can go home now if you like, Evan," she said loudly. "I don't like," he replied curtly. She folded her arms and narrowed her eyes as they ascended to their floor. They came out onto a carpeted corridor with doors every few yards along the walls. "Right, what number's ours?" said Andy. "Wait a minute," snapped Kira. They all stopped in their tracks and turned. "I don't mind having a party up here with Connie and all you lot, but he's not coming." She pointed at Evan. "What?" Evan stood in the jaws of the lift, rooted to the spot. "I said you're not invited. I'm not having you in a room with me." None of the others said a word. "Why ever not?" "Why?" Her face contorted into a diabolical sneer. "Haven't you got the message yet? I know you're a half-wit, but I thought even you would have got it into your head by now. I don't like you. I don't want you hanging around with me. I put up with your sickening presence all evening, and I'm not going to stand for it any more." "Why not? What's wrong with me?" he whimpered. "What's wrong with you?" she sniggered, throwing back her head. "You're not a man. You're a boring subsocial louse, and I'm sick of the sight of your pig-arsed face." No one broke the silence that followed. Kira flushed and panted as she recovered from her outpouring of anger. The others stood around her, facing Evan. Their expressions were as non-committed as china dolls. Then Susie stepped between him and Kira and confronted the other woman. "How dare you speak to Evan like that, you dirty little slag," she shouted. "What do you know about men anyway? You probably only use them to get your business deals. Yeah, I bet that's how you pull in your overseas clients, by spreading your legs for them. That's where you got all your posh clothes and diamond earrings from, didn't you?" "At least I know what men are," spat back Kira. "With your fat, smelly carcass, the only men you're ever likely to get your hands on are the ones from underwear catalogues that you order that come with batteries, you bitch. Did you really think you'd get Connie? I can't believe it." She laughed contemptuously. "Bitch!" Susie launched herself at her. "Susie!" Warren leapt forward, intercepting her. He seized her wrists with his huge hands. "Stop it! Stop it now!" She writhed in his grip for a second, then fell limp, puffing and sniffing furiously. "Now," said the chief op, "let's all cool it. Why don't we go into that room and have a glass of champers, eh?" Susie shook herself free of his hands. "You lot can do what you like. You can all climb on a bed and take it in turns with that stuck-up, self-glorified slapper, but I'm leaving with Evan. He's worth 10 of all the lot of you put together. Bastards. Come on, Evan." She walked over to him and put her arm through his. With her other hand, she punched the lift call. "Susie," this time it was Connie who spoke, "you're not leaving with him." "I fucking am," she retorted. "No, you're not. You're coming with us." "Oh, really, Connie?" She raised the brows above her tearful eyes. "And how do you propose to make me?" "Susie, if you go with him, you can forget about you and me. Forever. I mean it, Susie. You stay with us here with us. Otherwise, we're finished." He walked off down the corridor and the others followed. "It's number 675. Don't bother to knock. It'll be open," he sniggered to himself. In an instant, Susie deflated. All her rage drained out of her face. She remained where she was for a moment, staring after them. Then she turned and looked at Evan, shamefaced. "I'm sorry, Evan," she said, and scampered off down the corridor to catch up with Connie. Evan kept his eyes on Warren's back until it had disappeared around a corner with all his other companions. The lift arrived and the doors opened behind him. It took him 10 minutes to realise that it was there. Evan woke up at 10:30 the next morning, filled with energy and excitement. He leapt straight out of bed and had a shower, humming to himself as he washed his body. He just knew that today was going to be a wonderful day. He drank his morning Nutribuild and quickly left the flat. The sky was bright blue, and the air was as fresh as lemon juice. He screwed up his eyes against the glare of the pure white landscape and walked across the square to the Cumgarth post office. He said a cheerful hello to Joey, the old auxiliary, who sat behind the counter, and bought an envelope and a first-class stamp. He was about to leave when he remembered that he had no papers, so he went back and picked up a pad of rough-lined. When he got back to his flat, he started writing straight away. It took him an hour to put onto paper the words that had been forming in his head since he'd made the decision to write on them on his way home last night. He stamped and addressed the envelope, folded the letter, slipped it tight inside and licked it with his tongue to seal it. Evan knew better than to try and send the letter through the Zone Postal Service. All mail to civilian addresses was censored. He jumped into his car and drove down to Pontypridd, cruising round and round, looking for a postbox that was secluded enough for him to risk it. He eventually found one in a lonely copse on the edge of town. He got out of the car, nervously looking over his shoulder. There was nobody in sight. He held the letter close to his chest as he approached the pillar box. Its red paint was completely covered by icicles, and some of the snow on top had been brushed off, perhaps by a child to make a snowball. Evan hesitated, then pitched the envelope neatly into the slit and walked back to the car. When he got back to the flat, he lay contentedly on his bed, his mind at peace. He lazily fiddled with the knob of one of the drawers on his bedside locker, pulled it open and let his hand rummage inside it. It struck something and he grasped it. He pulled it out and held it above his face. It was a wooden spoon, a finely decorated, painted wooden spoon. A Welsh love spoon. It took a minute for him to remember where it came from. Of course, he thought, Warren bought it from the craft shop outside Cardiff Castle on our first day in Wales, so that Crystal would know who we were. It must have been lying in the drawer all this time. He rolled it over and over in his hand and thought about the letter that he'd just written and posted. Dear Michaela, I realise that it's going to be a bit of a shock getting a letter from me after all this time, and after the way I left so suddenly, but I've been thinking about you so much that I had to write to you. Firstly, I want to tell you that I'm alive and well. I have a roof over my head and money coming in. Secondly, I want you to know that my leaving Langham Pond the way I did was not your fault. I want to make it clear that the things you said to me the evening before were perfectly fair and reasonable, and I accept the situation totally. I'm so sorry, but I can't tell you where I am or what I'm doing. It's a very long story, and it's better for us both if you don't know. Now, I have to ask a big favour of you, one that I know you're going to find very difficult. You must not ever, under any circumstances, tell anyone that I've made contact with you. This is really important, Mitch, for my safety. If word were to get back that I'd written to you, it could literally be the death of me. I know it won't be easy for you to keep it from Alan, Chaz and Ricky, but you must. Tell no one, not even your mum and dad. When you've read this letter, destroy it. I wish so much that I could see you. I miss you so much. I miss you, Mitch. I miss you such a lot. I know you can't write back to me and answer all the questions I'd like to ask, but I just hope and pray that you're well and everything is all right with you and your family. I hope work is okay and our friends are well too. I won't write to you again. It's too dangerous, but in September year 5 I'll be free to come back to the pond again. I hope you're still there. If not, please leave a message with someone so I can contact you. I love you, Mitch. I've never told you before, but I do, and I have done for a long time. I don't expect you to feel the same way about me. And I know you don't. All that matters is that you're happy, and I can be just your friend. Take care of yourself. All my love, Evan. It hadn't been easy to find the words for what he wanted to say. The message was brief. Not enough for 5 long years. They were the only words he would ever get to say in all that time to the one person in the world who cared about him. The Taff Vale was so beautiful in the snow. The peaks were laced with frosty spiders' webs, and the forests around Cwmgyfarth and Coed Berthllwyd looked like something out of a fairy tale. The day had warmed up a bit, and there was a slight thaw, just a few drips from the branches of the trees, and a little wetness on the beds of the footprints and tire tracks. Maybe there wouldn't be a white Christmas after all. Evan sat on the stile for as long as he could bear the chill on his bottom through his waterproofs. Then he got up and crunched across the field to a pub. He stayed there all afternoon, making each pint last an hour or more. He wondered when the letter would arrive. Normally, with a first-class stamp, it would be there on Monday morning. But it might take an extra day this week, because of the post office would be clogged up with last-minute Christmas cards. Say 2 days, to be on the safe side, which meant Michaela would be opening his letter on the morning of Christmas Eve at the latest. Damn, I forgot to say Merry Christmas, he thought. But he drew on his pint and smiled as he imagined Michaela's happiness and relief as she read it. He'd already made sure that she'd have a very Merry Christmas. Evan put the car on auto for the drive back to the barracks. It was almost pitch dark by the time he'd driven down the ramp and left his BMW in its usual place. He sighed happily as he took the lift up to his flat. He felt sleepy and dreamy, and relished the prospect of a nice quiet evening in front of the telly and an early night. He arrived on his landing and put the key in the front door lock. The door was already open. Strange, had he forgotten to lock it? He didn't normally do that kind of thing. He pushed it wide. Warren was reclining in the armchair. He looked up at Evan in an unhurried way, as if he'd been expecting him at that very moment. "Warren, what are you doing here?" "The concierge let me in," he replied. Evan felt the blood drain out of his face and his heart misfire as he saw what Warren was holding in his hands. It was a small white envelope with a pale green first-class stamp in the corner. Even from the other side of the room, Evan could see that it was his letter to Michaela. His head churned with terror and denial. The chief operative looked down at the letter and toyed with it in his fingers. "You know Joey, don't you? The old man who runs the post office." He didn't move or speak, but just stood in the threshold. Evan, that is. "Well, he gets to know everyone at Cumgavarth. What you don't know about Joey is that he's only been in the auxiliaries for 4 years after he retired from a career in the business. Joey was my team leader for a few months back in '87, and we're old mates. From seeing us together, he guessed that we served in the same unit. So you can imagine how concerned he was this morning when he saw you come into his shop and buy an envelope, a stamp and some writing paper. He very sensibly gave me a ring. After that, it was a very simple matter to get an interception order out to the Pontypridd sorting office. It was probably in place before you even posted this." He held up the envelope. Evan finally lowered his gaze and stared at his feet. Then, before he had time to be shocked or scared, he was nearly knocked off them by a stunning blow to his jaw. Warren had rocketed out of the chair and was towering over him. His hands, strong as steel, seized the collar of his parka and pounding him against the wall. Seizing the collar of his parka and pounding him against the wall. Evan heard the door slam. He focused his eyes on the top button of Warren's jacket, not daring to look into his face. "You stupid, stupid bastard! You silly, selfish, mindless little fool! You never learn, do you? Never!" Warren shook him like a doll. "Do you realise what you could have done? You could have destroyed everything we've been working for. It could just take one little incident like this, just one, and we'll be branded a liability and closed down. You bloody idiot!" Warren released him and he collapsed into a sitting position on the floor. The big Scot stepped back and began pacing up and down across the lounge. "How could you? How could you? I ought to drag you down the guardhouse right now." "I'm sorry," said Evan. "Sorry? I'll make you bloody sorry." Warren swung round and turned his back on him. He ran a tense hand through his hair. "Have you read it?" asked Evan after a pause. "Aye," he answered in a low growl. "I've read it." "I had to do it, Warren. All you had to do was keep your trap shut and forget about her. You knew that when you joined up. You knew that." Evan hesitated. "What are you going to do to me, Warren?" He turned back to him. "Well, I should arrest you and report you to the director. Tell him that you've breached security regulations." "I haven't given out any classified information." "You've still made an illegal communications with somebody not on the clearance list." "So I'll be court-martialed?" "No. There's no court-martial for something like this. You just disappear. No one would ever find your body. They'd get rid of it." Evan gulped. "That's what I should do. I should have reported you as soon as Joey rang me. In fact, Joey himself could have. So you're very, very lucky that I got the chance to handle this myself." Warren reached inside his jacket and produced a lighter. He lit it and placed the corner of Michaela's letter in the flame. It caught immediately, and the paper curled and turned black. A sheet of orange fire slid over the surface of the envelope, scorching the writing and withering the stamp. He carried the flaming paper into the kitchen and threw it into the sink. He watched it burn for a few more seconds, then ran the tap to wash the ashes down the plug hole. He came back into the lounge and addressed Evan with his hands on his hips. "I don't know why I did that," he said simply. "Maybe it was for old time's sake. Maybe because I still believe you're a good enough lad who, even despite this, deserves a second chance. So I'm going to risk my own hide in covering up your minor indiscretion. If it gets out now, we both die." He walked over to Evan, who was still sitting slumped on the carpet by the door, and crouched down beside him. "So this time, I'd better make sure that you get the message about secrecy good and proper." He grabbed his collar again. "You will forget about your old friends," he snarled. "You will forget about Lincoln Pond. And most importantly of all, you will forget about Michaela. You will think of nothing now except the business, your life in the zone, and the future. The past does not exist. Michaela does not exist. Is that clear? Evan said nothing. I said, is that clear? His voice became a canine rumble. No. What? I said no. Evan experienced a mysterious surge of energy that suddenly warmed him all over. He climbed to his feet and stared straight into Warren's astonished eyes. Michaela does exist. For me, she'll always exist. Now listen here, lad. No, you listen. I don't care what you say, and I don't care what you do. My home is Langham Pond, and not this place. I hate the business, and I hate the zone. Letting you talk me into coming here was the stupidest thing I've ever done. Evan, I wish I'd missed that coach. What? I had a life there. People who cared. I also had a wonderful friend called Warren. He no longer exists. What do you mean? You're not the Warren I used to know. That Warren used to take the time to talk to me and listen to me. That Warren would never have stood back and let Kira and Connie shit on me the way they did last night. He'd never have walked off to join their party and left me to go home alone. At least Susie tried to support me. She's weak, but she meant well. Hang on a sec, I'm supporting you right now. I'm covering up for you. I burnt that letter. Well, you needn't have bothered, because I'm going to phone Michaela right now. Evan went over to the console and picked up the receiver. No, you're not. Warren's hands closed over his to prevent him dialing. Yes, I am, Warren. What are you going to do? Watch me 24 hours a day to make sure I don't do it? Evan, for fuck's sake. I'm going to do it, Warren. I'm going to phone her and I'll tell her I'm coming home. Then I'm off to the airport to catch a plane to Princess Deborah. You can't. Stop me. I will. I'll report you as a deserter. Then I'll get straight on the phone to my friends and tell them everything about the business. You wouldn't dare. Try me, but they'd kill you. I don't care, said Evan, and he meant it. Warren's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. My life ended when I left Langham Pond. If I can't go back there, then this so-called life in the zone is all, and this so-called life in the zone is all I have to look forward to. Then I don't want it. Let them kill me. I'll thank them if they do. There was a long pause. Evan fought off Warren's grip. Well, if you're not going to let me use this phone, I'll just have to call her from the airport. He walked past him to the front door, tossing his keys onto the coffee table. Tell the concierge what's happened, will you? You can take my money. You can take the money to have the flat cleaned out of my will. Evan! Warren called after him as he walked out of the door. Evan strode directly from the lift to his car, thinking nothing, caring nothing. He'd almost reached it when he heard that deep Scottish voice calling from behind him. Evan, wait! He didn't stop walking until Warren had breathlessly caught up. Look, Evan, this is senseless. Surely we can sort something out. What? You made it perfectly clear how much sorting out gets done in the business. Langham Pond does not exist, he parodied Warren's voice. Your friends do not exist. Your past does not exist. Well, there's nothing the business can do to me now because I've got nothing to lose. Evan, for God's sake, he grasped Evan's collar again, this time in pleading. Look, I'll see the director personally and get you some help. Proper help this time, not from that quack Keevil. Evan stopped walking. I want an immediate discharge. That's pushing it a bit. So be it, he carried on walking. Evan, be reasonable. Warren, I'm leaving the zone, today. If I don't leave on the plane, then I'm leaving in a coffin, but one way or another, I'm leaving! His shout reverberated around the concrete car park. All right. I'll see the director straight away and tell him what you want, but please, in return, wait a few days. Don't do anything rash. Evan hesitated and looked at him. The chief op's face was flushed and his eyes begging. Give us till Christmas Day, and I promise I'll do my very best to take care of it. He sighed. Okay, Warren. Thanks, Evan. I give you my word that by Christmas Day we'll have a solution for you. Evan nodded. I'm going to bed now. He started walking back towards the lift. Intense drowsiness had suddenly overcome him. Okay, lad. And Evan? What? He half turned. I'm sorry. Warren's features wore an expression that Evan hadn't seen since they'd both been in Langham Pond. The two men stared at each other for several more seconds, then went their separate ways. I must say you're doing very well today, Evan, observed Elaine. This is your 10th document. Thanks, Elaine. He grinned up at her from his console. And it's been quite a while since I saw a smile like that on your face. I'd forgotten you had teeth. She chuckled. You look so much better these days. Are you in love or something? You must be choking, he said. Well, whatever the reason, I'm very pleased. Are you ready for Christmas? Sort of. They made small talk for another few minutes, then she moved on to Rachel. Evan shook his head and smiled ruefully at the irony. I'm looking so much better, and I may have 3 more days to live. He knew he'd go through with it. It was inevitable, his destiny. It reminded him of the feeling he'd had when he was preparing to ask Michaela out. He'd got it all planned. Warren had phoned him the day before to confirm that he'd made arrangements for a meeting about his case to be held on Christmas Eve. He would let Evan know on Christmas Day what the decision was. It would be then that if the answer was no, you have to stay in, Evan would do a runner. He would hide his intentions from Warren and drive for the airport. It was possible that even on December the 25th, 1 or 2 flights might be running. He decided that before he deserted, he would phone Michaela at home or work and speak to her one last time. What he would say to her, he couldn't begin to imagine. If he wasn't picked up at Cardiff Airport and managed to get onto a plane, then he would almost certainly be stopped at Princess Deborah. But maybe there was the tiniest chance that through lack of communication, he may be able to escape to the pond. No, that was just pure fantasy. He'd most likely be captured before he'd even left Mid Glamorgan, but he had to try. How would they do it? Probably they'd simply drive him out into the middle of the countryside and shoot him through the head, making sure that his remains would never be found. They wouldn't force the job onto Warren, Connie, or anybody else who knew him. It would, in all probability, be a few lads from Section 5 or 3. It may even be contracted outside the business to a gang of special operations assassins. Death, the absolute end of his life. His departure from the world forever. He couldn't grasp it. In the past, he'd often wondered how he'd feel when faced with it. Back then, he'd have been surprised to learn that all he was thinking about was whether the roads would be clear of snow for his drive home. It was just impossible to comprehend that the future ended in 3 days' time. Evan was a religious person and always hoped that when he died, God would take him up to heaven and he'd find himself with his mother. But supposing I'm wrong, he thought. What if there is no God? After all, I've never actually seen him. If there's no God, then there's no afterlife, and I'll just vanish, become nothing, like I was before I was born. If only I knew. Evan looked very intently at everything as he drove home, wondering if he should feel upset that he wouldn't be seeing it much longer. When he got back to his flat, he almost laughed as he made a Nutribil shake. Would this frothy yellow liquid be his last meal? He went to bed just before midnight. As he watched the digital display on the alarm clock change from 11:59 to 12 o'clock, he whispered to himself, 1 down, 2 to go. I'm telling you, sir, this is more than I can deal with. I didn't realise it. I never spotted the signs. The lad's having a nervous breakdown. And you say he's threatened to blab and is not afraid of the consequences. Aye, he actually told me in so many words. I can't believe it. He seemed such a sensible boy. How come Warden never mentioned this to me? Maybe he doesn't know. Come off it, surely Keevil would have told him. I expect he doesn't know either. He's given him the pills, and so as far as he's concerned, his patient is better. I've got no excuse, though. I was his only friend, and I was too wrapped up in my own life to see what was happening to him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Warren. These things are often difficult to diagnose by someone who's not studied them. Well, now that we know, we have to decide what to do. It's fairly obvious that we can't allow him to carry on in his present position. It would be detrimental to the business as well as his own health. No, sir, not that, please. Calm down, Warren. Don't worry, I wasn't going to suggest it. I was thinking of more of a sick leave transfer to a secure zone psychiatric hospital. Why not just give him a medical discharge and let him go home? It's what he wants. No, I could never sell that to the old man. He'd have a heart attack knowing there was someone outside with a screw loose and all that knowledge. So what's going to happen to him? Win Leighton? That prison? It's not a prison, it's a hospital. He'd get help there. You're not happy about that? No, sir, I'm not. A place like that can't help him. He needs to be with his friends, a bit of TLC from the people he's close to. Now you're trying to be the psychiatrist. Don't tease me, sir. I've seen people go round the bend before. I know the boy, and I know he needs to be with me. This time, I won't let him down. You know he can't stay with you, Warren. You're about to be redeployed. His place is here in Cardiff. Then take me off 6D. I'll do another home tour. I can't do that. The team needs you. They don't need me. They're getting a new team leader soon, and Esau could do my job at a pinch. There must be a way. There's not. Please. We have, through our own choice, taken on the duty that remains one of the most challenging and arduous, not only in the Welsh theatre, but in the entire zone. General Albert Renslow, commanding officer of the Monitoring Service of Wales, was a short, wiry old man with eyebrows so thick that it was a wonder they didn't blind him. Even though he was standing to deliver his speech, his head barely showed above those of the senior officers and leaders sitting at his table. "We have accepted, with good grace, the hardships and pressures of life in the business, being separated from our loved ones, of working in secret and receiving none of the glories and rewards that are bestowed on our zone colleagues of other services." His monotone was deep, but somehow feeble, as if he were a computer reciting these grand words, without the conviction of knowing what they meant. "We do it because we know that it is the will of Roland Cooper, and that the job needs to be done to safeguard his divine presence in this land. That job is done by the business." Evans saw Susie clench her jaw and blink her eyes a few times, a suppressed yawn. The speech was now in its 21st minute. "And on this day, more than any other, our thoughts turn to our families, a long way away, but nevertheless close to our hearts." Warren was visible between several other bodies sitting at a table on the other side of the hall. He chose not to sit with Evan and his 6D friends, but rather with all the other chiefs and leaders. At last Renslow picked up his glass and raised it above his head. His meagre wrist looked too weak to support the heavy gold Rolex watch. "Ladies and gentlemen, Roland Cooper!" Everyone stood and copied his action. "Roland Cooper! Roland Cooper! Glory be to Roland Cooper!" Then they sat down, and the stewards came forward to serve Christmas pudding. The man who collected Evan's plate revealed a little surprise that it was untouched. "Are you all right, Evan?" asked Susie. "Yes, I'm just not very hungry. In fact, I feel a bit pukey. Do you want to go and lie down?" "No, thanks, Susie. I'll be okay." They had a few after-dinner brandies while everyone pulled crackers, put on paper hats and laughed excessively at the simplistic jokes on the little slips of paper. The whole dining hall and the top floor of the home rang with happy laughter and chatter. This was the one occasion where, apart from one or two ops still on duty, every member of the business staff could be seen in the same place. Warren's expression had given nothing away when he'd said hello to Evan before dinner began. Had he decided to forget the matter and not see the director after all? What if he had some bad news for Evan and was just waiting for the right moment to break it? The lunch started petering out around 4 o'clock, and in the afternoon, most of the diners heading down to the Multiforce canteen, where a party was about to begin. Evan stayed in his seat, waiting to see what would happen. Warren came over to him. "Evan?" He beckoned with his head. Evan got up and followed. He was beyond fear or apprehension. He was simply bracing himself. They went to the lift, and Warren pressed the button for the first floor. It deposited them on a corridor Evan had never seen before, a suite of well-spaced doors indicating large executive offices. Warren knocked on and opened one of them, guiding Evan inside with the gentlest of pressure of a hand on arm. Hello, Evan, Merry Christmas!" The voice of the man behind the desk was familiar, but his appearance wasn't. "It's nice to see you again. Have a seat." He uneasily slipped into a chair opposite the stranger's desk. Warren sat beside him. "I can tell you don't remember me. I thought you might. It wasn't that long ago. Well, I suppose I do look a bit different today." Evan stared into his eyes and sifted through his memory to find a name for the voice. At last he did. The beard and tattoos were gone, and so had the earrings and the nose rings. His hair had returned, and instead of a leather jacket, he wore a light blue lounge suit. "Colonel Kester! Ah, I knew you'd get it eventually. You know, I never thought I'd get the chance to speak to you again after you turned me down that night at the Oldie Mill. I'm glad you decided to come over in the end. So how are you?" "I'm a bit scared, sir," he replied timidly. "A lot's been happening to me lately." "I know." Kester took on a more severe countenance, but his voice was not without sympathy. "Warren told me all about it. He didn't go to the director in the end, which was probably better for you." "I needed to do it, sir. I had to write to her." "You shouldn't have, Evan. It's a good thing your letter never got through." "You don't understand." "I don't have to understand." I know that the rules, which may seem unnecessarily harsh, are actually vital for protecting the top secret classified information that relates to our work. We could not function without them. You know, Evan, you're not the only one who misses people in the outside world. We all get lonely and homesick sometimes. I've lain awake at night in the field, listening to men weeping in their tents. And I know it's because they're thinking of someone back home. It's tough, very tough, but you just have to live with it. You know Esau at 6D, I believe? Well, he's got a wife and 2 kids back in England. How do you think he feels? Evan said nothing. I've read your medical report from Dr. Keevil. He's diagnosed you with a mild depressive disorder. Now, from what we've seen of you, I'm forced to call his opinion into question. I've also been in touch with your BMO, Dr. Courts. He too disagrees with Keevil. We believe that your depression is actually a lot more serious than that. I won't condone what you did, but I do realise that you can't be held responsible for your own health. Kester sat back and sighed. We want to help you, Evan. We're not unfeeling monsters. We look after each other in the business, and you're in need of looking after. Warren told me about the conversation you had on Saturday, and I know you'd like to be discharged from the zone. I'm afraid we can't do that. Here goes, thought Evan. I'm aware of how much you detest your life at this moment. You said you'd prefer to die than carrying on the way you are. Is that really how you feel? He shuddered and nodded his head. Then you'll no doubt be delighted to hear that you're relieved of your duties on the translation team. What's going to happen to me? Kester and Warren caught each other's eyes and grinned. You're aware that Warren is about to leave for a new posting, yes? How would you like to go with him? Eh? Team 6D is off for a 10-month tour of the South Clwyd district. The operational environment requires that a WL spec be attached to the team. I'd like you to be that WL spec. Evan was speechless. He felt giddy. How? Just say you'll do it. I've already cleared it with the director. Will I be working with Warren? Yes, and the other members of 6D. I understand you've become friends with some of them. There'll be none of the boring type of translation you've been doing here at the home, either. You'll be a live interpreter, actually going out into the field with the operatives and assisting them directly. It's interesting, enjoyable work. What do you say? Evan shrugged. I'll do it. Great stuff. Kester thumped his desk lightly. You won't regret it, mate, Warren added. Right, said Kester. Warren will take you to the office on Saturday to see Team Commander Crystal and sign a few forms. Apart from that, consider yourself on leave. You're all heading off on New Year's Day. Until then, have a good rest and enjoy yourself. Thank you, sir, murmured Evan. Evan drove back to Cumgavarth in a daze, the empty road strobing past. When he arrived at his flat, he stood in the lounge, not moving. He could hardly dare to believe that the interview with Colonel Kester had not been a dream. Thank you, God. Thank you. Part 3. Sangeri. Chapter 9. Attention in the cabin, the pilot called over the tannoy. Prepare for descent. We'll be landing in 20 minutes. Evan tightened his seatbelt. This was the moment he'd been dreading since takeoff. Bloody hell, Warren, I'm scared. Don't worry about it, lad, said the chief op from the seat next to him. What, you mean it's not dangerous? Of course it's dangerous if we don't level out of the dive quickly enough. We'll end up smashing headfirst into the ground. Evan glowered at him. Thanks, but a nice gentle landing would be even more dangerous. It'd make us so much easier to shoot down, you know. I know, the pilot explained. I can't believe it. Worrying about our plane being shot out of the sky. Crazy, isn't it? But after a few weeks, all this will become second nature to you. Cardiff and the civilized world are far behind us. We're in the Badlands now. And dressed for the occasion. Evan pulled at his combat trousers. When they arrived at Multiforce that morning, tired, unshaven, and suffering from second to third degree hangovers, they'd been made to change into full DPMs with boots up to their ankles. The party had gone on all night, and after endless drinks and renditions of Auld Lang Syne, most of 6D were only returned to their quarters to pick up their kit bags. A coach took them to Coed Pine Zone Air Base, where they sat around in a smoky waiting room for an hour until it was announced that their flight had been cancelled. They got back on the coach and drove to Goldcliff Naval Air Station. and after another hour finally boarded a small jet airliner operated by the Welsh Zone Auxiliary Air Transport Service. Every seat was taken and the business contingent sat in a block together. The Zone transport plane had none of the frills one found on a civilian airliner. It was comfortable but simple. The cabin crew dressed in plain uniform suits and served nothing but sandwiches and tea in styrofoam cups. Evan leaned over Warren's lap to look out of the window. The sea of clouds below were bright in the morning sun. It was a long way down and he felt a frisson of vertigo. "Extinguish all cigarettes, all seats upright, prepare for landing," crackled the tannoy. "Ho ho, ho ho ho, here we go," Warren chortled. The cabin floor tipped forward and dropped away beneath Evan's feet. His bottom left the seat and his legs flew up in front of him. He was weightless like an astronaut in space with no gravity generator. In a spacecraft with no gravity generator. The others raised their arms in the air and shrieked as if on a fairground ride. "Oh shit!" He grabbed his armrests and squeezed his eyes tight shut. After several minutes of freefall, the sunlight vanished, leaving a grey gloom on the inside of his eyelids. With a terrifying crash that shook the whole aircraft, he was violently thrust back into his seat. He suddenly felt triple his weight and his head pushed down onto his shoulders. Then normality returned and he once again found himself on an even floor. He carefully opened his eyes. "That's well worth the 5 tokens, eh?" said Warren. The unobscured sunshine that had filled the plane just 2 minutes ago was replaced with the dull grey of overcast. Through the window, Evan caught glimpses of greeny brown hillsides just a few hundred feet below as the aircraft rolled and buffeted. The floor tipped upwards as they flared for landing. There was a thump and a sharp deceleration as the plane glided to a halt on the wide jetway. "Attention in the cabin," called the pilot. "We have landed at Codwen ZAB. Do not attempt to disembark until directed by the loadmaster. Assemble on the tarmac under the right side of the aircraft, on the same side as the gangway. Do not move from this position." "Why do we have to do that, Warren?" asked Evan. "Can't we just walk over to the terminal?" "No, snipers." "Snipers? Aye, they're all over the place. You just have to keep your head down. Round here, someone will blow it off." "Oh, shit. Perhaps you'd prefer to go back to the translation team." "No tar." The stewards opened the door, filling the cabin with cold, damp air. A large, black-bearded man in DPMs boarded and stood at the front between the seats. "Right, you lot, listen up," he boomed. "2 at a time. I want you to come down to the front of the aircraft, go straight down the gangway, and stand underneath the right-hand wing. Understood? Right, you and you." When it was Evan's turn, he hesitated on the threshold of the door, feeling dizzy. It was quite a drop to the runway, and the stairs were steep. "Go on," said the loadmaster. He had hard features and bright eyes. His combat jacket was marked with a triple row of sergeant's chevrons and an Air Division wing badge on his chest. "I said, go on, soldier, we haven't got all day." Evan stood on the stairs, took the stairs one at a time with trembling knees, gripping the handrail like a madman. The runway was shiny and wet, the air cold and smelling of rain. He joined the gaggle of passengers clustered under the parapet of the plane's wing. When the airliner was empty, the loadmaster came up to address them. "Okay, everyone, I'm Flight Sergeant Mackay, and I'll be looking after you on your first trip here at Codwen. In a few minutes, I'll hopefully get the message telling me it's safe to make our way to the terminal over there," he pointed. "Until then, stay close to me." Evan took in the landscape around him. The soft forested hills were the colour of bleached seaweed against the full sky full of dark, fast-moving clouds. He noticed that Flight Sergeant Mackay had walked over to him, but smiled self-consciously. "You okay, son?" asked the gruff NCO. "Yes, thanks, Flight Sergeant. First time in Wales?" He nodded. "Been in Cardiff long?" 4 months. "Welcome to hell," he smiled. "Have you been here long?" Evan found himself asking. 3-year posting, just 14 weeks left, 3 days and 17 hours. "Don't you like it?" He laughed. "I know you squaddies think the AD is money for old rope, but if 1282 make an appearance, I'm a sitting duck out here on this apron. Remember, we're just 15 miles from the boundary. In theory, that puts us just outside the range of Free Welsh artillery fire. But I dread the days when the wind's blowing from the west, because it could carry a shell those few extra yards." Mackay's radio squawked. He listened for a few seconds and acknowledged. He turned and spoke to the crowd. "Okay, folks, the guards have checked the base perimeter. They say it's safe, so walk quickly and directly to the building where my colleagues are waiting. Happy New Year and Happy New Century." They picked up their kit bags from the luggage hold and set off, Evan trotting to keep up with Warren's long strides as they covered a few hundred feet to the ugly cinder-coloured building that served as a passenger terminal. As they reached the entranceway, Team Commander Crystal called out, "My party, close on me," and led 6D away from the throng of new arrivals along a paved track to a pie-shaped concrete hangar. In the entrance were a pair of zone lorries with their engines rolling. Evan followed the others, climbing onto the tailboard of one, and crawled into the dark interior of the green canvas tent that covered the back. The flap was left open, allowing him to see a little bit behind them. There was nothing to sit on except a wooden bench around the side. The vehicle started moving with a heave, and Evan held on to the bench as it pitched and bounced along. The second lorry cruised behind them, and in between drove a patrol car. There wasn't much to do on the 20-minute journey to the town of Llangeri. Evan couldn't see much through the slit at the back, except the front of the escort cruiser and the second lorry. They drove slowly, traversing narrow roads and steep gradients. The lorry stopped as if it had reached to give way, and voices were heard outside. A helmeted head with eye shields appeared at the rear flap and looked in. A moment later, the vehicle jumped into motion again. Evan leaned to one side for a better view out, and saw that they'd passed away a pair of white gates manned by armed guards, and were now driving through what looked like a building site. A row of half-finished brick walls and scaffolding rolled past. The lorry trundled to a halt, and the handbrake clicked on. They jumped down onto a muddy stone track and assembled in a group. The passengers of the other truck joined them. They were all wide-eyed and turned in circles, gawping at their surroundings. Evan expected Warren, Esau, and the older ones to be wearing their usual assured expressions, but they were doing the same as everyone else. "Warren, what is this place?" he queried. "Fucked if I know," muttered the Scot. "This ain't Llangeri base. I should know. I was there in '91. "Hi, boss," called Esau. "Where are we?" "This, Esau," replied Crystal, "is the new Llangeri base, or rather it will be when it's completed later in the year." He swept his hand around the bare concrete foundations and half-built walls of new orange brick. "Our leaders decided that because of the escalating crisis, they needed a bigger, better station in the area, and this is it. Until it opens, the old compound on the other side of town will remain operational." "So why are we here now?" asked Susie. "Basically because this war is getting so hot that they weren't prepared to wait for the building to be finished before moving in the reinforced garrison." "What's the use of having more zone men here if they've got no operating base?" Crystal pointed behind the lorries, and they all turned and looked. In front of them, adjacent to the building works, was a broad field covered with a row upon row of prefabricated temporary buildings. A wire mesh walkway had been laid along the spaces between them to prevent the residents trampling the ground into mud. Some of them were walking around casually. A man could be seen running half naked towards a high-mounted caravan, obviously a mobile bathhouse, with a towel and washing bag tucked under his arm. The faces of 6D fell. "I think we can make ourselves fairly comfortable," said Crystal perkily. "Boss," moaned Warren, "you can't be serious." "Oh, come on, Warren, we slept in holes in the ground before now. That was in the field. The only thing that kept us going those times was the prospect of a warm bed at the end of it. Can't we get a place in the barracks at the old base?" "Full up, I'm afraid." "How long will we be staying here for?" asked Stu. "Until the permanent base is complete." "When will that be?" "October. Right when our bloody tour ends." The team looked down in disgust. "Oh, come on, lads," said Crystal. "We're 6D Super Team, the best in the business. Let's show them all how tough we are." There was a stony silence. He cleared his throat. "Well, you're all in the same hut, number 17, just over there, with the exception of myself, who'll be in the officers' block, and Susie, who'll be in the women's area. Well, go on then, make yourselves at home. I'll pop round in a while and see how you're getting on." Hut 17 was a chipboard box on 2-foot legs of steel poles and breeze blocks. Connie rapped the wall critically. As they all trooped inside, exclamations of dismay echoed around the bare floorboards and splintery walls. The place smelled of sawdust and foot odour from the room's last occupants. 2 lines of metal bunk beds ran the length of the hut, stacked so close together that the sleepers would have to take it in turns getting in and out of bed. The only other furniture was a small cupboard, and a shelf with a kettle and a teapot. In the cupboard were tea bags, coffee, sugar, and powdered milk. There was a water can and a small electric convector, and the hut's only heating. The plug sockets were crudely screwed onto the wall, with wires visible pinned along the skirting board. The room's light came from a few small windows and a row of bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. "I don't believe this," grumbled Connie. "No chairs or tables, no fridge, no running water, no fire." He kicked the little heater in the corner. "This will be piss all good when it freezes again." Evan threw his kit bag beneath one of the metal-framed bunks and sat on the lower deck, claiming it as his. The bedclothes were folded neatly on the thin plastic mattress. At the end of the bed were a pair of lockers. Warren came over and sat on the bed beside his. "I bet there's one thing you will miss about Cardiff, eh?" he said. "Your nice posh flat at Cwmgyfarth?" Evan nodded. "Aye, me too." They all made their beds together, a difficult task in the cramped space. With the heater on full and their exertion, the interior of the hut warmed up. When they'd unpacked their kit, they all found their mugs, and Warren made everyone a cup of tea. Got a brew going, as he called it. A head appeared at the door. "May I come in?" "Come in or out, boss," said Warren. "We don't mind so long as you shut the door and stop the heat escaping." Crystal entered the hut. "Brew, boss?" "No, thanks, Warren. I was just passing to see how things were going." We feel like POWs, boss," said Connie. "I've got the urge to pull up some floorboards and start digging a tunnel." "I know it's not what you're used to, but I'm afraid it'll have to make do. We happen to turn up just when all this building work's going on. If it's any comfort, the officers' accommodation isn't much better." "We were wondering about mess facilities," said Warren. "There's a kitchen in the double unit at the far side of the field, but no dining hall, I'm sorry." "So where do we eat?" "Wherever you like. In here would be best." "But there's no tables and chairs." "I know, you'll have to sit on your beds and eat off your laps from a tray." There were sighs all round. "It's not really so bad," he countered. "This place has got everything. There's a nice little bar in Hut 1, if you don't fancy the pubs in town. There's a phone box beside it." He paused, but no one said anything. He continued with a touch of irritation. "Look, chaps, I know this place is hardly holiday brochure material, but you'll have to make the best of it. You're actually bloody lucky. You've got food, you've got heat, you've got drinking water and toilets. Before I got here, I had a chat with the lads in the hut next door. They're World Zone Marines, and they've just come off exercises in the north of Sweden. They spent 2 months crawling round the shores of a frozen lake, pissing in holes in the ground, sleeping in igloos and catching raw geese for dinner. So don't ever go up to them if you're looking for someone to whinge at. This place is the Ritz as far as they're concerned." He coughed. "Right, you've got the rest of today off, and I advise you to use it to catch up on your sleep. We muster 0900 tomorrow morning at the vehicle depot on the far side of the compound. That's all. Warren, can I have a quick word outside?" Warren came back in a few minutes later with a happy face. "Well, lads, it seems we're getting a new team leader." "About bloody time," said Connie. "We've not had one since old Lawrence retired. Who is it?" "You're looking at him." Everyone gasped. "What?" "The boss just told me. I'm promoted as of now." Esau came forward. "You spawny old bastard. Why?" "You come back in as chief after 10 years in Civvy Street, and now, just after a few months, you're made up to leader. You're a jammy git, Warren." Warren winked like a comedian about to deliver his punchline. "I wouldn't complain too hard if I were you, Esau, because you just become chief operative in my place." Esau's astonished mouth stretched into a smile. "Fucking hell!" he exclaimed, and burst out laughing. Evan awoke suddenly from a dreamless slumber. He sat up and hit his head on the taut springs of Stu's bunk above him. He lay back down, rubbing his stinging crown. There was enough light coming in from the portable halogen lamps outside for him to see the dark shapes of his sleeping comrades. He listened to the chorus of their snores, then leaned over to look at his alarm clock perched on the floor by his bunk. 2:30 a.m. The tea he'd drunk earlier had gone straight through him, and his bladder ached. The 200-yard stumble to the toilet block in the middle of the winter night, with minimal clothing and being half asleep, was quite an ordeal. Evan didn't have a dressing gown, as there was no need for one at his Cwmgyfarth quarters, so he was forced to dress completely, including his trousers and ankle boots. When he felt how cold it was outside, he went back for his jacket. The ablutions were unheated and smelly. The water in the bottom of the toilet bowl was frozen solid, and he was glad to get back into the fresh air. It was a dry night, and blades of grass crunched under his feet with frost. He was about to go straight back into the hut, then changed his mind. He was wide awake now, and would not be able to return to sleep for a while, so he headed to the kitchen where snacks were being handed out to the night watch. Evan was shivering by the time he was served, and his fingers and face had gone numb. He clutched his mug of tea in both hands, its heat making his hands tingle and glow. He took a walk away from the temporary campsite, over an open field dotted with bushes. Away from the harsh lights, the night changed from black to clear and moonlit. The sky was covered with thin cloud like wet tissue paper in a bowl of water. The moon was a great hazy blob behind this nebulous skin. Stars peeped through gashes of open sky. Moving between the natural stars and planets were the gleaming points of the artificial stars, huge orbiting space stations that encircled the Earth, monitoring the weather, doing scientific research, repairing spacecraft and countless other jobs that helped people live both on Earth and in space. Evan was approaching the fence that surrounded the base, a double-layered mesh topped with coils of barbed wire and TV cameras. Running just inside the compound perimeter was an earth berm about 8 feet high, designed to protect the interior from gunshots and bomb fragments, until the permanent wall was built. The sides were steep but firm, and Evan easily walked to the top of it. There he had a panoramic view of the valley, which the site overlooked. The new Llangeddi base was built on the summit of a hill like a Celtic fort. The town of Llangeddi was a galaxy of orange streetlights smeared over the bottom of the Cwm. At this hour, few windows were lit. Most of them were in one large square building at the far end of town. Evan wondered if it could be a hospital. Higher up, the peaks of the hills were like powerful dark gods watching over the little town. The sound began so quietly that for a while Evan didn't realise he was hearing it. When he finally noticed, he looked around in all directions, turning his head from side to side. But he couldn't tell where it was coming from. He strained his ears, taking in every tone with curiosity. It had started like the murmur of a waterfall several miles downstream, but rose in volume and range, until it sounded like a high wind, constant and steady, not gusting. It grew and grew to become a continuous rumble of thunder, a basso profundo roar of energy that shook the air and ground, ringing in Evan's ears. But still the town and valley looked the same. The source of the noise was invisible until he looked at the sky and saw one of the stars wink. Several of the others did the same. It was as if totally dark objects were briefly eclipsing them. Aircraft? The sound diminished exactly as it grew, slowly fading until it was just a whisper, and then it was gone and silence returned to press on his eardrums. He sipped his tea quietly. He started a bit when he realised that he was not alone. A shadowy figure was walking towards him at the base of the berm. The crunch of footsteps in the icy grass was just audible. "Hello?" he said. "Evan?" "Oh, hello, Susie." "Hi, I thought it might be you, but I wasn't sure. Mind if I join you?" "Not at all, come on up." Susie climbed up to stand beside him at the top of the berm. She was carrying something in her hands, and Evan smelt hamburger and tomato ketchup. You're the same as me," she said. "Can't sleep." "Nah." He was neither annoyed nor glad that he now had some company. "How are you?" "Not bad." She took a bite of her burger. "A bit pissed off with my billet." She went on to describe her hut in the women's area, which sounded identical to 6D's. "I'm sharing with a bunch of communications bods. They've been here 3 months and keep giving me filthy looks as if I'd invaded their territory. There's one nice girl, though, an auxiliary cleaner called Brenda. Want a bite?" She offered him a hamburger. "No thanks, I don't eat much these days." There was little point trying to keep his problem a secret now that he was living in one room with 30 other men. "It seems your hut is no better than ours." Susie tutted. "I thought we'd be living more comfortably than this. What are we going to do when we start doing different shifts? We can't possibly get along if half of us are eating on our breakfast while the other half are going to bed." "Have you not been posted before?" "No, never. Only South Pembrokeshire for 6 months. Brecon for 3 and Cardiff for 8. Oh, sorry, he says, have you not been posted here before? Correction. Correct. No, never. Only South Pembrokeshire for 6 months. Brecon for 3 and Cardiff for 8. I'm quite new to the business, you know. By the way, we've got to be a bit careful when we talk about it round here. The only safe place is our offices at the old base downtown. Did anyone warn you?" "No, but I guess as much. It's a bit crummy when you can't trust your fellow zonemen." There was a pause. "Yeah, Susie, did you hear that noise just now?" "Which one?" "The really loud one, like a volcano or something. They're aircraft, high-level bombers, B-78s. I bet I bet they're on their way to try and bomb the free whales back into the Stone Age. What are they trying to blow up? Factories, military sites, oil tanks, that sort of thing. Why don't they just blow up Clint Jones? I'm sure they would if they could, but he lives in armoured shelters and he moves around so much he's impossible to target. Local people around here won't help us. He's still got friends, you know. Where is Free Wales from here? That way. She pointed in the direction of some mountains in the west. It starts about 15 miles from here. When did those planes pass over? Only about a quarter of an hour ago. Keep looking and you might see the bombs drop. Sometimes you can hear them too. Well, you could from the Brecon beacons anyway. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a flicker of bright flashes appeared on the western horizon, silhouetted from the mountains like distant lightning. They taxed their hearing for the accompanying explosions, but Evan heard nothing. A while later, the bombers returned, and the roar of their engines once again flowed and ebbed. There you go, said Susie. Probably several hundred planes by the sound of them, heading back with their bomb bays empty, debriefing, bit of breakfast, then off to bed for a good day's sleep, then get up and prepare for tomorrow night's raid. Is it dangerous? Nah, they're high level. Free Wales does have a minor AA capability, but nothing that can touch them. They drop their load from such an altitude it's impossible to reach them with an anti-aircraft missile. The bombs are simple finned contact fuse jobs, not individually guided. Can they always hit their target on the nose from high up? They're quite good. They check their speed, height, wind, direction, air pressure before dropping. Of course, sometimes one might go astray. What if it hits a house or school or something? That's war, Evan. Susie's tone was flat, as it came from her invisible face. The innocent suffer while the guilty remain safe. That's the way it's always been and always will be. Neither spoke for a few minutes. Where do the planes fly from? Asked Evan. Essen in Germany, Zaragoza in Spain, Rouen in France, some based in the Netherlands with an unpronounceable name, and Kinloss in Scotland. At the start of the crisis, they used to fly out from St Helier in Jersey, near where I grew up. Where's that? Guernsey. I joined the AD when I finished cadet school. My dad's an in-flight mechanic, not combat though. I qualified as a nurse and did a few postings then. Then I was recruited by the business. How about you, Evan? How did you end up in this outfit? Oh, I've never been in the zone before. I'm a civilian contractor. They brought me in because I can speak Welsh, and for no other reason. They said they're desperate for WL specs. What did you do before that? Hospital porter. Like Warren? Yes, I worked with Warren. It was him who got me into this lark. He's been a very good friend to me. So have you, of course. Thanks. He could hear the smile in her voice. In the silence that followed, he felt her staring at him. When she spoke again, her tone was strained and trembled. Evan, I've never apologised to you for the other day. The other day? You know, our Christmas night out. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry I turned coat on you. I wasn't just trying to get back at Kira. I hated the way that evil little tart was talking to you. I wanted to help you, but forget it, Susie. I appreciated the gesture. It's just Connie, I understand. I love him, Evan. I really do. Why can't he see that? I'm sure he can, thought Evan. What happened after I left? We cracked open a few bottles of bubbly and played some music, then Kira and Connie went into the other room. She sighed tremulously. Susie, this thing he's got with Kira, it means nothing. It's just a fling. In fact, now we've left Cardiff, I wouldn't be surprised if it's over. He thought he added in his mind, and you mean nothing to him as well. But there's no use in me telling you that. I just can't stand the thought of her touching him. I can imagine her filthy, cheap little paws all over him, and it hurts me. I know, Susie. Maybe everything will work out. Without warning, he felt a warm, soft sensation on his face that sent a tremble of pleasure through his body. Susie had kissed his cheek. Thank you, Evan. Thank you for listening and understanding. You're wonderful. I've never met a man as nice as you. I'm so glad we're friends. Evan took a few deep breaths. Come on, Susie, we'd better get back to bed. We'll need a couple more hours' sleep before the morning. He walked Susie home, then returned to his hut, kicking loose stones in frustration. Right, concluded Crystal. Dress of the day will again be DPM utilities. Assemble in 10 minutes in the main yard for transport to the old base. Evan, stay behind for a minute, please. The rest of the team filed out of the vehicle depot, the largest of the base's temporary building. Evan, said Crystal when they were alone, As you know, you're a specialist attached to the team, not an operative, therefore your job is different to the others. But I intend to send you on a refresher too, because you'll be working very closely with them, and they need to feel that you're one of them. Is that all right? Depends what it will involve, boss. Just a few physical fitness tests, some exercises, running, weapons drill, target practice and so forth. You're not in a combat role, so you can skip the weapons aspect, of course, but you need to know a little bit about covert surveillance. There may be some times when we'll want you to get in close to someone. We're shadowing to interpret what they're saying. For your own effectiveness and safety, I want you on that course. Fine, boss, I don't know the first thing. Don't fret, Evan. These lads have spent the last 8 months in Cardiff. They'll all be as rusty as hell. The same goes for the fitness test. Don't worry about being left behind. I wouldn't be surprised if you come in ahead of these fat bastards. He smiled playfully. Don't look so worried. You'll love it. Let's go. The doomed old Llangeri base was in the centre of town, and not much bigger than the average constituency zone station. The buildings were tall and packed close together inside a defensive wall, giving the place the appearance of a prison. An infantry corporal met them in the holding yard as they climbed down from their lorries and escorted them to the training area. They were given a lecture from a pair of team leaders from 5B and 9D who had been posted in the district 3 months earlier and were living, much to the envy of 6D, in the old base's sumptuous accommodation block. Local knowledge is essential, stressed Justin, the fit 30s leader of 9D. Tomorrow we'll be taking you on an all-day tour of the district. You'll be given a map to take home, and by the end of the week we'll expect you to have memorised not only every street in Llangeri, but every street in Nantmawr, Pencapel Newydd, Llanigmyr, Negelliw, and every other village in the area. If you get lost in the field, it's not a good idea to stop someone and ask directions. But today we're going back to basics, and before you can go home, we'll do a 5-mile run up on Mynydd Las and see if we can burn some of that Cardiff flab you've collected over the past few months. The firing range was in the basement, a long, low room like a bowling alley. The range master gave Evan a brief talk on safety before they went in, which was really unnecessary because all he'd do was sit on a bench wearing earmuffs and an anti-glare eye shield. He watched as his friends cleaned and loaded various pistols and braced themselves and spat blinding fire with the shock of recoil rippling down their arms and across their shoulders. It was a bit unsettling to watch the people whose lives he shared, deftly handling these deadly devices. They spent over an hour shooting imaginary terrorists from different positions, using differently placed holsters. The range master tested how quickly each of them could draw, level and fire. Evan was expecting Warren to be slower than the others with his age and bulk, but he turned out to be one of the most nimble and dexterous of all. His face behind his tinted goggles was taut and composed as he perforated the matchwood targets to splinters. After lunch they began their covert surveillance training. It consisted almost entirely of a lecture by Warren. Members of 5B and 9D turned up to listen as well. After the talk they were split into groups of 4 and given an imaginary street map and a few contours. They were told by Warren to play a game where one of the group was the subject using a green counter and the other 3 were used blue and were the followers. The subject had to make his way randomly across the map while the followers used their skills to set up surveillance, keeping the subject in line of sight at all times. Warren strolled around the lecture theatre, overseeing the tabletop stalkers at work. Nice one, Evan. Evan looked up to him. Really? Aye, that's a good setup you got there by the gates to the park. You sure you've never done this before? He walked on to the next table. Evan, surprised at the praise, turned back to the simulation with renewed interest. They played a dozen games over the course of the afternoon on several different maps, but there was also a scenario of pursuit by car. At 3 o'clock they were ordered out of the holding yard where a group of lorries waited. This was what Evan had been dreading most of all. They drove up into the mountains and along a bumpy mud track until they reached the edge of a forest. They all got out and clustered in a circle around Crystal. It was raining and they stood dripping in their cloth DPMs, the clouds close by over their heads. You don't have to do this, Evan, Warren whispered in his ear. I'd like to try. He remembered the team commander's words about fitting in, but felt apprehensive about making a fool of himself. Right, you horrible lot, yelled Crystal. This bit is perfectly simple. You follow the red flags around the course and stick to the path. It's a 4-mile tab or thereabouts. Last one back gets a week at Prinsan. Move it! In a great crowd they jogged down the path between the bare winter trees. Evan kept up with the pack for a while, but became out of breath and slowed. The rain drenched him, getting into his eyes and soaking his clothes. He skidded on the mud several times and nearly fell onto the dead bracken and brambles that lined the track. After about 5 minutes of jogging, he slowed to a walk, panting hard. Crystal had been exaggerating when he told him he'd finished first, but there was no doubt that 6D were not doing as well as the other two teams. Some of them were still passing him, flushed and breathless. He strided as quickly as he could, listening to the sound of raindrops on downy earth mixed with his heartbeat. He had to dig in his heels when the path turned uphill to keep his pace. He reached a junction and followed the left branch, as it was marked by red flags. No one was passing him now, and he hoped that Crystal had been joking about Bryn Sarn. The trees filled with mist, and the air became even damper. He was feeling uneasy and wondered if he'd get lost when he entered a clearing full of people and saw that he was back where he'd started. A round of applause broke out from the crowd as Evan entered the clearing. It dissolved into jeering and contemptuous laughter. "What's the matter, Specky? Outdoor life too hard for you?" "He's missing his comfy warm office. You should stick to pushing a pen, you little Renf." "Silence!" thundered Crystal. "That's enough. You're happy to slag Evan off for coming in last, but let me tell you I wasn't impressed by any of your performances. You're all much slower than average for this course. At least 5B and 9D made an effort, but 6D, frankly, you are pathetic. My grandmother could have finished that tab faster. You'll come back here next week on your training day, and every training day, until you get it down to 26 minutes. You will show your face at every PT session. No more slacking, 6D. No more slacking." The next morning they were shoved into lorries and driven down to the old base again. "Today you're going to familiarise yourself with the locality," announced the 9D team leader. "It won't be enough to find your way around like a resident, but it's the first step. Also, it'll give you a general feel of the place. Knowing the atmosphere and appearance of a theatre is a big factor in orientating yourself in it." They were arranged into groups of 3. Evan ended up with Paul and Andy, and they took a lift up to the vehicle depot, where a number of rolling patrols are about to start. They were split between the infantry and constituency divisions of the Welsh and Clwyd zone. The local zone had its own station around the corner. The little orange cars that Evan always associated with the zone were absent here. The lager reverberated with the engines of bichrome armoured vans. The men were all rough-looking and mostly bearded like Flight Sergeant Mackay. Evan, Paul and Andy found themselves sitting in the back seat behind a lance corporal called Larry and a private called Jim. They drove sharply through the chicane of reinforced concrete walls that protected the base's interior, while the gate was open and out into the streets of Llangeri. Despite the precautions of the resident garrison, Llangeri was a very sleepy-looking Welsh town. The buildings were mostly of the traditional stone wall and slate roof type. A narrow, fast-moving river full of rocks ran through the centre, crossed by a single-arched granite bridge. It was a charming little place that one might see on a postcard, much more pleasant than Lampeter or Llanacefn. Quite a few people are about on this Saturday morning, old men walking their dogs, women with shopping bags, children in the park playing football, as one would find in any other town. Andy's thoughts seemed to run along similar lines. "Looks a fairly harmless old place," he commented. "Is all this heavy infantry stuff really necessary?" "Yeah," replied Jim, a Londoner who looked about 20, but had the hard eyes of an old man. "Don't you believe us on the surface, mate? I've been in Wales 3 years, and this is one of the baddest spots I've ever fucking seen. Only last month a van got ambushed right here." He pointed to a sharp corner where they were approaching by a library and a rugby ground. "A taffy hit squad, all 3 troopers killed, and the fuckers that did it got clean away." "This armour could withstand rifle fire, couldn't it?" "Yeah, but they never used rifles, they used an RPG." He gave a ghastly grin. He was referring to a rocket-propelled grenade, an anti-tank weapon. "Shit, if one of those gets you, you're spam, mate." "Too right," added Larry, a white-haired scouser. "You never know when your time will come. It could be now. There could be half a dozen taffies around the next corner waiting to roast us." Paul's throat tightened. "What about foot patrols?" he asked. "We do some of those, mostly out of town. Walking through the woods ain't too bad this time of year. But in spring and summer the undergrowth comes up to your chin and you have to cut your way through. Of course, if you do that, taffy can hear you coming a mile away. They're crafty cunts," continued Jim. "They got spies everywhere." What? Said Evan. Even in the villages? Especially in the villages. It's virtually certain at least one of these folk we passed today on our patrol is an Edric. He used the zone slang for a 1282 lookout. It came from the Welsh Edrychwr, meaning watcher. The road leading north out of Llangeri ran up a steep hill through a thick wood. At the top was the hamlet of Nant Mawr, which seemed to consist entirely of small modern council houses, as if a six-street chunk of Hellborough had been dug out of the ground, airlifted to Lancan Pond, from Lancan Pond to Wales, and dropped in the middle of the forest. Nant Mawr is a new place, Larry told them. Just an overspill from Llangeri. Some of these houses are for staff accommodation from the hospital. Which hospital? Asked Evan. The big one in town. Saves the whole area. They sometimes take our boys from the front when the base's med centre's fed full up. Evan remembered seeing a building that he thought might be a hospital when he was standing at the fence with Susie 2 nights earlier. Look! Jim pointed. Through the thick plastic windows, Evan could see that on the pebble-dash wall at the end of a terrace were the crudely painted paint-sprayed figures 1282, 1282, the year that Prince Llywelyn ap Gruffydd was assassinated, the final act in a long bloody war to make Wales part of Norman Britain. And who wrote that? The insurgents themselves? The question came from Andy. Now, says Jim, sympathisers has done that most likely. Kids with nothing better to do. We'll call the base and tell them to get a clean-up squad out here, Larry said, and began speaking into the van radio. So they get a lot of support from the local people? Asked Evan. This time Andy replied. Oh yeah, just think, the front's only 15 miles from here. It's been moving east at an average of 2 miles per year, which means Llangeri should be part of Free Wales by year 6. Probably within a few months Bryn Sarn will fall, and the Gwynedd and Ceredigion enclaves will become one. That will make the enemy even more powerful. Most of the locals aren't nationalists, they're just scared shitless. They've heard what Clint Jones does to those who oppose him and are eager to collaborate for their own safety. Why don't they just move out? Where to? England has been forced to reduce immigration to a bare minimum because there's just not enough room for everyone. Border towns are flooded with refugees from the west already. All the authorities can do is put them into squalid camps. That's right, agreed Larry. I've seen them. Sometimes you get 6 families living in one hut. Evan nodded thoughtfully. He'd never imagined that there was so much about his own country that he had yet to learn. They drove around several other villages, then returned to the base where Larry and Jim's patrol ended. After dinner in the old base mess, they went to the lecture theatre, where the 9D leader spoke about the area's recent history. Evan pricked his ears up when he began telling them about the hospital. His interest still drawn to his old profession. Llangeri General Hospital was built to serve the remote communities of the Mid-Wales Gap. It was home to a fleet of Endopter ambulances modelled on the Australian Flying Doctor Service. It had over 500 beds, providing casualty, maternity and many other healthcare specialities. Apparently only 10% of the staff were locals. Most were live-in workers, bought from other areas. The hospital also acted as a backup for the zone. It was ideally situated, being close to the boundary, in all directions, including the front at Bryn Sarn. Nice day at the office, darling, shrilled one of the tough-looking Marines in falsetto. Shut your fucking mouth, retorted Connie. We don't work in an office. His outburst cut short the genial chatter at the table. Leave it, Connie, said Warren, a pint of Guinness near his mouth. Bullshit, jabbed another Marine, standing at the jury-rigged bar. We know a rear echelon dosser when we see one. Connie's cheeks flushed. Fuck off, we're not rear echelon. I said leave it, Connie, said Warren in a louder voice. Connie turned back to the table. It's just those arseholes piss me off. Cobblers, the only thing that pisses you off is that you can't boast that you're in the business to the likes of those bootnecks. If they think we're admin corps, then that's all the better. Personally, I'd be happy if they thought we were latrine cleaners, so long as they don't know who we really are. Get away, Warren, said Connie. Doesn't it get on your tits? We see as much action as those Marines. Why can't we mouth off about it like they do? It's not fair. Connie, when you join the business, one of the first things you have to sacrifice is your chances of personal reward and glory. If that's the only thing you're in the zone for, then you should have stopped in the infantry. Connie began to protest, but Warren cut him off. Look, mate, who gives a shit what those green gets think? We know better. We know what we do, and personally, I'm proud of it. I don't need the approval of a group of people who haven't got a clue. Now drink up. It's your round. Warren placed his empty glass on the folding table in front of Connie. The white, creamy dregs of the stout ran down the inside. The senior operative got up and went over to the bar. This double-unit hut was warmer than the others, probably because it was full of people. The bar was a 12-foot-long, 3-foot-wide chipboard plank supported by a few sandbags, with nothing on it but a till and a battered radio that served as a jukebox. The beer pumps were nailed to the opposite wall, and the barrels were stacked in a corner. Bottles were taken directly from the crates in another corner. The bar staff was from the same catering core unit that ran the kitchen next door, and the plastic glasses were washed there. There were a few subtle jocular touches to the room, like posters advertising seaside holidays and a doormat saying welcome. Evan looked at the reflection of the bare light bulb in his fresh pint of cider. Everyone was quiet for a moment as they started their new drinks. So, Evan, how are you getting on with us? Andy's question was friendly. Oh, all right, I must take a bit of adjusting to, interrupted Connie. Evan looked up at him in alarm. He knew what was coming. Outwardly, Connie's demeanour was perfectly normal, his voice and expression neutral, but somehow Evan knew that Connie was brooding. He could feel the resentment bubbling away under his cool exterior, and once again, Evan was to be the release valve. I mean, being a WL spec, you're not really accustomed to the hard life, are you? Oh, I don't know, said Warren before Evan could respond. I think he's done very well. In fact, he's took to it naturally. Connie raised his eyebrows. He took to it so naturally that he came last in the tab yesterday. The others were starting to twig. They fidgeted awkwardly and shifted in their seats. Warren replied in a low voice, with a hint of a threat in it. All our times, including my own, were very poor. But not as poor as his, he nodded at Evan. Connie nodded at Evan with a scornful chuckle. Esau and Paul turned away from them and began talking evasively to Andy and Susie. Shut up, Connie, growled Warren. It's funny, isn't it? Connie persisted. Those Marines think we're all remps. The fact is, they're perfectly correct about one of us. Him! He poked a finger at Evan. Susie spoke up. Evan's one of us now, Connie. He's a specialist. Shut up, Connie, Warren whispered fiercely. Evan, no offence here. The way Connie spoke meant that he intended exactly the opposite. But we're operatives, combat operatives. We go out and kill the enemies of Roland Cooper. That's what the zone is for. You, on the other hand, are a specialist. You don't do an awful lot, really. Just fiddle with words and figures at the taxpayer's expense. That's not true, put in Susie. Operatives couldn't work without the specialists. They're vital to business operations. So you can't say, continued Connie, ignoring her, that you're one of us when you don't even know how to fire a starting pistol. Connie. Warren leaned forward and looked him in the eye. For the last time, shut the fuck up. You're nothing to do with us, Evan. You're not even zone. You're a civilian on paper, and you've got the cheek to hold a zone rank. Ah! Warren's hand shot out like a praying mantis and seized Connie's wrist in a mechanical grip. His fingers tensed as he squeezed the joint. People all around the hut stopped talking and stared. Warren, let go! That hurts! The team leader moved his face even closer to Connie's. We'll discuss this later, Connie, he said in a cool voice. Now I want you to leave this table and not come back tonight, okay? Okay, he said through clenched teeth. Warren released his wrist, and Connie jerked it back, rubbing the bruised flesh. He slowly got up, went over to the bar, and started talking to one of the Marines. What's his problem? Asked Paul. It had begun as a happy wind-down after a busy day. They sat around in the hut with their dinner trays on their laps, excited at the thought of beginning their duties in full the following morning. It was too early to go to bed, so after they'd taken their trays back to the kitchen, they went over to the bar for a drink. Despite the campsite furniture, the lack of trimmings, the room was quite becoming. It was half full of men clad as they were in boots and battle dress, chatting quietly. Then the World Zone Marines from the hut next door came in and pitched camp on a table close to the bar. For a while they just talked and laughed amongst themselves. Then about half an hour later they started throwing glances at the business's table and sniggering. Ignore them, ordered Warren. At first they all did, but then when Susie went up to buy a round, one of them began chatting her up. He was a hefty young man with shaved blonde hair and tattoos on his forearm. His friends egged him on. At first she pretended not to notice, but then he ran his hands over her hip, and she pushed him away. The man retorted angrily. Warren was out of his seat and by her side as quickly as a leopard. "Keep your hands to yourself, sonny." "Get stuffed, Grandad," the Marine spat back. "Oi," the barman shouted. "Any trouble in here and I'll be straight on the phone to the guardhouse. Now sit down, the pair of you." The Marine and Warren eyeballed each other for a few seconds, and Susie sheltered behind her team leader's shoulder. Warren smiled. "Well, you heard the landlord. Let's sit down." The Marine pushed himself away from the bar and returned to his table. That hadn't been the end of it. Less than 5 minutes later, one of the Marines had called across with a sneering inquiry as to whether they had a good day at the office. The tough soldiers then seemed quite pleased as the result of their jibes, and watched with satisfaction with the result of their jibes. Pleased at the result of their jibes, and watched with satisfaction as the business crew argued amongst themselves. When Connie came over to join them, they accepted him amiably. "I really don't know what his problem is," said Warren in answer to Paul's question. "He just gets like that sometimes." He looked on as Connie shared a laugh with the Marines. "Don't worry, it'll pass. Are you okay, Evan?" "Yeah, thanks, Warren. Cheers for sticking up for me. You too, Susie." "You're welcome, Evan," said Susie. "Connie's got no right to pick on you like that." "I'll have a word in his ear later," said Warren. "Hey, Warren," said Esau. "The things he said just now, you don't think he'll blab, do you?" "Nah." The team leader shook his head. "He might be a moody, stuck-up little tosser, but he's not stupid." He addressed the whole table. "It's to deter fools like him that we have such harsh laws about secrecy. And Evan, pay absolutely no notice of what he said, mate. You are one of us." "Hear, hear," said Susie, and the others nodded in agreement. Connie apologised to Evan before Warren had the chance to give him an ear-bashing. He ran up and walked beside him as they were all making their way back to the hut after closing time. "Those bootnecks were just winding me up, Evan, and I let them get to me. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I'm sorry, no hard feelings." Evan once more accepted his apology. The next morning they dressed in civvies. There was an air of anticipation among 6D as they clambered aboard the lorries for the trip to the old base. Evan had joined in with them as they strolled down to the parking area. But as he was about to follow his teammates up onto the tailboard, Crystal stopped him. "Sorry, Evan," he said. "We won't be needing your services for today's mission. It's a simple observation job, no WL involved." "Oh," said Evan, feeling slightly miffed. "Is there anything else you want me to do?" "No, not really." "Can't I come along with you anyway?" "No, I think it's best you stay here today." "Right." Evan tried not to show his disappointment. "I'll tell you what you can do, though. Go and see if you can find Connie. He should be here by now." "Okay, boss." Evan trudged back into the accommodation park, seething. Just after Warren had told him that he was part of the team and he belonged to them, Crystal had reinforced the fact that he was different from the others by leaving him off the first day's operation. He was going to have to cool his heels around the campsite all day with nothing to do and no one to talk to. There was no TV, no console, not even any books to read. Shit. He spotted two figures strolling towards him and recognised one as Connie. "Hey, Connie," he said as they came close. "The boss is looking for you. You better get down to the vehicle depot or you'll be in trouble." Yeah, all in good time, Evan," he replied. "The truck's about to leave, mate." "Don't worry about it. They won't leave without me. I hear you're shouldered out of today's jaunt." "Yeah. So you've got nothing to do today?" "Doesn't look like it." "You'll get pretty bored, won't you?" "Suppose I will." Connie turned to the man next to him and they exchanged knowing smiles. Evan took a note of Connie's companion for the first time. He was a tall, well-built man in his early 30s with short red hair and thin lips, with a few missing teeth. He was dressed in worn DPMs, had camouflage makeup on his face and muscular forearms. His hands made Evan start as he spotted them clasped together in front of his groin. They were horny and calloused like a builder's. Several of his nails were cracked. "Well then, Evan, how do you fancy a drive in the countryside instead?" "Eh? My friend Wade here is off for a little spin, aren't you, Wade? By the way, this is Evan. Evan, this is Corporal Wade McCormack, World's Own Marine Division." "Pleased to meet you, Evan." Evan shook his hand, which felt like sandpaper. Even Evan then recognised him as one of the Marines that Connie had been talking to in the bar the previous evening. Alarm bells rang in Evan's mind. "What do you say?" asked Connie. "It's got to be better than watching the clocks go round in this mud hole, eh?" Where will we be going?" "No place much," answered Corporal McCormack. He had a deep voice and a strong American accent. "Just a short drive to a couple of forward operating posts, drop off a few supplies, maybe get a cup of coffee or two. Should be cool." "Go on, Evan, you'll have a good time," said Connie eagerly. The alarm bells redoubled, and the Marine had sneaky looks. Connie and the Marine had sneaky looks on their face that said they were up to something. Evan's subconscious urged him to say, "No thanks, I'd rather stay here." But then he envisioned the others running around the streets of Llangeri, stalking the enemy and having fun together while he was languishing away back here at the base. "All right, I'll come." "Good for you," said Connie. Both men smiled. "Now, you two get acquainted," said Connie, "and I'll go and catch that lorry. See you later." He walked off towards the vehicle depot. After he'd gone a dozen steps, he turned and looked over his shoulder. "Have a pleasant day, Evan," he said, then walked on. The smile he gave with those words made Evan's skin crawl. Evan looked up at the tall American. "OK, Corporal, where are you parked?" "One moment, pal. You can't come dressed like that." "Why not?" "Regulations. You got some utilities?" "Yes. Put 'em on. Get up to your hut and change. I'll meet you down at the lager in, say, 10 minutes. "All right." Evan felt more at ease as he stripped off his cords and t-shirt and pulled on his DPMs and boots. He had no idea what trick Connie and Wade were trying to pull on him, but it couldn't be anything too serious. Probably some childish prank involving being thrown in a muddy stream or having his boots stolen. The kind of thing that would appeal to a mind as petty as Connie's. Whatever it was, it had to be better than waiting hours and hours for his friends to come home and feeling totally left out when they did. "Hey, Evan, over here." He swung round at the sound of Wade's voice and saw him waving. He hadn't recognised the corporal because he was wearing a helmet. Evan threaded his way over to him between the cars and the lorries of the vehicle depot. "That's better," said Wade as he inspected Evan's clothing. "Just one more thing, though." He went over to a locker and came back with a helmet and a flak jacket. "Here, these should be your size." "Eh, I forgot to wear these as well? Why?" "Regulations. Come on, put 'em on." Evan felt strange with his head encased in the thick, hard shell of the Kevlar helmet, and the chin strap made it hard for him to open his mouth. The flak jacket added to his bulk like a life vest. His disquiet returned. "So which lorry are we going in?" "Follow me," said Wade, and led him out of the depot. "This one," he pointed. Evan stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a huge tank, a mountain of dark green steel about 15 feet long and 8 feet high. It had a circular gun turret mounted far forward and was covered in all sorts of equipment. Strapped to its rear of the turret, were a number of boxes and crates. Evan walked up to its side and struck its flank with his fist. It felt as solid as a boulder. The vehicle must have weighed countless tons and rested on a double set of rigid caterpillar tracks with a protective fairing over the sides. It was plastered with dry mud, and the fittings all over the machine were dirty and scratched. "You never seen one of these before?" asked the Marine. "Pretty impressive, huh?" "Wade, what's going on?" "What do you mean? This is our transport." "A tank? Why do we need a tank?" "It's not a tank, it's an armoured personnel carrier. We Marines go every place in these babies. There's a space at the back where you can fit 16 men. "Where the hell are we going?" "You'll see. Come on, jump aboard." "I'll go see where the others are." He pressed a knob on the back of the rear panel. The rear panel of the vehicle lowered like a drawbridge. Inside was a dark chamber with a pair of benches running along in the sides. Evan stepped into the belly of the machine and wedged himself into a corner. A tough-looking troop of Marines climbed into the passenger space with him. They were dressed as Wade was, in ragged DPMs and scruffy boots. Like Evan, they put on helmets and flak jackets, but they also carried a stuffed rucksack or burgan on their backs and wore an equipment belt with weapons, pouches and water bottles. Each man clutched a loaded service rifle as if his life depended on it. Their helmets were dented and scratched, and their faces were like stone. Their skin, clothes and equipment were all, to varying degrees, mud-caked. Their eyes focused on Evan. bright wet points of light under sharp brows in stained, unshaven visages. Evan sat stock still and prayed that they couldn't hear the thumping of his heart. "Who are you?" one of them opposite him asked. His voice was a monotone, and he stressed the last word to make it sound like a challenge. "Who are you?" He could have been any age. He could have been any age, and his ceramic features could have been of any race. "I'm Evan." The others exchanged glances. "You knew?" "Yes, I came in on Thursday." "Where's your weapon?" "I haven't got one." "You a hack?" inquired one of the others, a man who might have been black. "A what?" "A reporter, war correspondent." "No, why?" We had one of them down our alley last month. He bought it after 5 days. Thought you might be the replacement." "No?" "I like your clothes." This was from someone else. His tone wasn't sarcastic or genuine, just neutral. Evan looked down at his new battle dress, still clean, not a stitch out, boots shiny. "Been in Wales long?" 4 months. They all grinned. "Let me guess. Gwent?" "No, Cardiff." "Same thing." More laughter, a little scornful, with a hint of sympathy mixed in. "Which force?" "BPZ. And yourselves?" Evan decided that it was time he asked a question. "We're World's Own Marine Div." "Oh, you're stationed in Hut 16. No, we're not stationed here." For some reason this brought the loudest laugh yet. "Corporal McCormack is. We just join him for the ride, help him load and unload supplies. It gives us a rest." He had a start when the man sitting next to him laid his head on his shoulder. Everyone was about to challenge him when he heard a snore. He noticed that some of the others were doing the same. "Don't mind us," said the Marine sitting opposite. "We always sleep on this journey. It might be the last shut-eye we get for days." Corporal McCormack's head appeared at the door. "All you guys there? Great!" With an echoing hum, the rear panel rose up, enclosing them. It slammed vertical, and they were in total darkness. Evan felt a stab of claustrophobia and clenched his fist between his knees. Second later, there was a hum, and a dim red light came on. Cold, fresh air blew on Evan from a grating by his head. An ear-splitting roar broke out as the engine started. After half a minute, the carrier shifted. Shifted on its huge bulk into motion with a sudden jerk that pushed Evan against the rows of Marines beside him. No one seemed to mind, and the sleeper leaning against him didn't wake up. Once they got going, the ride was much smoother but very loud. "I'm Ted, by the way," the man opposite shouted above the racket, and held his hand across to their pressed together knees. Evan took it. "All right, Ted?" "This is Vinny. That's Tony, Ben, Nick, Nils, Pierre, Mohammed, Baz and Andre." Those not asleep nodded a greeting. "Hello," said Evan, and smiled. Evan looked at his watch. They'd been driving for 2 hours now, and the ride seemed to be getting more and more bumpy. The APC lurched and rocked on its suspension as it trundled along. They went up and down hills, sometimes bumping violently without warning, making the lights flicker inside the steel box that he shared with his slumbering Marines. The air that rushed in through the ventilators was unheated, making him shiver and wrap his limbs around his body. The cold and lack of movement was making his legs go to sleep, and the chamber's stench smell of oil, mud and body odour was beginning to turn his stomach. He had absolutely no way of knowing where they were. It was then that he noticed that one of the panels on the front partition was slightly recessed from the others. He leaned forward to inspect it, eager for something to occupy his mind. There was a small red button set in the left overhang. Could it be a door? He pressed it, and to his surprise, the panel slid back. Behind it was a tiny crawl space and 2 metal steps. At the top was the bottom half of a seat back. "Who's that?" called the voice of Corporal McCormack from above. "Evan." "I thought it might be. OK, Evan, come up and join me. But shut that door, will you? There's a terrible draught going up my ass." Evan climbed up into the cab and took the bucket seat beside Wade. He stretched his legs out with a sigh of relief. The APC's cab was not only more spacious, it was warmer and better soundproofed. The noise of the vehicle's diesel was a low chugging instead of a thundering roar. There was a modern dashboard with some strange-looking levers instead of a steering wheel, which McCormack seemed to handle with ease. The glow from the dash wasn't the chamber's only light. In front of Wade's eyes was a narrow viewpiece built into the chassis. Daylight from it shone onto his forehead. Evans saw an identical imager in front of his own seat, but it was dark. There was a closed hatch above the corporal's head, and he guessed that the seat could be boosted up so that the driver could direct his charge with his head in the open if he so wished. Corporal, why don't you open the hatch? Pal, we're in a heads-down area. You open this hatch now, you're in big trouble. Apart from that, it's fucking bitter out there. See for yourself. Press the grey knob on the side of your viewer and turn it on. That's it, now use the lever to pan left and right. The blank lens lit up with cloudy sunlight. They had a driver's eye view overlooking the sloping bonnet of the carrier. They were moving along a narrow road that was in serious need of repair. There were potholes and cracks every few yards, and the dry stone wall that ran alongside was in bad condition. In some places it had been reduced to rubble-filled gaps. The land on the left might once have been farmland, but was now hopelessly overgrown and lacerated with mud pits and tyre tracks. On the right was dense forest. The hedges were torn up in places, and dead trees lay with their roots in the air. They passed a few other zone vehicles, mostly muddy, dented lorries and van-type transports. They then came around a sharp corner and into a thick bank of mist. A battle tank, at least twice the size of an APC, was sitting over a bomb crater like a watchman guarding a grave. Its armour was faceted like a cut gem, and its gun barrel was thicker than a telegraph pole as it aggressively pointed across the valley. It looked like a huge prehistoric turtle. They passed through a deserted village in which almost all the buildings had suffered damage. The windows were glassless and the walls covered in little round black pits. Gunshots, Wayne explained. Where are we now? Asked Evan. Was Llanarmon. He pronounced it Llanarmon. Despite business as usual, it had to be evacuated a couple of months ago. The Taffy guns started targeting it. Revenge for all the bombing raids we've been doing. Hey, look to the left. There's a break in the fog. Evan pulled the lever and his view trained round. Far away between the low cloud cover, he could see the dusky winter slopes of the mountains. They were round and speckly brown like horses' bellies, blurred by distance and in the thick wet air. The foothills were dotted with patches of dark green woods. Mighty pretty, ain't it? Said the Marine. That's Mynyddo'ch Low. Must look really nice when you're up close. Yes, agreed Evan. I'd like to walk there. Well, I'm sorry, you can't, ever. Why not? Because it's in free Wales. What? You heard me right, kid. You're looking at what lies beyond the boundary. Blimey! How close is it now? Too close on both sides. We're driving down the strip between the Gwynedd Enclave to the right and Ceredigion to the left. That's where those mountains are. Evan's heart stood still. So how far are we going? As far as you can. The strip gets narrower and narrower until we get to our destination. It's like an arrowhead about 5 miles wide here, and we're heading for the point. The Marine raised his eyebrows. At last Evan understood. You bastard, he said after a pause, trying to control the angry tremble in his voice. Hey! McCormack's eyes left the viewer for a brief second as he flashed a glance at his cabmate. That's what you were laughing at last night in the mess, weren't you? Hell no! How much did Connie pay you? He never paid me a point, man, protested the Marine. It's a bet. I put in 40 smackers and so did he. He says you're a cowardly little remf and you'll crap your pants inside 5 minutes. I say you won't. Winner keeps the pot. You fucking bastard. Oh, come on, Evan. Where's your sense of humour? You tricked me, both of you. I did not. At any time, you could have asked me, hey, Wade, are we going all the way? And I'd have said yes. I didn't trick you. Connie did. But that's between you and him. Don't blame me. Evan's rage mutated into dread at the thought of what lay on the road before them. Wade, take me back. I don't want to go. No way. There's not enough time. We got medical supplies up top. Priority mail, buddy. Then let me get out of here. I'll walk back. Evan, where do you think we are? Where do you think you are? Barry Island? We're within sniper range of the front, man. You wouldn't live to walk 50 yards. Evan gripped the arms of the seat, a cold sweat building up under the rim of his helmet. What's it like there? He murmured thickly. Hey, it's not too rough. Sit tight and don't worry. Just follow the other guys and keep your head down. You'll be perfectly safe. Come on, friend. Don't let me down. I got 40-star rays riding on this. A few minutes later they reached the end of the road and a dirt track took over, climbing up a hill of coarse grass. The APC pitched and jerked like a boat on a rough sea. "This is it, Evan. Get back into the personnel bay and wait for my orders." Evan unsteadily scrambled back down into the cold and noise and shut the sliding door. The Marines were still asleep, soaking up every precious minute of oblivion they could. He sat there feeling scared and angry. "How could you do this to me, Connie?" he thought. Something struck the carrier with a resounding clang, and the massive vehicle rocked. The roar of the engine increased as Wade speeded up, and the pitching and rolling became more and more turbulent. The Marines began to stir. "Hey, heads up, lads, we're home," called Ted. The rest of them groaned. "What hit us?" inquired Evan. "Nothing yet," shouted Ted. "That was a near miss. Probably came from the battery at Mynydd Cai Morgan." "You mean they're shooting at us?" "Naturally." "Don't write your laundry list yet, Evan," yelled Vinny. "Old Cormy knows how to drive this thing. It's very difficult to hit a moving target with artillery." There followed another deafening clang, then another, as if a giant were beating on the side of the APC with a hammer. McCormack then stamped on the brakes so hard that Evan hit the front partition with enough force to make him see stars. The engine stopped. "Stand by!" Ted fiddled with the back of his helmet, and his visor came down, hiding his eyes behind tinted plastic. Evan copied his movement and found the press stud that lowered his own. The visors looked black from the outside, but from behind Evan was surprised to see that everything appeared the same. There was a red-tinted crosshair in his view, perfectly focused to his vision. The rear door slowly descended and light flooded into the stale compartment. Evan stared in horrified fascination as first the overcast sky, then, as the ramp came to rest in the trodden mud, the ground came into sight. His jaw went slack and his stomach melted with fear as he gazed out at the nightmare land. The explosion was not so much a noise as a blow. There was a flash of light as bright as the sun, and then it was as if a fist hit all parts of his body at precisely the same moment. He collapsed against the forewall, his limbs tingling and throbbing. A spattering of muddy water flew in and covered them. It was hot and scalded Evan's hands. A helmeted head, visor down, thrust through the cab door. Evan recognised the nose and mouth of Corporal Wade McCormack. Evan's ears had been deadened by the blast, and he could just make out the words the Marine spoke. "Well, Evan, old buddy, if you thought you'd died and gone to hell, you'd be looking on the bright side. I told Connie I'd get you here, and I have. Tonight, one of us will be a 40-pack richer. Who remains to be seen, but that's up to you. Go out there and do your damnedest, Evan." He slapped his helmet. "Welcome to Bryn Sarn." Stepping out of the APC felt like stepping off the edge of a cliff. Evan didn't look ahead. He just narrowed his eyes, stared at the soggy, churned-up ground, and sprinted. It was one of the most terrifying few seconds of his life. At any moment he expected a shell to land beside him. He could already feel bits of red-hot shrapnel tearing through his flesh. Then he was running on thin air. He felt himself drop like a stone and land. Appalling cold impaled his limbs, making the bridge of his nose ache. "Ah," he moaned. "You stupid clot," said Ted. "You should have looked where you were going." Evan opened his eyes and saw that he was lying in a stream of muddy, freezing water about a foot deep. It had been covered with a membrane of ice before he'd broken it. The walls of the trench towered 8 feet on both sides, framing the grey, rolling sky. He stood up and filthy water poured off him. "At least you look like one of us now." There was a round of laughter from the rest of the trench's occupants. Dozens of faces met his, all men like Ted's bunch, wide-eyed, frightened and dirty. Their clothes were ragged and dark with damp. They were so plastered in mud that the DPM colouring was almost invisible. Evan stepped up onto a wooden platform that had been built along one wall of the trench and tried to take in his surroundings. The explosion almost knocked him back into the drainage ditch. It was the loudest noise he had ever heard. It was followed by another and another. The ground shook and bits of earth rained down on them. "They're trying to hit our transport," Wade roared through the din. "They're wasting their time. I parked it outside their targeting cone." After a few minutes the artillery barrage died down. Evan crouched on the platform, shaking feverishly, his fingers buried in the mushy, dank-smelling walls for support. "What's this?" Someone came along the trench towards him, wading loudly through the water. He was a small, skinny man with a thick beard. A cigarette stub protruded from his pale lips. "His name's Private Hughes, sir," said McCormack. He's an observer from HQ." "Oh, shit, not another one." The officer spat his dog end into the water and glared at Evan. "Why does HQ keep sending me these people? I mean, what are you looking for? Trying to find fault with my tactics, are you? Look!" He indicated around himself. "We got these blokes all around us, and they're shooting at us. Either we're holding them back or we're not, and we are. There. That's my progress report. Please be good enough to pass that on to their high and mightinesses." Evan couldn't reply. "I don't believe it. Look at him. He's scared stiff. What did you do before you came here, Hughes?" Evan stuttered. "He's in the administration course, sir," said Wade. The officer looked at him for a moment from behind his eye shield. "What's your first name, Hughes?" Evan, sir." "Well, Evan, I'm Tim Conley, but I want us to be friends, so you can call me Colonel." He grinned, showing yellowed, broken teeth. "I'm in command of this little holiday resort. Let me point out the sights. Basically, all around you is free Wales, except for a very narrow gap in that direction," he pointed, "and there in the opposite direction. And you can probably guess we don't have any staff vacancies here at Bryn Sarn right now, but what we could do with it is a hand unloading the transport." Evan saw that Ted and Vinny and the others were climbing a ladder leading to the edge of the trench up to ground level. Don't send me up there, I can't do it." "What's the matter?" Wade sneered. "Mama not here to hold your hand." Evan felt a flash of anger. Presumably McCormack didn't know about Evan's mother, but the reference to her irked him. "I'm coming up." He stepped over the drainage stream and mounted the ladder. The devastation that met his eyes was beyond imagination. He could hardly believe that he was looking at a landscape on planet Earth, let alone Wales. Bryn Sarn used to be a beauty spot of open grassland, heather, flowers and pine forest. Now it was a pock-marked plain of bare, slurred earth and rotten, shattered tree stumps. It was impossible to see where one bomb crater ended and another began. Evan's boots sunk into the loam and opaque water rose around the soles. The ground bled like riven flesh. As Evan reached the APC, where Ted and the rest were heaving heavy boxes onto their shoulders, there were a series of gunshell explosions. If he'd heard them the day before, he'd have called them terrifyingly loud, but after the last few big ones, these seemed quiet and far off. They came from his right and were hidden by the mist. "We're safe from snipers," Ted reassured him. "There's too much shit in the air for them to see us." From where he was, the trench looked like a long and black line stretched as far as the eye could see on either side. There was a second and third trench running parallel to the first, with gaps of about 60 feet between them. In multiple rows beyond the third trench were strange-looking objects that were too far away to be recognised. "Ted," he said, "what's that lying on the ground past the trenches?" "Barbed wire," he replied. "That's the demilitarised zone. It's not your ordinary barbed wire that you find stretched between fence posts in a paddock either. Those barbs can cut you to the bone." "And what's beyond that?" "About 600 feet of empty land, and then the trenches of the enemy line. You can't see them in this weather. If you could, they'd have shot us by now." They put the supplies in hollowed out notches in the back wall of the inner trench. They just finished when they had to crouch against the wall as a brutal salvo of shells landed nearby. Evan squeezed his eyes shut. When 10 seconds later 5 or 6 more rained down. When he opened them, he saw that the other zonemen were standing on the platform looking over the lip, their rifles held ready for action. His curiosity got the better of him and he slowly raised his own eyes to ground level. In the middle of the trench was a row of helmeted heads waiting as they were, but in the forward trench they were firing. The noise of the small arms was just a mutter in his battered ears. "Fix bayonets!" It was Colonel Conley's voice. It took Evan a moment to realise that he was hearing it through his helmet radio, which must have been automatically tuned to the common band. All the defenders attacked long, wicked-looking daggers to the barrels of their rifles. Evan tapped his companion's shoulder. "What's going on, Ted?" "The Taffies are trying to rush our trenches," replied the Marine without looking at him. "They always do every few hours." There was a high-pitched shriek in the air above them, which Doppler shifted down a third or fourth before exploding in the murk ahead of them. "Those are our guns up on Mynydh Kedl," explained Ted. "They're going to saturate the DMZ so that no one can cross it." The friendly barrage lasted 5 minutes, and then there was silence. "I hope that's done the trick," he said. A few minutes later, a trooper came along the trench with a huge urn, stopping by every man. "Aha!" Ted smiled and reached into his belt kit for his tin mug. "Brews up, where's yours?" Evan, of course, had no mug. No cup. "Oi!" Ted bellowed. "Anyone got a spare mug?" One was passed over, and soon Evan was drinking the scalding liquid along with the rest of them. Even without milk and sugar, it was the most delicious tea he'd ever tasted. "Thanks, Ted." "You're welcome, mate." The scruffy Marine gave him a warm smile. "Your brew mug's the most essential piece of equipment a zone man in the field can have. Guard it with your life." It was over half an hour before the order was given to stand down. The army of Free Wales had withdrawn to regroup and consider their next move, giving the zone a chance to rest. Wade McCormack caught up with Evan and surprisingly asked to take his photograph. "Say cheese," he said as he held up his pocket camera. Evan grimaced as the shutter clicked. "What do you want a picture for? To gloat over?" "No, it's for Connie. He wants proof that you were here before he hands over the dough." Evan was weary of the American and was glad when Ted came over and offered to take Evan on a tour of the outpost. The first place they visited was the latrine at Evan's own request. It was just a deep pit in the ground covered by wooden board with a 6-inch hole in the middle that the men called the honey ditch. It was totally open to view all round, and as Evan sat on it with his trousers round his ankles, he became almost constipated from embarrassment. The reek which rose up through the hole was the most evil that had ever met his nose. Ugh. His stomach heaved and he held his nose tight. "A few more times and you won't notice it, mate," said Ted. "What do you do when it's full?" "Cover it with earth and dig a new one." He laughed. "I don't know if this bloody war will ever end, but if it does, when the grass grows back here, it'll be very, very green." There was no kitchen in the trenches, nor any set mealtimes. The defenders ate whenever they had a free moment, and heated their rations on their own personal stove, fueled by blocks of solid Hydrex. The same applied to sleeping. Ted showed him the sleeping quarters. There were no beds, just cavities in the walls, similar to the storage areas, with rubber mats laid out on the floors. There was only one mat for every 3 men, so they took it in turn, sleeping whenever precious free time occurred. Even when you're off watch, if the balloon goes up, you take your weapon, you stand by the wall like everyone else. You can see why fetching supplies from Llangerry is like a holiday for us. "Are you all World's Own Marine Division here?" asked Evan. "No, only this part of the back alley. The middle is British Zone Marines, the front is European Infantry. 100 yards or so to the right is World's Own Infantry. They take over, and the other side is manned by your chums, BPZ Infantry and the Marines. We're all under the wing of Colonel Conley." "I've heard that name somewhere before." "He might have been on telly. He fought at Llanarglwydd back in August. He was Major Conley then." "That's it, I remember now. I was watching it on the news. Free Wales overran Mynydd Croes and Llanarglwydd." "Yeah, nasty business. And see what he got for it. They made him a colonel and put him in charge of this joint." There were shallow, narrower trenches that linked the main ones together and joined up with the other zone front on the opposite side of the hill, making the whole of Bryn Sarn a network of sunken paths which let one traverse the entire outpost without walking on open ground. Ted cautiously raised his head into the scramble net covering of the path right on the apex of the hill. "Here, Evan, this is the best place to see everything." Evan joined him and looked down both slopes. "Why, the other side's the same." "I know. There are 2 fronts, one at the north, one at the south. We're standing on the narrowest point of the strip between them, just 500 yards across. It gradually widens out to the west until you get to Talallyn, and to the east until you get to Llangroes. What Clint Jones would love to do is break this strip in 2. With it would go the vital air corridor above it. Then he'd be able to join Ceredigion and the Gwynedd enclaves together and create a giant super enclave. After that, I don't see how we'd prevent him from taking the whole Tywyn Peninsula. Tywyn ZAB would be lost and Barmouth Naval Base. It really would be all over for Roland Cooper and Wales. So you see how important this little hill is and how essential our job is. The future of the whole war pivots on Bryn Sarn." Evan stared at the Free Welsh Ceredigion lines to the south, then turned 180 degrees and managed to pick out their Gwynedd comrades to the north. They were poised just half a mile apart like the jaws of a shark, ready to close together on Bryn Sarn and sever the one artery that linked Tywin to the rest of Roland Cooper's Nathion. He suddenly felt very vulnerable and giddy, as if he was standing over a deep chasm on a tightrope. Do you want to see the forward alley? After that, it's the DMZ, then Free Wales. OK. The third and last trench in the line was the very edge of Roland Cooper's territory. It was of the same dimensions as the others, 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. It was also as dirty and smelly and wet, but there were no living quarters, latrines or storage bays here. Just a platform where every 10 yards or so, a lookout stood with a pair of binoculars. A dozen men sat between each one, chatting and smoking, with rifles laid on their laps. At odd intervals was a machine gun team. Their weapon was the size of a large vacuum cleaner and looked so malignant that it made Evan quiver. There were large satchels of ammunition hanging from hooks on the platforms, which were replenished by a constant relay of men called powder boys. The first explosion was so close that Evan thought the shell had struck him directly. He was blown off his feet into the ice-cold drainage ditch, and Ted landed numbly on top of him. Urgent shouts broke out around him. The men leapt for the wall, their rifles at the ready. There followed a number of less precise artillery shots, but the first one had done a fair bit of damage. No one seemed hurt, but a part of the trench wall had collapsed, and some of the men set to it with spades, shoveling frantically to fill the gap. "Get down!" Ted screamed at Evan. "Get down and stay there!" Evan crouched on the platform, shivering in his sopping clothes and pressing his hands over his helmet where his ears were. A thudding ache hit his head whenever a shell landed, and when he saw drops of blood appear on his lap, he realised that he was having a nosebleed. A waffle of incomprehensible orders buzzed in his helmet earpieces, none of them meant for him. The bombardment lasted for what seemed to Evan to be hours, but as he later found out, it was only 10 minutes. It stopped suddenly, and there was overpowering stillness. The next second, every soldier in the trench lines opened fire with a sharp, rapid crackle. Millions of blinding muzzle flashes reflected off the low cloud ceiling as a strobing phosphorescence. The helmets of the zone men were impassive as they vibrated with the recoil, stopping every 10 seconds or so to change a magazine. The powder boys careened along the trench, delivering the fiery lifeblood that kept the infection back. They paused, and again the silence was eerie. Evan, without knowing quite why, gingerly got to his feet and stepped up onto the platform. He hesitated, then raised his head up to the brim of the trench to peer over the edge of the world. The disfigured earth stretched away from just under his nose into the infinity of the fog, now mixed with smoke from the explosive shells. There were 2 rolls of barbed wire, then a plain of whiteness. "There!" someone called and pointed. Evan saw them a second later, first one, then another, then dozens running towards him over no man's land. They were just outlines in the mist, their legs pumping and their arms clasping weapons close to their chest, beings from another world. All this lasted a second at the most, then the air burst into flames again as the zone around him opened fire. The ghosts in the mist dived for the ground, then blinding light swamped Evan's vision as they returned fire. A pair of hands brusquely grabbed his shoulders and dragged him off his feet. He collapsed beside the platform. "I told you to keep your fucking head down," Ted shouted at him. Evan saw that the whole line had taken cover. They stood genuflexed with their heads just below the ground level. "They've thrown sandbags onto the DMZ so they can approach without getting hit, crafty swine. They'll be at the wire soon. We've requested an airstrike. God knows when that'll get here." The zone began to shoot back sporadically. Every few seconds, one of the soldiers would leap up, fire off a handful of rounds, then dive back under the safety of the wall. Others were tossing objects out into no man's land. Evan guessed that these were hand grenades, which was verified when he felt the sharp, penetrating slap of explosions nearby. Evan lost all sense of time passing. Seconds became the amount of time between each rifle volley, and the new minutes were marked whenever he had to draw in his feet as a powder boy dived past him. Then his assaulted hearing picked up another sound, a low, continuous rumble that grew quickly louder. It came from above, and for the first time was not completely unfamiliar to him. Low-flying jets. He looked up, but saw nothing except cloud. At that moment all the men stopped firing and crouched down with their hands between their knees. A few more cracks ran out from the Free Welsh, then nothing. "Just in time," shouted Evan. "Cover your face, Evan." The explosions of the ordnance dropped from the jets sounded totally unlike the artillery shells he was used to. Its detonations were quiet and drawn out, more of a hiss and sizzle than a bang. Even with his head down and his eyes staring at the ground between his ankles, Evan saw an orange glow and felt a gale of hot air waft into the trench and scorch his back. As the heat flash dissipated, the men lifted their heads, beaming with relief. When they looked over the rim of the trench, they cheered. "Yay, Evan, get up and have a look," said Ted. A solid cloud of grey smoke, smelling of charcoal, washed over him, making him cough. Through the obscurity he could see flames flickering in the distance. They became more distinct as the smoke cleared. Ted laughed. "They must have run like jackrabbits as soon as they heard the planes. They're probably shitting themselves in their own alleys now." The seared, blackened earth still smoked, and the fire was as bright as before. It seemed to be concentrated around in little patches. Evan then noticed that it came from small black bundles that were dotted all over the DMZ, as if someone had lit a series of bonfires. When he asked Ted, the Marine shook his head sadly. "Unfortunately, those fellas didn't run fast enough." "What?" "Sometimes they don't get back to their alleys before the strike and end up getting caught in the open ground and never stand a chance." "You mean those things burning are men?" "Yeah. Shame, ain't it? Not a nice way to go either." Evan felt his stomach turn as he stared at the heaps of combusting flesh lying on the battlefield that until a few minutes ago had been the soldiers he'd seen running towards him. "Hey, take it easy, kid," said Ted, sensing Evan's distress. "It's a part of life here. You can't defend a front without bumping a few people off. It's like using the honey ditch. Horrible at first, but after a while you don't even notice." Evan returned to the back trench and sat in a quiet corner, squeezing his eyes tight shut and trying to stop the images and thoughts of what he'd just witnessed from withering his mind. But however hard he tried, he could still remember that blast of hot air from the frightful weapon that the aircraft had unleashed, and what it had done to the enemy soldiers. He headed for the honey ditch and filled it with the remains of that morning's Nutribuild. The stench from the pit added to his malaise, and he knelt there for many minutes until he was retching pure bile. Soon afterwards it began to get dark. Evan looked at his watch and found that it had stopped just after midday, probably from the damp or maybe the concussions of the artillery bombardment. A figure approached. It wasn't until he was less than 10 feet away that Evan recognised him as Ted. He was plodding wearily with his rifle slung on his shoulder. "All right, Evan, we're having a brew in the middle alley. Want to join us?" "Yeah, okay," he croaked. His voice was thick with phlegm. "Besides," continued the Marine as they crawled along the link trench, "there's something about to happen. Something that happens every sunset." "What?" "They sing. The Taffs. All of them together. You wait and see." It began as the men were getting their brew kits out. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened. It seemed to come out of the sky, a lilting cry of 1,000 voices in the tightest harmony of a Welsh male voice choir. "Mae heimlad fy nhadau yn annwyl I mi, gladbeodd a chantorion enwogion o fri, I gwrol ryfelwyr gladgarwy a tramad, dros ryddid collasant I gwaed. Glad, glad, pleidio lwysyn glad, tra môr yn fyr i'r byr hoffbau, o bydded i'r heiniaeth barhau." Evan shivered. It was spooky, bizarre, frightening and beautiful all at once. It was a song that Evan knew so well, but it was still the most incredible sound he'd ever heard. The Free Welsh soldiers must have been living in similar conditions to the zone men, and despite all their hardships, frustrations and loss, at the end of each day they still sang "Land of My Fathers," the song of their country. The last note ended and there was dead silence. Everyone on both sides stood absolutely still in the evening gloom. Then a few feet away to Evan's right, Colonel Connolly started clapping. One by one the others joined in, applause rising like the strike of a rainstorm, until the entire garrison was cheering. Men dropped their weapons and jumped up onto the high ground between the trenches, waving their hands in the air and yelling, an action that would normally mean being instantly shot. Evan sat on the platform and looked on in disbelief. Soon it was totally dark, and the men went back to their brews. The hill became dotted with the pinpoint lights of Hydrex burners. They had none of the charm of a wood fire. The blocks of solid fuel burned with an odourless blue flame which produced no smoke, only steam like a car engine. Ted told him of his experiences in North Africa, where in the desert he had to capture every drop of water that he could, so he rigged up his burner to a condenser. Apparently each Hydrex block excreted a pint or so of pure water. If one were desperate, one could fit a larger condenser to the exhaust pipe of a car or tank. A gallon of hydrol or diesel, once burned in an engine, transformed into enough water to keep a battalion going all day. The smell of rehydrated stew wafted through the freezing air. Evan was offered a meal but declined with thanks. Even if he'd been capable of eating, he'd have no appetite after the day's experiences. When the burners were extinguished, the darkness around Bryn Sarn was of an intensity he'd never known before. His eyes eventually got used to it, and he could make out objects around him from the tiny amount of moon and starlight that filtered through the cloud cover. He felt something tickle in his face and realised it was snowing. The grey figure of a man approached him. "Evan?" He recognised the voice's American twang. "Corporal McCormack?" "Time to go home, buddy. Time to go home, buddy." "Pardon?" "We got to get back to Llangeri. Do you want to use the honey ditch first? We got ourselves a long drive." "Oh, yeah." As Evan urinated into the invisible 6-inch hole over the honey ditch, he became neurotically afraid that McCormack would leave without him and strained to squeeze everything out as quickly as possible. He was going back to Llangeri, back to that peaceful little town. He could picture his warm, luxurious hut with tantalising clarity, that soft, comfortable bed, those beautiful, clean, sweet-smelling toilets. He almost tripped as he hastened back to the place in the back trench where he had arrived that morning. Ted was there waiting for him. Evan shook his hand. "Thanks for showing me everything, Ted." "Evan," he said quietly, "you haven't really seen anything yet. You've been here 7 hours. I've been here for 3 months. I can't think of anything except being rotated somewhere else." I could well believe it, mate." "Well, I'll see you, mate," he said more lightly. "Hope everything goes well for you." "Yeah, thanks. Take care of yourself, Ted." He looked at the dark blob, and that was all he could see of the Marine's head, and realised that he'd made a friend of a zone man who could have been almost any age and from almost any place, who lived in a world that Evan couldn't conceive in his worst nightmares. "When you get out of here, look me up, eh? I'll be stationed at Llangeri till October." "Will do, Evan." It was thought that free whales did not possess a low-light capability such as passive night goggles or thermal imaging, but at Bryn Sarn the zone assumed that they did. Evan was ordered to sprint over to the parked APC and get under cover. When he reached the vehicle, he stood behind it and waited for a few others to join him. None of them were the ones he'd driven out with that morning. They were all European Zone Infantry Division. 2 of them were Germans and chatted away to each other in their own vernacular. He found his way into the passenger bay more by smell and touch than sight. After the door shut, the lights went on. Wade stuck his head into the compartment and invited Evan to ride with him in the cab. The journey back began as the journey had ended, with a high-speed run over bumpy ground down the hill. Nobody took a pot shot at them this time, and when they reached the road, Wade slowed down. "Well, thanks very much, Evan," he said presently. "I won the bet. I got you to Bryn Sarn, and I brought you out with your brief still clean. I owe you one, pal." "You're welcome," said Evan shortly. "Now remember, not a word of this to anyone. If it got back to the brass that I took you out on an unauthorised trip to Bryn Sarn, I'd be in deep shit, and so would you. We keep it nice and quiet while we were there. We kept it nice and quiet while we were there, so no one even ever need know when we get back. If anyone asks, we spent the day at the leisure centre in Welshpool. You got that?" "I suppose so." "I mean it, Evan. We must get our story straight. We rented a minibus with the rest of my platoon. We drove to Welshpool, had a few beers, went swimming, played ping pong, and came back. Now repeat that back to me." Evan did so. "Good. Now we're safe. No one will ever find out about your little excursion." He chortled as he shifted the levers on the control block. "Ho, ho, ho! 40-star raise! Oh boy, I can't wait to see Connie's face. He was so sure he's going to win. Man, is he going to be pissed off." "I don't think he will be, Wade." "What do you mean?" "I think he'll be delighted." "Are you crazy, Evan? He'll shit bricks. You should have heard him when he made his bet." You should have heard him when he made the bet." "Wade, Connie didn't make the bet so he could win a 40-starer, a 40er. He just wanted to take me to Bryn Sarn. The bet was your incentive for doing that. He knew from the outset he'd lose. That was his plan. All he's doing is paying you for services rendered. I don't understand. I don't understand. What would you have done if he'd come up to you and said, Wade, I'll pay you 40-star raise to take someone to Bryn Sarn? I'd tell him to go to hell. That's a sucker's bargain, asking for trouble. The Cormac broke off as comprehension dawned. Damn it. You see, Connie knew that. That's why he set up the bribe, by disguising it as a bet, and he made bloody sure that he acted as if winning the money was all he was interested in. You swam right into his net, Wade. The Marine blinked as he looked through the viewer. That goddamn devious motherfucking... Yes, Connie is a sneaky one. I gotta hand it to him. He had me bluffed. You mark my words, when he hands over the money, just see how upset he is. Not very, I think you'll find. Wade didn't say anything for a minute. But it just doesn't add up. Why would he go to so much trouble and expense just to trick you into going to Bryn Sarn? Evan sighed and decided to answer truthfully. I don't know, Wade. I just don't know. Evan then returned to the personnel bay and sat with the sleeping infantryman. It was colder and noisier than the cab, but he needed to be on his own. He'd known something was wrong that morning when Connie had suggested a quiet drive in the country, and cursed himself for not having heeded his instincts at the time. The trick hadn't been a giggle or a light-hearted hoax. It had been a deliberate plan to frighten, humiliate, and place him in genuine danger. Why, Connie? There was no point reporting him. Connie had covered his tracks brilliantly. As Wade had told him, Evan would only get himself and the corporal into trouble if he said anything. Evan felt no resentment towards the happy-go-lucky Marine. He'd meant no harm, and Connie had used him. But as for Connie himself, Evan remembered the cunning expression on the senior op had on his face that morning as he wished him a pleasant day. Despite the chill of the compartment, Evan suddenly felt very hot. His cheeks burned and his teeth clenched. His muscles involuntarily flexed. Connie! Connie! He drove his fist hard against the armoured wall of the passenger bay. Pain lashed through his knuckles. Connie! When the APC stopped in the compound of Llangetti's own base, fresh new snow lay on the ground. Evan jumped out even before the ramp had fully lowered and walked off without saying goodbye to Wade. He strode purposefully up the path towards the living quarters, hardly noticing the resistance of the snow. He tore his chin straps until his helmet came loose, and he shoved his fingers into the canvas strips on the inside of the crown that were used for adjusting their length. Now his helmet was a club. He swung it in the air and pictured himself bludgeoning Connie's face with it, over and over again. As he imagined the scene in his mind, it filled his body with a sensation similar to an orgasm. He stumbled, nearly falling over into the snow, then recovered and began running as fast as he could towards the 6D hut. Lights were on, and he could see figures in the curtainless windows, the simple wood-plank doors in front of him. He fixed his eyes on the handle, the only thing that now lay between him and Connie. Just a few more paces, and he was on the metal doorstep. He grasped the handle and grunted out loud in surprise. It wouldn't turn. Or to be precise, he couldn't turn it. His wrist refused to obey his will and rotate. His muscles seized up and his joints jammed. He let go in alarm and flexed his hand, wiggling his fingers and turning his wrist. Everything worked perfectly. He tried again, but his hand once more became petrified as soon as he touched the handle. He tried using his other hand, and the same thing happened. He strained for a few seconds. Nothing. He released his grip and stood back in wonder and frustration. He then raised his fist to hammer on the planking so that they'd hear him inside. His arm locked, suspended in mid-air, and however hard he tried, he couldn't bring it down on the door. His ire cooled in light of this odd new phenomenon. Then he heard feet shuffling inside the hut, just on the other side of the door. The handle rattled as someone turned it. Evan jumped off the doorstep and hid round the corner a few feet away. He heard the door open and shut. Footsteps crunched in the snow. Cautiously, he peeped. Even from behind, he recognised Connie. The senior operative was in a black puff jacket and ski trousers. He walked as he always did, with fast, long strides, his arms loose and his head bobbing confidently from side to side. His breath steamed in the cold and swirled round his head in the bright camp lights. Evan watched him until he turned out of sight at the end of the row. He then leaned back against the matchboard wall of the hut and sighed. He put his helmet back on and took off his gloves. Then he held up his hands and worked them again. Why were they refusing to do what his brain told them? What was wrong with him? Evan didn't know what to do. He was getting cold and tired, but he was scared to try and enter the hut again. He was about to go to the window and call someone's attention when he heard footsteps and voices. He crouched down and looked out with one eye, careful to keep his head in the shadow of the hut. Connie was returning. He was walking up the path with Corporal Wade McCormack beside him. Evan could hear them talking, but he couldn't pick out their words in the snow-muffled air. They both entered the Marine's hut and shut the door. Evan continued to watch, captively, not sure of his own motives. A layer of snow had gathered on his head and shoulders. He was just brushing it off when he heard the latch of the Marine's door and voices again. This time Connie came out alone. He was carrying a small square piece of card. He turned left and came towards Evan and their own quarters. As he walked, he looked at the card with a smile. Evan could guess what it was, the photograph that Wade had taken of him at Bryn Sarn. The Marines must have had a printer with them. Connie opened the door, chuckling to himself, and shut it. Evan sat down in the snow. Gloom filled him. Connie knew that he was back on the base and would be waiting for him inside. His plan to degrade Evan had worked. He'd scored an enormous success over his enemy and would never let him forget it. As soon as Evan walked into the hut, Connie would deliver his coup de grace. It would begin with a few snide remarks in front of the others and would continue with weeks of gloating. He would milk Evan's defeat for every drop of enjoyment he could. Wait a minute. Defeat. Evan lifted his head. A spark of an idea had just landed, and he blew on it to see if it would take light. It did, growing from a spark into a little flame, and from a flame into a fire. A smile of inspiration bloomed on his face. He jumped to his feet, filled with new energy. He now understood why he hadn't been able to open the door. It was his subconscious taking over and saying, "Don't get mad, get even." What good would it have done to beat Connie to a pulp anyway? He'd only end up being court-martialed for assault. In the end, Connie would still have won, but not this way. This time, his handle turned the door normally. Evan took a deep breath and opened the door. All of 6D was sitting around the hut eating sandwiches. At first, he deliberately didn't look for Connie. The others all greeted him, and their hellos turned into exclamations of surprise when they saw his state, wearing a helmet and flak jacket over his DPMs, and covered head to foot in mud and snow. He feigned woe by hanging his head sadly. "Where the fuck have you been?" asked Esau. And sure enough, as Evan expected, there was Connie, pushing his way through his colleagues towards him. Evan had predicted exactly the way he sneered, and the way his poisonous eyes flashed arrogantly at him. "So, Evan, I trust you had a pleasant day." Evan slowly took off his helmet and let it drop to the floor. He raised his eyes to meet Connie's and allowed a confident smile to crease his face. "Yes, thanks, Connie. I had a wonderful day." "What did you do?" asked Warren. "Oh, lots of things." He never took his gaze off Connie. "I went to Bryn Sarn. I'm sorry, did I say Bryn Sarn? Slip of the tongue. I meant Welshpool. I spent the day at a leisure centre and had a wonderful time." Connie's face fell. We did. Yes, swimming, ping-pong, a bit of clay pigeon shooting. It was Connie's idea. He suggested that I go along with Corporal Wade, and I did. "Thank you, Connie. Thank you very much for organising it for me," he laughed. "That's an awfully big minibus he's got. It handles well off the road, though." Connie's cheeks flushed. His jaw tensed and his eyes widened with anger and affront. "So, Connie, old chum," said Evan, "what sort of day have you had?" Connie's head was like a ripe beetroot. He began to tremble. "Are you all right? You don't look very well, old son," said Evan. Connie fled. He dashed out of the hut, pushing Andy out of his way. "Oi!" said Andy. "What's bit you?" They all crowded outside in time to see Connie sprint up to the Marine's hut and start pounding on the door like a madman. Wade opened the door and immediately leapt back as Connie pounced at him, screaming verses of incoherent maledictions. He chased the corporal round in circles until he tripped and fell in the snow. He picked himself up with almost impossible speed. McCormack ran back inside the hut and slammed the door. The lock clicked home a second before Connie caught him. The senior op kicked and thumped at the door as if it were the subject of his pique. After a while he gave up and stood there for a moment, then turned and bolted into the night. Warren ran after him. The team looked at Evan curiously. "What on earth's the matter with him?" asked Esau. "I think he just lost a bet," replied Evan. Warren came back to report that Connie was in the bar, drinking at a very fast pace. He refused to leave or give his team any explanation for his behaviour. All Warren could do was bring him a jacket, so at least to make sure he didn't die of cold on the way home. Warren knew that something was up between him and Evan, and he asked Evan as much, but Evan denied all knowledge. Evan was grateful to collapse into bed that night. It had been quite a day, but in the end it hadn't been a bad one. He'd learned an important lesson, and as a result Connie would never be able to bully him again. It was very late when Connie returned to the hut. Evan was the only one awake when the door creaked open and footsteps shuffled in. Connie's breathing was heavy and he walked erratically. He approached Evan's bed. "Evan," he said. "Evan, are you awake?" He sniffed and sounded as if he were close to tears. Evan had been planning to pretend to be asleep when Connie came back, but something in the operative's tone made him change his mind. He rolled over and sat up. "Yeah? Evan?" Connie's breath smelled strongly of spirits. "About what happened today. It's inexcusable, I know, but I'm sorry." "Why, Connie?" said Evan. "I just don't understand. Why did you do it?" "I just felt I had to." He made a glottal stop noise as if he were going to say more and then changed his mind. "Evan, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never do anything like it again, I swear." Evan sighed. "All right, Connie. You forgive me?" "Yes, I forgive you." He wiped his nose on the sleeve of his jacket. "Thanks, mate. Go to sleep, Connie, and have a cup of water first." "Thanks, mate," he repeated, and stumbled off to his own bed.